Kelsey, we ready?
Kelsey, sorry to interrupt. So the mayor's running late, and so the mayor broke down how the meeting started.
Okay, so you guys ready to start?
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all.
Showtime. Good evening, everyone. The January 8th, 2024 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. This meeting is being held in a hybrid format that allows members of the public to participate in person or remotely via Zoom webinar. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Grisanti.
Here.
Councilmember Riggins.
Here.
Councilmember Silverstein.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Here.
You have a quorum with Mayor Euring absent.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person speaker cards?
No, we don't have any speaker slips,
Okay.
and I'm checking now, but we don't have any raised hands in Zoom.
All right. We will now recess to closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. We'll reconvene at 6:30 to begin the regular session and hear the closed session report. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to call the meeting to order. The January 8th, 2024 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. This meeting is being held in a hybrid format that allows members of the public to participate in person or remotely via Zoom webinar. In-person participants, if you would like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk to your right. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. Kelsey, give us a roll call. Let's see who's here.
Councilmember Grisanti.
Here.
Councilmember Riggins. Here. Councilmember Silverstein.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Here.
Mayor Euring.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Pledge of allegiance. Yes. Norm, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Please rise, face the flag, state the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Norm, thank you very much. Trevor, could we get a closed session report, please?
Absolutely. At 5:30 p.m., the City Council convened an open session and then recessed to closed session for the items listed on the posted agenda. All 5 council members were present, with Councilmember Euring joining at approximately 5:45 p.m., and no reportable action was taken.
Report on posting of the agenda, Kelsey, please.
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on December 21st, 2023, with the amended agenda posted on January 4th, 2024.
Need a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda. I'd like to adjourn in the names of Lion Heron and Coach Ray Humphrey from Malibu High School.
Okay, just remind me when we get to the end.
I'd like to, could I make a friendly amendment to that? I'd like to move some of the items around just a touch. We've got some things that are critical, I think, for year end. That's 6C, and well, 6D is now off the record, I believe. I think it's been taken care of, or not?
60 is,
The farmer's market?
No, it's the one.
I got an email saying that it had been resolved.
I think they're going to make our job easier with that one.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and hear it. Let's put 6C and 6D ahead of, I've lost my place on it.
After the consent?
No, let's do it after new business. Let's do 6C first, then 6B, and then 6D.
Let me just make sure I'm with you.
I'm a little confused.
I am too. Let me try it
We've
again.
got 6A is we're going to do ceremonial presentations, and then we're doing 6A.
Right.
Where do you want 6C and 6D?
To be in new business, I'd like to move 6C up to where 6B is, and 6B to replace different order.
Just swap 6C and 6B.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we get those done tonight.
I want to make one other suggestion. We've got a lot of participants here from Pepperdine. And I was told these children, excuse me, I'm getting old, so I apologize for that. These students like to get to bed between 8:30 and 9, so they're ready to go to class the next morning. So I may ask us, let's see where we go. We may want to move that item 7A up so they have a chance to talk about that and get back. So I want to continue their participation in a good education. So.
Okay, so
We'll get
could I
back to
have a
that.
clarification of the friendly amendment so I know what I'm agreeing to?
Okay, I'd like to move exchange 6C for 6B, 6B for 6C. And
Okay.
we'll talk about 7A when we get a little
We
bit
can do it
further.
further down, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll accept that.
Need a roll call. Kelsey,
Will you accept that?
Paul, you in?
I'm in.
Okay.
Councilmember Riggins.
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Yes.
Mayor Euring.
Yes,
Motion carries.
very good. Okay. Presentations from Southern California Edison. Is that representative here? All right, my friend. Give us your name and you got it.
Good.
You're on.
Good. Happy New Year, and thanks for this opportunity to Mayor Euring and to Mayor Pro Tem and to the council, to the staff, and to the city itself. Thank you. My name is Andrew Thomas. I'm a government relations manager with Southern California Edison, and definitely wanted to respond to your request for information and our continual working with the city to make it safe and reliable. I'm here in response to that request, and we have experienced high winds in recent weeks, and the region experienced some PSPS shutoffs. PSPS are inconvenient, and nobody likes to experience them, and we do all we can to avoid them. But they are necessary and at times legislated interruptions of power for the overall safety of the city. Now, if you experience one of those outages, you may not totally agree with the next assessment, but overall the grid has performed well in recent weeks. And we're definitely working out, men and women, even now, doing repairs and updates to keep the city as safe and as reliable as possible. The 2020 reliability report was delivered to the city earlier this year, and it showed the average duration or minutes of outages had decreased over previous years, and the frequency of outages is decreasing year by year. The full reliability report for 2023 will be out later this spring, and I will offer to present it to the city in a full review later this year. So in the time I have allotted this evening, I want to respond to the specific requests for information, knowing that our communication with the city is continuous across a number of initiatives and efforts that are ongoing. The city of Malibu rests on 8 circuits, with the Cuthbert, Nicholas, and the Galahad being the largest and serving the most residents. The Cuthbert overlays basically the Point Dume area. The Galahad is just west of that in Point Dume. And the Nicholas is the most eastern part of the city, even though all the circuits are equally as important, whether they have many or a few customers on them. Do note that the city staff has been invited to a session to review circuits with information that can be posted to your website, because there's been some revisions. Some cities like to post the circuits onto their site. So we've invited the city out, and that'll be taking place on the 11th of this month, a couple of days from now. Now, I believe and I hope I am joined online by a colleague, John Morehouse, who is our operations supervisor out of our Thousand Oaks district office. One of the primary points that was brought to my attention was the need for clarity on whether circuits outside the city are impacting circuits that serve Malibu. And so if John is available and queued up, and as he has experience working on them, I wanted him to speak to that particular issue and one other. But initially, John, if you're on, if you could speak to the idea of circuits and how outside, if they do or do not impact the city.
John, you there?
John, you should be unmuted.
John?
He is unmuted. Maybe he's having issues with his microphone.
Probably was a power cutoff.
Okay. There's Thursday night comedy at the bowling alley. You should definitely come with me. I wanted him to come on because he works with circuits all the time. But the overall answer to that question is no. There is a distinctive aspect between circuits in the city and if they are fed by circuits outside the city. And so I wanted him to come on to
I think the Sarah Circle goes all the way up to Mulholland, right?
Yes, it's the Sarah. Yes,
that's outside
yes,
the city.
Well, as far as you're saying, the question as I was understanding it was, do circuits that are primarily in Calabasas, Gory Hills, and Westlake,
Okay, gotcha.
are they having this upfield stream challenge? And they do not. And so I wanted him to speak to that. I also had written on this paper, which I'll scratch out now, asking John another question about the idea of, is it a simple switch? Can't we load shift if there's an issue where one circuit can just be, those residents can be shifted to another circuit? That is something we explore anytime there are outages or potential outages, and that can be done at times, but it's not as simple as flicking a switch, because at times with circuits that are contiguous to each other, that next circuit is impacted by the same wind front that is impacting the circuit that is under duress. So I did want John to kind of speak to those, because he's functionally the one who turns those switches on and off, and I wanted to give him an opportunity to share with that. If he does come back on before my time's allotted, I can have him speak to that. I did want to just continue and then open up for any questions the council had. PSPS shutoffs are inconvenient, and they're exacerbated when the tools are not updated. And so I do understand, and Edison understands, that there had been some challenges in a recent outage where one of the portals where people were seeking information wasn't up to date with the most up-to-date information. So when an event happens, we do post-event wrap-ups, and one of the things was the issue of the portal. So it is an awareness that that was a challenge on residents going in and getting current and up-to-date information. And what I did as far as forsaking an overall presentation was I did put up on the screen our portal to a place where residents can go. That website will be shared with the city for dissemination. And on there you'll see, well, I can't see from here, but there is up there where it says PSPS alerts, where residents can get texts, emails, or phone calls for information about outages. They can scroll down and get the current status of an outage by their address. So I definitely want to make sure I work with the city to share the type of resource and information that you can get. Beyond that, obviously, if there are outages, residents will get an immediate a notice sent to them. And so we're definitely making sure that there's that communication where the resident is getting up-to-date information sent to them about outages. Now, there was an experience where during a PSPS outage, a car hit a pole, I believe it was. So there are sometimes repair outages inside of PSPS. It's a complicated situation, but we do try to attack those individually where somebody won't get a notice about a car hitting a pole. It's spontaneous. But when in repair outages, there is a criteria where there have to be 150 residents or 120 minutes before a notice is sent out. Because in that time period, we're trying to fix and correct that. And if we can correct it, we don't want a notification to go out and then the power be back on before the notification goes out. So we do give it a certain amount of time and a certain amount of residents before we send a notice out for a repair outage. Now, residents should get regular notices about maintenance outages, and we definitely are working to make sure we're communicating and working with the city so that if there are any issues or events outside of your city, a school was having a back-to-school night during a planned outage, and we're able to work with them to get that modified. Edison crews are working now to improve the grid and against future wind events. I stand before you stating that we have been working well with the city in the past, many of you on the board and also the staff, to respond. And just like today, we'll continue to be available to respond to your requests. But I also, must make this request and continue to seek the support and collaboration that's been a hallmark for my predecessor and now for me in my short time with Edison. The regular maintenance outages we do in fair skies like today aid against future wind events. And we have been in communication about replacing some poles throughout the city that are critical to safety and reliability. And this effort predates my tenure with Edison. I understand that the city is looking at those poles and reviewing those. But definitely I will seek out an opportunity to meet with your city manager and you, Mr. Mayor, to continue to make sure we get a firm handle on that critical work. Because when we do maintenance outages, for example, doing covered conductor, where a bare wire is covered with covered conductor, plastic coating, that is heavier wire. So sometimes that heavier wire needs a more sturdier pole, particularly if it's 30 to 40 years old. So some of these things that are inconvenience as far as those maintenance repairs are very critical to overall safety, and we definitely appreciate the work that is being done and the support that you're giving us to get in and do that work. Our way forward in preparing Malibu for future are projects like these pole replacements that I mentioned, the maintenance work that where covered conductor is implemented, weather stations are installed, and TUG projects are executed. TUG is an acronym for Targeted Undergrounding Projects that looks at a criteria across high-risk communities like this one and allows Edison to support undergrounding projects that are most beneficial for safety and reliability. These projects are continual, and the collaboration will continue to go forward to make sure those products come to serve the city as best they are.
Do you have any of those going on in Malibu?
Say that again,
Are there
sir?
any targeted areas in Malibu you're working with?
There are some projected TUG projects that are going on. And so in the past, I reached out because we had crews that come out to survey certain areas. And we know we have a very responsive citizenry who will say, hey, what is Edison doing out here? So when they did come out, they did do surveying to bring back the findings as to the terrain, the area, to bring it back to that criteria, and then measure which projects are going to be put on the queue. So there are some going into 24, 25, 26 that are being planned for the city of Malibu, yes.
you have to do it tonight. At some point, if you give us an idea of where they are, that would be helpful. I think the
Yes,
residents
yes,
like to
we
hear
can
that. I'm sorry, I
definitely
didn't
do
mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, sir.
No, definitely, we're here to communicate back and forth. Again, as I come to the end of my time, I don't know if John has come back on, I will certainly be available to the city to help disseminate website information. I know that recently you guys sent out a postcard to your citizens on how to prepare for disasters and other information. And so Edison has a lot of information that's on our website. Sometimes it's on our bill, but who reads that carefully? That seeks to make information available so that you can prepare against the inclement days, so to speak. And so in the past, I've come out to the safety fair that we've had out here up top. I know that we had emergency exercises that the city has done and Edison has participated so that we are preparing ahead of an emergency so we know how to communicate with not only Edison but other law enforcement and other utilities because of an emergency. We definitely know communication is going to be a critical point. But again, just wanted to respond. One of the things that also has come out was a PSPS safety resource guide that was sent out to cities throughout the area that I cover. It has loads of information on websites that have to do with the functional needs community and those who are medical baseline, what resources are available to them and how to get them. The county grid hardening progress report is there, which lists how many switches were installed, how many weather stations were installed, how much, there were 224 miles of cover conducted. It was done in LA County, and I don't want to be too disingenuous to make you think it's done right here, but it gives the reports about how much is being done throughout the area, and we can be in contact about the specific work that's being done here. So with me trying to honor the time to come out and speak with you, knowing that we also have a continual conversations and things going forward, knowing that we also have city staff coming to be on our January 11th PSPS Partner Portal Workshop to get more information, to help with critical information. So for example, if persons are registering as medical baseline patients, they can communicate with us and say, we found that we have a lot more medical baseline patients on this part of the city than over on this part of the city based on registration. And so if we were to deploy, for example, one of our customer care vehicles during an emergency, we might locate it to a part of the town where there are more persons that you identify rather than another part of town. So that portal, which gets some use from some cities, has a lot of resources, and we just want to make it available so that your city can use it to the maximize and we can be available. I thank you for your time, and hopefully I addressed some of your questions. I'm open to.
Thank you very much. Questions? Anybody?
I have a lot of questions.
I've got a lot too, but go. Do you want to go first?
All right, well, first,
Make sure I have my pen ready. Hold on.
First of all, I want to thank you for coming here and providing us with the information you have provided. And I'll note that the information that's been available online has been better. I've been able to get a lot more information that's been helpful to me in the past year. Can you explain what the basis is for the concern that causes the power to be shut off? I mean, I understand it's to protect against downed wires or fire, but what's the criteria? Why is certain circuits shut down and others are not?
There are regulations, and these are in conjunction with the CPUC, the Public Utilities Commission, on regulations on when those things are done. And basically what you're looking at in many instances are thresholds of wind speeds. And what we look at is those wind speeds. That's why the posting of weather vanes and other things are very helpful, because we can measure those very closely to not only note the wind speeds to if it needs to be shut off, but also the wind speeds dying down, so if power is shut off, we can cut it back on again. But it has a lot to do with wind speeds, but it also is a measure of things like fuel in the area. So that's why when we do vegetation management and other things in your city, we know that the vegetation canopy of the city is very important, but to regulate and control that, particularly during dry seasons, is very important, because if you do get areas where wind speeds come through an area and the wires start to blow, then you have fuel on the ground that can be exacerbated or blown up into a palm frond, or we've had birds go in and initiate something because they get there and hit the ground. So it has to do with regulating and looking primarily at wind speeds as to what can be tolerated. And when we do upgrades, what we basically are, the updates that are on a site that you can see, the circuit enhancement list, it'll say with the upgrades that we made by doing cover conductor in this area, we can tolerate the speed. There's a 70% increase on not having it based on the wind speeds of the previous year. So when we do that, and it's on a website called SCE.enhanced circuit list, you can see the improvements that are on there. And right now, there are no circuits in Malibu on there because Malibu circuits haven't had experienced several, they haven't met their criteria to be on there to get the enhancement. But if they are, those are the ones that we look at first to do their improvements to get those down. So it is a measure that is kind of regulated by a lot of different forces. The CPUC is involved to determine what is when a shutoff has to or should occur.
Are there objective criteria that SCE utilizes, or is it somebody sitting at a control room saying, I think this one's going to be a problem, let's shut this one down?
Well, it's not arbitrary to Edison. It is in conjunction with the CPUC, so it is a regulated process. So it's not, we think we should. It is more or less, we've exceeded the threshold that is regulated for this particular area based on all the criteria that we're looking at, and the shutoff needs to be instituted. And it basically goes on all these different criteria that are there.
I mean, could that be like checked by a computer?
It could be. I can get more information and share that with you, but I don't know the very intricacies of that process. But I know it's definitely a regulated, and it's not capricious. It's definitely set to make sure the safety is the first.
Right. And my questions aren't intended to suggest that it's arbitrary or capricious, but I'm trying to understand whether it's discretionary or whether there's actually objective standards that are applied.
Yeah, there are objective standards that are applied according to my understanding. And also when the weather forecasting, that also plays a factor into that as well. So when they're looking at wind speeds either increasing in a certain area, that's a factor versus if they predict them to be or forecast them to be decreasing at times as well. So there's a lot of science that goes into that makes up a decision that it's not just random. It is several different factors that go into that.
Okay. I assume you keep statistics on where you do power shutoffs and for how long?
Yeah.
How do we compare? How does Malibu compare to other jurisdictions that you service?
I look up because it kind of has two things to look at. Your city compares to a lot because a lot of the reason is in high fire risk areas, but also Malibu has some unique features to its city. The reliability report that has been delivered or can be looked at again does look at and see that there has been a decrease in the need for shutoffs and the duration of shutoffs. And I think that has to do in conjunction with some of the mitigations that are going on. So if you look at other cities in the area, the region did very well. So I've never seen it in my year or so with Edison where Malibu has been shut off and other regions or cities in the area are still on. It usually is a widespread thing that happens throughout the city. But you guys do have some unique properties because of your coastal aspects in the mountain range that allow you guys to be abated by some other windstorms and exacerbated by others that come in through that wind tunnel. So it is definitely something that you're unique in a lot of different ways.
Okay. Do you know whether the properties that are served by Edison that are on the coast itself, let's start off by the ones that are on the ocean side of PCH, are they a problem? Are they in danger by the winds?
I wouldn't be an authoritative to speak directly to that, but I can look and see if there's some uniqueness about those.
It's been my sense, and this is just completely non-scientific, but it's been my sense that the reason that we get so many shutoffs is, and this you were touching upon this, I thought, but then you went somewhere else, is because of the overlap between the wires or lines that are in the mountains, which actually are not, for the most part, Malibu, and lines that are in the city of Malibu, where the population is. Yeah. Is that an accurate understanding, or am I off base on that?
Not totally off base. I mean, the idea that I mentioned before about shutoffs and switches, we are installing new technologies, which is another aspect from your city being so many years old. Those poles that I talked about before were put in, and now there's new technologies to put in for those poles. There are also new switches that can tolerate different wind speeds and be able to measure things a little bit more accurately. So there may be some wind speeds, obviously, from a couple of years ago that can be tolerated a lot easier now just because of the technologies that we're putting in to measure and react and respond. And sometimes when people see a glitch, and I've had persons complain that, hey, I've had to reset my VCR several times, which is a whole other issue altogether. It's because when that thing comes in to impact the city, we have systems inside that can recognize it, relay it, and be able to make a switch rather than shut off the power entirely. So there have been some technological improvements that allow that to be mitigated.
Right. So I want to talk about this load shift concept, and I think it's what you're talking about as well, the shifting idea. Is Edison able, I understand you can't do it on the fly, but is Edison able to reroute the circuits so that the city of Malibu is getting its power from different circuits than the mountains are?
I will have to follow up on that. I mean, that's why I tried to have John on the line, because I think he can speak to that as an operational guy a lot better than me as government relations, but I can definitely follow up with you immediately with your response.
Because again, if it's an accurate observation that the reason for the shutoffs is the speed of the wind and the fuel issues in the mountains, where for the most part people aren't living, but the transmission lines have to run through them. I understand that. It would make more sense to me to run the circuits across the mountains so that they can all be shut off and there's not many people up there, versus shutting off the circuit in the city where there's 2,000 people associated with another 50 or 100 that are in the mountain. And that doesn't make any sense to me that that has to keep happening. So if it's the case that the reason for the shutoffs of a full circuit that runs into the mountain is because of a small area that's in the mountain, I would hope that you all would look into segregating the mountain circuit from the city circuit so that the city wouldn't have to suffer the consequence all the time of the high speeds in the mountains. Yeah,
I would just say with certainty, I know they probably looked into that, and I'll also say with certainty that I'll take that back to make sure I have that understanding, because just as you said, it makes perfect sense, and I know that we have looked at the configuration of circuits with substations and other things to be able to mitigate some of the issues that are up top versus that are down below.
Right, and, I mean, and the reason I say this is if you look at the way the circuits are configured, the ones that are being shut down in Malibu on a regular basis are the ones that run up into the mountains, as opposed to the ones that are down in Malibu. Related question, what impact, if any, do the telecom installations that are going up with great frequency on all the poles and wires have on the burden of the wire? Or the line?
The burden of the wire or the pole itself?
What burden are they creating with respect to the need for a shutoff that wouldn't exist if they weren't there?
There is no particular burden. I mean, obviously, when we allow for buddying of utilities on our poles, we are only doing that where we know we can maintain our services without compromising it with the addition of other lines. Now, what we have been looking at when we're doing certain pole removals and we have to do, or we are doing undergrounding, that's not as simple as a process, because as we underground ours, we're not necessarily responsible for doing their own, undergrounding as well. So some of that has to do with, undergrounding projects, but we would not compromise our service reliability by buddying anything up to our pole. And that's why sometimes we don't do certain attachments to poles, because we want to make sure that reliability is the first, and safety are the first things that are taking place on those poles.
So are you able to say with confidence that the addition of the telecom installations on the SCE equipment hasn't caused PSPSs to occur more frequently than they otherwise would need to occur?
I will be able to say that when I review it and make sure. I'm certain right now myself, but I want to get the operations and other people's expertise on that, but I will follow up.
I appreciate your answers and your time, and those are my questions. Thank you.
Paul?
Thank you.
Hey, Andrew.
Hey.
I just want to clear a couple things. As far as objective mile per hour for wind speeds that cause shutdowns, is it fair to say that in very dry weather, when there's a lot of fuel with low moisture content, the miles per hour figure is going to be lower, maybe 35 miles per hour? Whereas in a situation like now, it could be 40 miles an hour or even above that. Is that fair?
I believe that's a fair assumption, because again, what you just said was lower winds and drier fuel. So right now, when we've had these rains, they've been very, very beneficial to us to tolerate higher wind speeds because there's less fuel. So there is an algorithm that does go into when it has to happen. But yes, dry fuel on the ground does exacerbate or it does factor into the assessment of when shutoffs have to occur. And that's why, again, some of the vegetation management, some of the things we advocate the residents are doing through the emergency services of doing clearance around their homes is also an important factor to share and for residents to utilize.
And the other thing I'd like to talk about for just a second is up Latigo on the left-hand side, about half a mile outside of city limits, there's a very large distribution facility up there. And where the power comes across the mountains and then gets distributed. Are there others like that in the mountains?
Besides that one across the Latigo.
It's off of Latigo.
Yeah,
I think it's at the end of Ocean View.
Yeah, there are not many, but I think there is another. I definitely can look into that. You know, obviously, you know, my predecessor, Rudy Gonzalez, who definitely wanted to be here tonight, can speak to that as well as our operations guy. So I'll look at those configurations and make sure we share what impact those circuits are having.
And I've read that there's also the uncovered wire was smaller in diameter than the insulated wire that you're replacing it with. And one of the balance points for that is the covered wire is actually heavier and it provides more wind resistance than the uncovered wire. Is that accurate?
I believe that's accurate as well.
Okay.
And we've had at the display day the uncovered wire and the covered wire, and you can definitely see in diameter they're much bigger and heavier. And that's why, you know, replacing poles and making sure those are updated are important aspects as well.
So it's fair to say that the calculation is going to be different. There's no mile per hour number on any given day that you can count it's going to be 35 miles an hour 2 months from now. The calculation may spit out 40 miles an hour, or it may spit out 23.
I believe that is true. Also, again, factoring in what vegetation and other things are factoring in to the surrounding areas.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Doug?
Andrew, it's a pleasure to see you again. It's always more fun, I'm sure, for you to go to receptions that I've seen you at as opposed to being like the IRS audit agent to one of these meetings.
Yeah, it was good.
Thank you for coming. A few quick questions. First one, and I've already talked to Susan Duenas, our public safety director, about this. When I was on Public Safety Commission almost 2 years ago, we approved the automated license plate readers. The City Council approved them as well. And they're still not up. Okay. And I understand that it's now at the point where we're still waiting, or we haven't put the application in. Susan's going to throw me a paper wad or something in a minute to make sure I do it right. But we need to get those things up. And they're going to rest on Edison's poles. And for anyone that's not familiar with those, to give you an example, in Beverly Hills about a month ago, they caught this guy that was a serial killer because of his automatic license plate reader. And we need those for police protection as well as some public safety aspects. So I know the Sheriff's Department's worked with us on this. We'd like to make sure those get done. The applications are going to be pending. If somebody can move those through quickly, that would be great.
I'll definitely look into those and definitely hopefully pre-populate with my phone number in cars so that I don't get...
I know where to find you, but they need to talk to you. All right, other thing, PSPS cutoffs. I'm fortunate enough to actually live near the Latigo substation that Paul was talking about. And to answer Bruce's question, I see the power off when it's, from where I am, who gets a circuit killed. And it's not that the power is cut off to Malibu, it's cut off to that particular circuit. And I can actually see from my house where that is by the lights that are on at night. Which brings me to the point of, you guys have done a very good job in the 5 years since Woolsey to set up subgroups within these shutoffs. So when you say Cuthbert is off, and I've seen this in your reports, Cuthbert 1, 2, 3, and 6 and 7. It used to be all of Cuthbert got shut off. So now you got these little pockets that are identified based upon either the character of the equipment or the wind speed or other factors for that area. Thank you for doing that. And by the way, it doesn't always match the reports that we get. I look for 1, 2, and 3, and it doesn't show up on the maps that we have. So we need to consolidate those so we can see it.
Okay.
But my point of this is, if you take a look at our critical infrastructure, and I'll use Webster School, for example, or the high school, or cell towers, or Water District 29 water pumps, some of those may be at the edge of some of these little subcircuits, or you might be able to fortify them. it would be very helpful from a public safety standpoint if you could identify those that you could keep at a circuit that doesn't go off. For example, when, now I can't remember which one it was, either Sarah or Cuthbert, Webster School is off.
Sorry.
It's Sarah, okay. And if it's right next to a pocket that's on, it'd be better if you got the power from the one that usually is on. And easy to identify. And I'll tell you, at my house, both circuits for Sarah and Cuthbert go right by my house. I happen to be on the one that doesn't get cut off very much. And yet I get notices all the time. So that's what I'm trying to encourage you to see. It's a little bit more work, but these critical areas, the high schools, the cell towers, the water pumps, need to be as much on the system that stays on as the ones, get them off the ones that are dying, right? Yeah. That's all I had. Appreciate what you guys do, and get our AP, automatic license plate readers on the towers, and see what you can do about the critical infrastructure. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the communication that we've had in my time with it, with the city manager as well. Don't panic if you see me. I need to learn my Malibu better as far as some of the places you're talking about. So if you see me driving around, please tell the license reader and you guys that I'm not stalking you guys, but I do appreciate you. And I'm also going to close by sharing one last piece of information. We have an Edison Scholars program that I'll share the information with you guys because it's for your high school graduates, and it's definitely something that comes from, doesn't come from stakeholders. It's scholarship monies, and we want somebody from Malibu to win that.
I got two quick questions for you before you take off, my friend.
And Mayor, I do believe we have the representative from SC on Zoom now. I think his microphone's working if you did have any questions for him.
I think we passed his pieces up. Two questions. Yeah. Okay, and Andrew and I spoke this morning on the phone. So I did the work that we talked about the poles in Malibu Canyon. And my understanding is those poles require a conditional or a coastal development permit. I understand you guys have been told about that, and I understand you've been told about that, but from the Coastal Commission also. So the city is not holding that up. This is more of a process where the SCE has to do the work, right? I mean, so saying that I left our conversation this morning thinking we were the party holding things up, and that's not really the case.
I left the conversation with you a little panicked because you got off in this uproar, and I love the enthusiasm. I'm like, I think he may have taken certain things a certain way. So what I'm saying is I acknowledge what you're saying, but I'd love to continue the conversation because as you want it and we want it, I think there's a way to get it done.
Continue whatever conversation you want, but I think that's is the key to get those poles replaced.
Absolutely.
And Rudy Gonzalez promised me he'd take the pole in Harbor Vista like 4 years ago and fix it up. So tell Rudy I haven't forgotten that conversation. All right, second thing is, Santa Ana winds have been blowing for a very, very long time. It's not a new phenomenon, okay? And I tried, and I've talked to a lot of people from Southern California Edison, saying, why didn't Southern California Edison do something earlier, recognizing this was going to be a problem to harden their infrastructure so we don't have these power cutoffs? Any idea why that is?
You know, things were mitigated after 2018 with some of the fires that have occurred and definitely, you know, some of the technology that are brought into play. I can't speak specifically to the total historical aspect of it, but there have been things that we're now trying to work more closely with cities. I mean, ultimately, I basically can say we're now trying to rectify some of those issues because obviously some of the oversight was done in a very positive way, and there was obviously certain things that were missed, and we're continuously just working with cities to try to upgrade and do those issues, and that's why the permitting and the permits and all those other things are very important, that we work with you, understand what your standards are, so we can go in and do that work to upgrade it to the needs that we all have at this point.
The historical work I've done, and I've talked to a ton of people, all right, suggests that what Southern California Edison decided early on, it was cheaper to fight the fire than it was to underground the lines. Okay? And that would not be inconsistent with somebody that's more concerned about money than public safety. So, so my question now is, when are you going to have your infrastructure hardened enough so we don't have these power cutoffs? I mean, that's your job. And I mean, is there a plan to do that? When does that come into play? Because that's what people want to hear. I'm tired of, nobody wants to see more power cutoffs.
It's a totally candid response, and I'm going to give you my, direct and candid response as well. you know, the idea of us doing daily work, as I mentioned before, is continuously looking at ways how we can improve the grid. And obviously, the statement that you made, I honor that that's the opinion that you had through the history that precedes my time with Edison. But we are continuously working to try to make those improvements and staying abreast of the building codes and other things that are going on to the city, so we can lend insight into the best way to expand in a safe and proper way, and also speak to the historical things that are out there right now, because there are poles and other infrastructure that are 30 and 40 years old that we need to get to replace and do those.
And I'm not trying to bust your chops.
No,
these
it's
are
real talk.
questions I'm getting at. But I mean, I would be interested to know if you, Southern California Edison has a plan. If somebody has sort of looked over the horizon and said, okay, here's my plan, and if we're going to do this, this, and this, and when I get to the end of that, our infrastructure is going to be hard enough that I don't have power cutoffs. And if you got one of those plans, I'd sure like to get more information on that. So chase that down if you would, please.
I will definitely do that.
Okay,
definitely
cool.
do that.
Anybody else?
Yeah, just to follow up on the mayor's question, I mean, does Edison have an objective of hardening the infrastructure such that there will be no need for the PSPS?
With PSPS being regulated outside of our control, I couldn't say here today that PSPS will end in 2030 or some landmark date into the future. We do have a plan to support the nation as far as our conversion to electric power versus obviously carbon usage and other forces of fossil fuel. But in regards to the use of the electricity that we're installing, we're trying to stay with the most current technologies and work with the cities to put in the safest infrastructure so that we can build in the most safest way possible.
Yeah, but with all due respect, that wasn't my question. My question was, does Edison have as an objective hardening the infrastructure such that there will be no need for PSPS using the algorithm that is used?
We have a plan in conjunction with the CPUC's regulations to make sure that we're supplying and installing equipment that can meet the higher standards that the CPUC is putting over to us.
Okay, that's also not an answer to the question. That's, I mean, it's words, but it's
So
not an answer.
I'll step back to
maybe
say,
the answer is no. If the answer is no, that's fine. But I'd like to know what the answer is.
There's not an objective plan per se, but there are the understanding that the coupling and the cobbling of all these efforts that we're currently doing are trying to stay ahead of the growth that's in the city and the need for safety that's important for that growth. And so we're not trying to install anything that's going to be a temporary fix, but things that can be installed now that will go and be time tested and go into the future without the need for coming back and redoing that in the times to come.
I understand you're just a spokesperson and you're not responsible for making the decisions, but I would like for someone to be able to come back to us and answer yes or no, whether it's an objective of Edison to avoid the need to have PSPSs in the future, or whether, as an economic matter, it's okay to have to do them because it's less expensive than fixing the problem.
We do have an objective goal to prevent the discontinuing or the de-energizing of circuits because of PSPS. That is a goal that we do have. And so the idea that we're trying to work toward the technologies, work with cities on the permitting that allow us to do that, that is a goal. I mean, I definitely know that we're trying to stay ahead with the technology to prevent the need for PSPS into the future. But the setting of PSPS standards is not our guideline.
That wasn't what I was asking about.
So yes, it is an objective standard. And you'll see something, as I said before, in the PSPS resource guide that talks about our grid hardening plan that is available, and I can resend it if you don't have it, so you can see the objective numbers as far as undergrounding, the cover conductor that we're doing, the installation of switches. All those things are working toward the safe and reliable delivery of power under all conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, one more?
I was going to try and jump in a little bit, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say good evening, Andrew. Thank you very much for coming.
Okay. Andrew, thank you very much. I understand you've got a goal to try and get that, reduce the power shutoffs, but a goal without a plan is just a goal. So whatever you can do, get back to us. I would appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
We'll speak to you soon. Hopefully we'll talk.
You got a deal.
Thank you.
You got my phone number. Call me anytime. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. Okay. We're now on to, where are we now? 6A, road race agreement. Can we get a staff report, please? We got speakers.
23 speakers.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Euring and honorable members of the City Council. The item before you is a recommendation by the Road Race Ad Hoc Committee to approve agreements with the Malibu Race Series LLC and Zuma Foundation Incorporated for the 2 allowable road race temporary use permits. The Road Race Ad Hoc Committee, consisting of Councilmember Riggins and Grisanti, were tasked to review Council Policy Number 47, review submissions from the road race RFP, and provide a recommendation to Council. The road race RFP was issued on August 30th, 2023, and the city received 4 proposals by the September 27th deadline. The ad hoc reviewed the proposals, interviewed with all organizers, and is recommending the 2 selected races. The proposed agreement with each race organization will be valid for 5 years. The race organizers must adhere to the TUP process, which includes obtaining permits from the county and city agencies such as LA County Sheriff, LA County Beaches and Harbors, and the Department of Public Health. Additional requirements include obtaining a special event encroachment permit issued by the Public Works Department. As noted in the staff report, the agreement was slightly adjusted since the December 11, 2023 council meeting. Changes include increased insurance coverage requirements, Section 5.10, race postponement or cancellation due to red flag warnings, and the Malibu Race Series adjusted their 2028 proposed race dates due to the first one being on a holiday. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff before we go to public comment? No? Okay. I've got about an hour, close to 2 hours worth of speaker slips. And I'm sure everybody has something very important to say. But we got to find a way to get around that. So I want to suggest 2 things. One, I'm probably going to limit the time to 2 minutes per speaker. And I suggest if you stand up and you're speaking, and you've got a whole bunch of people behind you, or they're going to say exactly the same thing, just ask them to raise their hand, right? Make sure we understand what the issues are. I don't think anybody does not want to have a triathlon, but I think we got to get to the deliberations to figure out how we deal with this. And if we wait another 2 hours, my friends from Pepperdine are never going to get to class tomorrow morning. So we'd like to avoid that, yes.
Can I ask a question? Would it be appropriate as a question to have the ad hoc committee representatives, one of them at least, explain to us what they did and how, what their basis for determinations was? Because it seems to me that should be part of the staff's report as to how a decision was made.
Yeah, that was one of the questions.
Other than there was an ad hoc committee and this is the decision they made.
I don't know if we do that now or after we get the public comment. Would you rather do it first?
Well, it might help the public comments to understand the basis. But maybe that's not part of this part of the presentation. I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Well, I'll tell you what, you folks mind doing that?
I think
Public
if
comments
they
first?
want to a brief, a report would be fine,
Go to
but
public
we don't want to
comment?
get into discussion of that.
We're going to get to that sooner or later, but okay. Okay, let's start
Especially
public
just
comment. Jim Duncan. I've got Elizabeth Rodriguez. You here? Come on up front, grab a seat so we can keep moving. And we've got, after that, Merrill May. Go ahead, my friend.
Mayor and council members, thank you for having me. I'm going to leave out a chunk of my comments in the interest of time. My name is Jim Duncan, and I'm here to support Michael Epstein getting a permit for the triathlon in Malibu in 2024. I am an age group triathlete and a director of a local triathlon and cycling club. I've been participating in the Malibu Triathlon off and on for the past 30 years, and it's always been a very special event in our race calendar. Every year our club uses the Malibu Triathlon as the season-ending race, and we encourage participants. We won't be doing that ever again while Super League is involved, based on what happened. The finale was what happened last year, and I'm going to skip over all those details. It's just been a disappointing arc the last couple of years with the way it's been managed. I'm going to just skip right to why I think Michael Epstein ought to get the chance to do this again. He is the founder of the event. He made it a destination event. He created the charity element. In the first place, he made it popular with pros, age groupers, celebrities, and corporations. He's local and committing to help the local community. I say give it back to Michael and hope he can recreate a mojo for the triathlon in Malibu, for which the city can be proud. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Elizabeth, you're up next, followed by Merrill, and followed after Linda Rooney. Come on up, grab a seat up front so you're ready to go. Please.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you very much for giving us time to talk to you all tonight about the temporary use permit and awarding it. I'm speaking specifically for the triathlon temporary use permit. My name's Elizabeth Rodriguez, and I've lived in Southern California for 27 years. I'm a lifetime runner, and I've been a triathlete for 25 years. I was a board member for the Los Angeles Triathlon for 10 years. And I served with USA Triathlon, the national governing body, in regional and national governance for a combined 8 years. I'm now the owner and race director of the Santa Barbara Triathlon. My husband and I have owned that race for 4 years, and I volunteered countless hours over the years helping at too many races than I could possibly remember. I'm a volunteer CPA for 2 triathlon-based not-for-profits. That said, why am I here tonight? Given my experience in multiple facets of triathlon over an extended period of time, I feel I have a unique perspective to stand in support of Michael Epstein and the Zuma Foundation's grant of the city's temporary use permit to produce the Malibu Triathlon. While you will hear many reasons to grant the Zuma Foundation the permit from other speakers tonight, my focus is primarily on charity and community. The Malibu Triathlon is the epic and iconic event it is because of the 34 years of Michael Epstein's stewardship as the event producer, with a strong focus on charitable giving. It is a must-do event on the Southern California Triathlon calendar. For those of us involved in athletics or who have raised kids involved in athletics, we already know the benefits and the virtues that sport has that transcend the podium. While we're not here to talk about generalities.
Thank you very much. Your time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merrill, you're up, followed by Linda and then Pamela.
Good evening. My name is Merrill May. I just want to support Michael Epstein also in his efforts to take this race back. I used to live by Trancas for 15 years. I went down there many times when Michael's race was going on, when he was raising a lot of money for Children's Hospital. The event was always run very safely. People look forward to the race. It's maybe the premier event that draws people here to Malibu in the summertime, outdoor enthusiasts and for charity. And I know Michael personally. I've cycled with him. I think he's done a great job, and that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nobody likes my idea about raising your hand and people behind you say, I agree to the same thing. Huh? That was the thought. You're up, my friend.
The Malibu Tri means different things to different people. For athletes, it's a culmination of their training and a chance to showcase their athleticism. For some, it's a day at the beach with friends or family, cheering the athletes and maybe even seeing a celebrity. For others, the Malibu Tri is simply a pain in the ass with excessive roads, roadblocks, increased traffic, and unsightly tents on the beach. For me, the Malibu Tri evokes a great deal of emotion and gratitude. For me, the Malibu Tri is about Los Angeles Children's Hospital and my daughter, Kira. On the day of Kira's 12th birthday, I received a call from a pediatrician telling me Kira had been diagnosed with an aggressive giant cell granuloma. Tumor was rapidly growing on her jaw and entangling itself around nerves and blood vessels. What ensued was years of tests, x-rays, CT scans, hospital visits, stays, surgeries, after surgery, after surgery, after surgery, plus a year of chemotherapy. As a parent, there are no words to adequately express the terror you feel for your child in that situation. The only light was Children's Hospital and Kira's team of doctors, radiologists, oncologists, hematologists, neurologists, surgeons, plastic surgeons, and the countless support staff, all of them angels in the darkness. 14 years later, Kira's healthy and thriving. She's one of the fortunate ones. When I learned the Malibu Tri is a fundraiser for Los Angeles Children's Hospital, I felt the only way I could show my gratitude was to raise funds through competing in the Malibu Tri. I participated in the Tri 3 times. It's my way of giving back to the place that showed so much care and compassion to Kira. What you don't know about me is that I'm horribly frightened of swimming in the ocean, but I thought if Kira and all the other children in the pediatric oncology unit can endure what they do day in and day out, sometimes for years, then I can certainly suck it up and swim a mile in the ocean to raise money to help these children. And certainly the Malibu City Council can grant a permit for the Malibu Tri so it can continue to raise money to help these children.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your time's up. Pamela, you're on, followed by Merlin. Is there a Merlin here? Merlin, come on up front. Followed behind that is Michael Epstein. Get a seat up front just so we can keep moving. Right ahead, Pamela.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Conley-Ulick. I served 8 years on the Malibu City Council. Thank you for your service. I also participated in about 16 or so Malibu triathlons, plus 5 Malibu Marathon half marathons. I am here to ask that you better protect Malibu and our interests. I sent you an email. I hope you've looked at that. Number 1, paragraph 2, the term of the contract cannot be more 5 years. It shouldn't even be more than 2 years. In 11 months, 3 of you, that's the majority of you, are up for a re-election. It could be a whole new city council in 11 months.
A little more confident.
So you cannot have this term be 5 years. It may not. Hey, whatever. Paragraph, the second point, it should be non-transferable. Paragraph 6.9 has to be amended. It has to have the express approval of the Malibu City Council, not just Malibu or the city manager. You need to have a public hearing, so the terms will be public. There'll be accountability and transparency. If somebody sells it for $3 million, the city should share in that. That brings me to my next point. Paragraph 6.3 should be added. So the city of Malibu and our citizens share in the proceeds. After you deduct the costs, including the contribution to the Boys and Girls Club, the city should get at least 10%. We have a precedent for doing this. We did this with the Malibu lumber site. When I was on the city council, they said we couldn't share in the gross proceeds from those sales, but guess what? We did it. You can make history tonight. Do that. It's important for all of us. So if somebody sells it for $3 million, maybe we'll get $300,000. Point 4, last and final, you need to create a civil education and oversight commission. For each of you should appoint 1 member. So if the Goby fish or another disaster happens, we can address it at the community level. Thank you.
I take it you're not going to be my campaign manager in the next election. Merlin, you're on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Merlin Clark. I'm a Malibu resident of 24 years. I say triathlete, but really I've done several of the Malibu triathlons. I'm a director of a local nonprofit. What I'm going to speak about mainly is the benefits of a triathlon from the perspective of a leader of a nonprofit and how it benefits the community. First, Articles of Incorporation. In the Articles of Incorporation, we have wording that provides a benefit to the public versus, say, an LLC or another enterprise that says we need to return maximum profit to the shareholders. Officers and principals make decisions based on these. They're legally bound to that. Nonprofits have no owner. Rather, their boards are stewards of the organization and its commitment. This is the case with the Zuma Foundation. No owner, but board members and directors, stewards of the triathlon and its commitment. Much like the City Council does, making every decision based on what's best for the community and for the city. Nonprofits are galvanizing for the community. Communities participate in ensuring its success. They take ownership of it. Board members become accessible ambassadors. You meet them at the church, meet them at the gym, meet them at dinners and gatherings, and they are connected to the community. They're for Malibu, from Malibu. Board represents a multitude of interests: neighborhoods, schools, local businesses, and charitable organizations. Finally, the biggest benefit by far is the togetherness people embrace for being part of this hometown event. It's not owned by an outside entity, but led by their friends, neighbors, and peers. It's their event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Michael Epstein, you're next. Eric Gilson, come on up front, please. And then Keith Simmons.
Good evening. Thank you all for your service. And I really want to thank Kristen Riesco for her hard work on the RFP and the RFP process and the ad hoc committee. This is almost a one-year process, and Kristen clearly worked very hard to put together an extremely well thought out and detailed RFP that showed her knowledge and understanding of the endurance sports world. We at the Zuma Foundation took the RFP process seriously and are very thankful for the ad hoc committee's recommendation. Thank you. As you may know, I'm a Malibu resident who lives in Malibu West, one of the neighborhoods most impacted by road closures from the triathlon. I was also the creator and founder of the event, an event I produced successfully for 34 years. Under my direction, we raised over $17 million for Children's Hospital Los Angeles and other charities. We also raised about $1.5 million the last year that I oversaw it in 2019. I'm very proud of our Zuma Foundation bid, something that was the result of 6 Malibu residents working together tirelessly for many, many months to come up with a great long-term plan for the future of triathlon in Malibu. We are a nonprofit corporation organized for the public benefit. As part of this process, I'm going to talk quickly here. I've gotten a lot of really nice notes from people, and it's been heartwarming. One of the most meaningful ones was from a guy named Emilio De Soto, a professional athlete that won the event in 1987 that I produced, the first one, that I handed him a little tiny medal when he crossed the finish line. Emilio sent me a note, and I'll summarize real quickly, that said, "No one deserves the privilege of producing a triathlon in Malibu more than you do. We truly see it as a privilege, not a bestowed upon right, and it's a privilege we hope to earn every day, and that we did it with that theory the 34 years we produced it. Our benefits real quickly, $100,000 annual donation to Malibu Youth Causes. We reduce community impact by 50% with 1 day of road closures instead of 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be available for questions later.
Eric, come on up, followed by Keith, and then Nick Angio. Nick Angio here. Grab a seat up front, sir. You're on, please.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year. I hope 2024 is a tremendous year for all. Thank you very much, Mayor and your crew. My name is Eric Yilsonen, and I'm a race director, sponsor, volunteer, triathlete, and I've been involved with the sport since 1982 in Cape Cod when I was a lifeguard. Joined the Coast Guard after '89. I did the escape from Alcatraz. I've done that for 33 years, 17 Boston Marathons, 5 Ironmans. I also work for IMG. I work for Ironman, and I work for the Boston Marathon as a race announcer. I've got a voice, they say, and my voice is going to be heard today for 2 minutes. I speak of my accomplishments only because I want you to know that I'm experienced in my perspective. I've announced Malibu years ago. I've worked for Michael at national events, dozens throughout the last few decades. As I said, I speak of my consistency not to boast, but to share with you my experience in the sport. I value the personal consistency that Michael offers. The other group that puts on the triathlon is great. They do a great job, but the best is what we want for this community. We want the best for Malibu. And Michael Epstein, I believe, is the best race director because of his passion. The Los Angeles Children's Hospital Board asked him to serve on that board because he earned it, because $17 million went into this community. And when you see the kids in that hospital and the benefit from this race, it's huge. There's nothing better than turning sweat and goals into personal money that makes a personal difference for people, especially Los Angeles Children's Hospital. In the Coast Guard, our compass was key. His moral compass is key. Michael does not ask, what can triathlon and Malibu do for me? Michael asks, what can I do for triathlon and his community in Malibu? His record speaks for itself. Thank you for your opportunity. I really appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you, Malibu.
Sir. Keith, you're up. Nick?
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Keith Simmons. I'm the owner of Xterra Wetsuits. I've worked in the triathlon industry for over 40 years now. I'd first like to thank you for considering the triathlon. It's an incredible event that benefits many, including the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles and serving Malibu youth. My company has had the privilege of working with Michael Epstein, the executive director of the Zuma Foundation, for 28 years as a sponsor. We've made a commitment to the Zuma Foundation to sponsor this event for the next 5 years. Xterra Wetsuits sponsors over 500 triathlon events, clubs, and coaches. I can say with experience that the events that Mr. Epstein organizes and directs are world class. His attention to detail and the overall user experience at his events are recognized by many leaders in our industry. I've read that the City Council organized a road race committee, and the committee recommended awarding the triathlon event to the Zuma Foundation. I support this decision, and I believe that the Zuma Foundation is the best choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Nick, you're up. Followed by Casey Ernest, followed by Casey Case? Cassidy Case, excuse me. You're on, sir. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. There's a lot of racing organizations here tonight. It might be confusing. Everyone's called Malibu something. I'm here representing the Malibu Race Series. We are the half marathon and 5K. The half marathon 5K has a legacy of 15 years here in Malibu. It was started by local residents. It was a Malibu International Marathon. Then it had a component that was the Supathlon, which was people that were, paddleboarding and running. And then for the last 9 years, it's been the half marathon and 5K. For those who haven't met me, I'm Nick Angio. I've been doing the accounting, financial controls, a lot of boring company stuff like filing taxes for the company for the last 9 years. Anyone who comes on race day, I'm usually in the shop selling T-shirts. But after the event, I'm picking up trash in Zuma Beach parking lot because we want to leave it clean and even better than the way that we found it. I'm here accompanied by Cassidy, who's going to speak right after me. She's our event director. She lives here. She's responsible for our kids, our year-round kids running program. We worked together for this RFP, and we had the opportunity to sit down with the ad hoc committee to speak about our event and go a little bit deeper about who we are, the history of the event, and what we want to do with the event after all of these years of producing it. We're really happy to have received the recommendation. We're very grateful for that. And our plan in the years to come, continue putting on a great event, super safe. We want to be listening to what the community has to say so we don't bother them with road closures. We have this conversation every year to make it better. And more than anything, we want to contribute to the community. It's something that we have been doing through two ways. We have the kids running program, which Cassidy will speak about, and our support of the Boys and Girls Club. It's a partnership that's been going on since the inception of the event. It predates me. We've been contributing financially more and more every year. We've contributed $240,000, and we want to continue to do that. They're great partners.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Casey, you're up. Followed by Cassidy, followed by Erica Siegel. And it is not unreasonable if somebody says, I agree with everything everybody else said. Save yourself some time, but go ahead, Casey.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much, Mayor and esteemed council. I do have a little bit more to provide. I've had the pleasure of working with, communicating, or collaborating with all four entities that are here represented tonight. And they all definitely inspire healthy lifestyles and aim to engage and support community. My goal this evening is to relay the entities that I am directly working with and the impact that we are having on the Malibu community. As you're aware, the BGCM has a very long-term standing relationship with Run Malibu, as Nick just relayed. Because of Erica, we built this partnership. We had a shared vision and a shared goal of creating a road race in Malibu that was not just a race, but an opportunity for kids, families, community to get involved in healthy lifestyles. I believe we accomplished this goal. The race has grown every year. Erica's a visionary with a heart for healthy lifestyles. Despite her decision to move on from the race, I remain committed to the race and the leadership team that is supporting Cassidy, our new director. As a parent at our local schools, an athlete herself, engaged in our community, we've been able to increase our youth participation in the 2023 event. We have run groms occurring at our elementary schools, weekly run programs, summer run programs through the Boys and Girls Club, and it really showed up in our youth participation this year at the event. It was a lot of fun. I've not formally worked with Super League, but I attended the event this year, and I do have to say they did a phenomenal job. I haven't attended in the past. It was well organized, it was engaging, it was beautiful, and I just want to give them a shout out. The newly formed Zuma Foundation is an exciting opportunity for our community. Michael has been a thoughtful leader. He's been engaging all stakeholders, community, businesses, nonprofits. Give me your feedback. How can I make this the best Malibu community event ever? I appreciate that. Thank you. Have a great night.
Cassidy? Followed by Erica Siegel. Erica? Oh, there you are. Okay, cool.
Actually, in the sake of consolidating, Scott Rockwell will donate his 1 minute to me, and he's not going to speak, though.
Okay, we'll get back to you.
Good evening, Council and Malibu community. My name is Cassidy Case. I am the director of Malibu Race Series. 15 years ago, my husband founded this event, and I am very, very, very proud and honored to be here today. On behalf of Malibu Race Series, we are honored to be selected by the ad hoc committee to host a half marathon, 5K, and kids runs in the city of Malibu. Personally, I am incredibly proud and excited for the opportunity to represent our community once again. Malibu is my home. I grew up scuba diving off Point Dume, and today my kids are in school here. Malibu is my heart and soul. I am honored to represent Malibu both locally to our residents as well as to the eyes of the outside world, and to all those who look to Malibu as a trendsetter and inspirational way of life. Organized running events are a very important part of community in cities around the world. Whether raising money for charity or as a symbol for the commitment to health and wellness, running events can be a powerful legacy for a city. As a runner myself, I can speak to the many benefits of running. They go far beyond a race moment. Running is a tool for self-empowerment, mental health, physical health, connection, and so much more. This race has been an integral part of the community for the last 15 years. What we are most proud of, though, is the continued evolution of the event. We are more committed than ever before to supporting our beneficiary, the Boys and Girls Club of Malibu, and the incredible work they do, as well as to working closely with the city and the residents to ensure our event is a safe, meaningful, and positive experience for all. Ultimately, this legacy is about how we show up as a community, how we work as a team, and what we can do when we come together. We look forward to building together for the next 5 years and beyond. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Erica, you're up, followed by Ben DeWitt. Is Ben here?
Can you add that 1 minute from? Honorable members of City Council.
Where are you getting the minute from?
Scott Rockwell.
Okay, go ahead.
Honorable members of City Council, Mr. Mayor, and Malibu residents. My name is Erica Siegel. I'm the founder of Malibu Moves, and I also serve on the board and the executive board of directors of the Malibu Chamber of Commerce and chair the Women's Leadership Committee. Until March 31st of this year, I served as the manager and race director of the Malibu Half Marathon and 5K for the past 8 years. Before my involvement, the event was facing challenges. It was not even allowed within city limits due to mismanagement. However, I had a vision for the race not only to become a beloved community event, but also to make a meaningful impact for the Boys and Girls Club of Malibu. At first, it was just a dream, and I have to thank Casey Ernest for being one of the first people to believe in this project and her vote of confidence early on. But with work and passion, my team and I managed to make it a reality. I brought the event back to Zuma Beach, grew it significantly, and raised over $200,000 for the Boys and Girls Club of Malibu. I want to emphasize that I was in charge of every aspect of the Malibu Half Marathon and 5K. This meant that I could tailor it exactly to our community needs. The city recognized this and awarded me the contract to run the road race and renewed it several times over the course of the years, and which my team and I have done successfully every single year since 2017. Unfortunately, when Y11 Sports and Media, which is a large company with an international portfolio of sports assets, took control, I felt that working with them would mean giving up on what I believe in. Their way of doing things just didn't match my vision for a community-oriented event owned and operated locally. That's why I started Malibu Moves, to keep offering our skills and track record of success to the community, but without having to compromise our integrity or core values. Next, you'll hear from Ben DeWitt, my trusted production manager, who has been instrumental in producing the last 7 editions of the event, including this year. Following Ben's insight, we've made a video that shows why we believe that Malibu Moves and the team behind it is the best choice for Malibu. In conclusion, if this community truly values supporting small businesses that have authentic ties to the community and rejects the idea of selling out to large global enterprises, I hereby ask you to please reconsider and vote in favor of Malibu Moves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ben, followed by Marty
O'Malia.
O'Malia, gotcha. Come on up. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to take your advice and have my team help me out from behind me. Thank you very much and good evening. I'm Ben DeWitt, the owner and chief race director of Fast Green Racing. Since 2010, my company has been dedicated to bringing exceptional events to life, including the Malibu Half Marathon. After Erica's departure from Y11/Motive earlier this year, my company was still contracted to produce this year's event, leveraging my team's expertise and on-the-ground know-how. However, this year we did face several challenges, not only an unclear chain of command, and I had some very valid concerns about emergency preparedness. Fortunately, nothing major happened at the event this year, thanks to my team's experience, but nonetheless, I did raise these issues with Y11/Motive and their entire management group and Mr. Nick Angio post-event, emphasizing the need for clear leadership and robust safety protocols. My team and I are excited about reuniting with Erica from Malibu Moves. Her leadership style and clarity and positivity greatly benefits my team and enhances the participants' experience. As the team behind the event's success since 2017, we're eager to contribute our expertise and track record of success with Malibu Moves. We believe in the positive impact that Erica has and her vision, and we are eager to contribute and continue that success. Malibu would be greatly benefited from continuing this partnership. I stand here before you tonight to make sure it is clear that Erica has the best interest of the community at heart, and she has the team behind her who can continue to produce a safe and excellent event. Would the team members here tonight with me please rise? These members here represent just a small portion of Erica's team that she has supporting her, ready to go day one. If you're weighing a trusted, beloved organizer against an unknown company, the choice is clear. Erica and Malibu Moves is the right choice. I support Erica and Malibu Moves wholeheartedly and encourage you to do the same. Your decision today will significantly impact the community.
Thank you very much, sir. Marty, you're up. And Robin Simon is behind, following that. Come on and grab a seat up here, please. Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to just use my time to show this video that they prepared.
To illustrate why my project called Malibu Moves, the company and the people behind it are the right operators to be awarded a contract with the city.
Hi, my name is Jeff Tan, and I'm president of the LA Leggers, which is one of the oldest and largest running and walking clubs in the country. Now, my involvement with Erica goes back a number of years in supporting the events that she has organized, simply because of her commitment and dedication to empowering her community. I'm really excited about what Erica is doing with Malibu Moves and want to help her get this organization off the ground however we can.
Hi, my name is Maria Delgadillo. I am the founder and president of the Azusa Pacers, an official chapter of Pacer Nation, a running club which has been around for more than 25 years. I've known Erica through past events which she's organized, and what gravitated me to Erica was her dedication and commitment to the community. Thank you, Erica, for always thinking of the community, and I'm so excited for this vision that you have. And the Azusa Pacers support Malibu Moves.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Lamb, and I'm a teacher at Pacific Palisades Charter Elementary School. I have been doing the Run Malibu race as a legacy runner for 8 years. And in the beginning, I loved it. I loved how it was a community event. And this past year, I noticed a huge difference in the race, because no longer did I feel like I was a valued participant. It was all about hurry up, finish. What I would love is to have a race where it's all about feeling included, about being part of the community, and it's about progress, not about your pace and how fast you are.
My name is Robin Ritter-Simon, a Malibu...
All right, thank you. Robin, you're up next.
I'm here in person, so you might as well hear me in person, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Forget the video. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you. As you know, my name is Robin Ritter-Simon. I'm a Pepperdine alum, a local resident, a small business owner, and currently serving as the chair-elect for the Malibu Pacific Palisades Chamber of Commerce. I was recently appointed by Supervisor Lindsay Horvath to the Los Angeles County Business Commission. I was appointed to this commission because I value the contributions of our small business operators. They are the backbone of what makes a community thrive. You too, as decision makers, should value the contributions that small businesses deliver every day to neighborhoods just like Malibu. That is why I am asking you to please reconsider granting the contract to Erica Siegel with Malibu Moves over an international entity that does not have local ties to our neighborhood. I have worked with Erica for several years now, both as a board director of the Chamber and in other endeavors that we are working on together to make our community better. I believe that we should value and support those who show up for us and those who are here to make our communities thrive. And that is why I believe that Erica, with her past record, 8 years of producing the event successfully, of the outdoor events, should be awarded the contract over a conglomerate. I respectfully ask that you take another peek at that contract, and if you see, like me, that we could support one of our own and someone who is a small business operator, I think that would go a long way to showing everyone in the community how much we value their contributions as a small business. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Robin. Scott? Okay, good. Not good, but thank you very much. Joe Drummond, you're up next, followed by Veronica. Is there a Veronica out there? Come on up, Veronica. Grab the seat up front. And then Maskin. I'm crucifying that name. M-A-K-S-Y-M? Maskin? No? Come on up, grab the seat, my friend. Go ahead, Joe.
Happy New Year to all. I hope 2024 will be better than 2023 and be safe. I'll be brief. Obviously, we should award only local owners of these road races. To agree and go beyond what Ms. Conley-Ulick stated, please make some stipulation in the contract to be null and void if it sells to a large out-of-town corporation. We need to support our local businesses and residents. I am in support of Michael Epstein as a Malibu resident and creator and founder of the triathlon in Malibu, which he successfully produced for 34 years, and all the donations to the Children's Hospital. I do appreciate the minimum road closures that especially happened last year, and I would hope that the donations to the Boys and Girls Club and to the Malibu schools would continue and be greater than it was last year for the Malibu schools anyway, because that'll be less of a burden on the city. Thanks, that's it.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, Veronica, followed by this gentleman sitting up here. I still can't pronounce your name. And Tony Mark. You're on, please. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Humani. I manage the corporate challenge at the Malibu Triathlon, and I have managed it since 2019. And I am here to support the Malibu Triathlon and Super League Triathlon as the organizer of the event. I speak on behalf of the 45 teams that participate in the event. These teams represent top corporations throughout Southern California, including companies that are based right here in Malibu. The Malibu Triathlon Corporate Challenge has existed since 2002. Since 2007, we've partnered with CHLA, and in that time, we have raised over $18 million for pediatric cancer research. The corporate teams love this event, and they love raising money for CHLA. If Super League is not awarded the permit for this event, it will mean the end of this history in Malibu of promoting health and wellness within companies, employee engagement and team building, while fundraising for an amazing cause, in addition to the fundraising initiatives for local Malibu-based charities that Super League proposed to the city of Malibu in our response to your RFP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. You're up, sir, followed by Tony Mark. Tony, you here? No, you're up. Who's up? Oh. You're up first. Is Tony Mark here? Okay.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. My name is Max Shapitko, and I'm an athlete, local Malibu resident, and father of 3 kids that go into Malibu Elementary School. I want to voice my support to the City Council to approve Michael Epstein and the Zuma Foundation for the triathlon for the City of Malibu. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your time. Tony, you're up. Mikey Pearson, you're up next. Grab a seat up front, please.
Good evening. My name's Tony Mark. I've been a Malibu resident since 1975. I'm a father of 3 kids that go to Point Dume School, and I'm a huge fan of the sport of triathlon. I wanted to voice my support for Michael Epstein and the Zuma Foundation, and I also wanted to thank Paul and Marianne for reviewing all the various proposals and recommending the Zuma Foundation for the triathlon bid for the City of Malibu. I am a board member for the Zuma Foundation, and I'm excited about the things we can do to make the event better for the city and for the athletes. I've been participating in triathlons for the last 15 years, and I've come to realize through that process that a triathlon really reflects, at the end of the day, the person that is passionate and running the event. And I've done events all over the world, and Michael is the right person to be running this triathlon for the city. It feels different and functions differently with Michael at the helm. I asked a friend how we could make the triathlon better, and he said that for the last few years, he felt like a big corporation rolls into our town, takes it over, uses us, and gives us very little in return. So the Zuma Foundation would aim to address that. The event would be run by local residents, each year raising a minimum of $100,000 for local Malibu programs, the Boys and Girls Club, Malibu PTA, the Shark Fund, and Malibu Youth and Mental Health Fitness programs. We'd create discount entry fees for local residents, reduce road closures, add a kids race, and promote the sport of triathlon to the youth of Malibu. I strongly believe that a triathlon in our city run by Malibu residents for Malibu residents will be the best possible event in our city and for the athletes that participate. I'm excited to see what we can do together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mikey, up, and then Brendan, you're up next, my friend. Come up, get a seat up front, please. Go ahead, Mikey.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. Nice to see everybody. What did the gentleman just say? A big corporation rolls into town? I think that's how Erica feels about now. You know I support Erica. I've gotten to know her for multiple years by being on the City Council. Always been incredibly impressed at how well she ran her events. I mean, what she's done in the Malibu community is awesome. She's the one who started donating money to the Boys and Girls Club, and now it seems to be very popular. So that obviously was a good idea. She is head of the Women's Leadership Committee. She's on the board of the chamber. I mean, she's fully invested in this community. And as you heard from Ben, the production manager, who's run the thing for all these years, that's who he wants to work with. And the event has been run really, really well. It's been flawless. It's been a pleasure to get to know her. It's been a pleasure to get to see the impact she's had on the community. And I really think you should take a strong look at her proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikey. Brendan, you're up. You have 4 minutes, please.
I got 5.
Now you got 4.
Oh, I got 4. I'll go quick. Don't start yet. All right. Good evening, council members, residents of Malibu, and viewers online. My name is Brennan Linder, and I've been the race director of Malibu Triathlon for the past 3 years. I've worked hand in hand with the owners Super League Triathlon, over 50 local staff and contractors, and most importantly, CHLA Children's Hospital, to rebuild this triathlon after COVID and reestablish $1 million+ in fundraising year after year. And I have to say, I am very proud of the proposal that we actually submitted to the committee. We discussed about expanding our fundraising with local charities, as well as CHLA proposed allocating a portion of their fundraising to Boys and Girls Club mental health programs. We also started working with the Malibu Shark Fund and discussing with athletic coaches how to bring the Olympic athletes that do the event to come in and actually interact with the kids. And we also indicated our willingness to reduce the event to 1 day. We have committed to hiring a local outreach coordinator to develop other programs such as evening runs, as well as other traffic mitigation. And while I don't live in Malibu, I mean, I'll say that. I live in Venice down the street, and I know how important it is to have someone here, and we committed to hiring a person here. And really, after 3 years, after COVID, we thought we were poised to continue building some new programs here in Malibu. But late November, we received a call from a city administrator that the ad hoc committee would be recommending another operator, actually the previous owner that sold the event, to produce a triathlon in the city. Let me say this again. The committee is recommending to grant a permit, the only triathlon permit, to a company that sold the event for profit already. And to be clear, any new triathlon event will not be the Malibu Triathlon. It will be something entirely different, which I'll talk about shortly. The city administrator cited criteria around a one-day event proposal and concerns that we're a foreign-owned company, as we're based in London, and yes, I live down in Venice. But this can't be correct, given the committee recommended a two-day triathlon for up to 4,000 people. There just seems to be a disconnect on this. And it actually uses the exact same course that we've produced over the past 3 years. We sought to meet with the committee for 10 months, addressing concerns about financial transparency, which was requested by council in November. We never had that meeting. And I have a log of all these numerous requests, and we were never granted an opportunity up until, I think it was September, October there, to go with the committee. While I can't surmise what conversations were had throughout the past year, I can only bring to light the facts. Super League purchased the intellectual property rights to Malibu Triathlon. To be clear to all parties, if the current recommendation does go forward, there will not be a new or different Malibu Triathlon supporting Children's Hospital Los Angeles. It will end. The individual who sold the event for substantial profit is now being recommended to be installed as its new operator of a new different triathlon, which is all similar to the courses and things that we've already done in the past. And I do believe that the benefits to the community are less than what we proposed. I can proudly say that we produced 3 amazing events, increased local participation and fundraising year over year. And when issues were communicated to us, these were promptly addressed. Looking forward, as we have been concerned about the loss of revenue for Children's Hospital Los Angeles, we've been proactively taking steps to mitigate this risk. And we're excited that Children's Hospital Los Angeles has committed to continue working with Super League and myself as their primary fundraising triathlon, as we believe every child deserves top medical care. And I know that I can walk away from this meeting and the entire process with my integrity intact. I do want to say it is a critical decision to be made here, and everyone watching, to remove a permit and return it to its former owner who sold it for I'm not sure how much, sets a worrying precedent for any business here in Malibu. And I do have, we'll leave it at that. But again, any decision impacting this event should consider, I'm not even going to get into the legal stuff over here, but there will be no more Malibu Triathlon. I recommend this go back to council, to the committee for review and further discussion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any speakers? How many we got?
There are 9 raised hands. First, 9.
9? Let's give them a minute apiece.
We gave 2 to everyone else. We should give the same to the people that are online as well.
I think we've heard pretty much everything we're going to hear, but
we.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Give them 2 minutes.
First is Heather Wildman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Heather Wildman, and I am a Malibu resident. I've also raised 2 children here. I just want to tell my personal story of doing triathlon. I was a young individual working at the Malibu Deli as a waitress, which is now Marmalade, and I was exposed to the Malibu Triathlon. I believe it was the first triathlon with Michael Epstein. And I just want to say how much it changed my life personally. And I think that it could do the same for other children in our community by giving them self-confidence, raising their self-esteem. And I have gone on to do multiple triathlons, multiple marathons, including the Hawaii Ironman. And I have raced all over the world. And Michael's races, because I've done more than I can count, have again been some of the best triathlons I've ever done. He's done such a great job, and I believe our community needs him and his triathlon, and our children need that exposure, and even the young adults and adults in our community need that exposure to help them also give them confidence and the ability to just thrive in their lives. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Laura Weberling.
Give me the name after that so the other person be ready too.
And then Robert Lorita.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Lara Weberling. I'm the bereaved mother of Hans, who passed away in 2012 and was treated for a pediatric cancer at CHLA. I am here representing my teammates on Sophia's Buddies. I've been a team captain on Sophia's Buddies in the Malibu Triathlon since 2015. This will be our 10th year as a team together. As a team of families, we are motivated to compete in and fundraise for in this Malibu Triathlon, and we're deeply connected to the life-saving mission of our heroes and researchers at CHLA. We support Michael Epstein collectively as race director, and we concur with the support of the Zuma Foundation. Under Michael's direction, everything went seamlessly. We believe he never would have missed a deadline to get a permit passed last year. The parents believe that Michael takes very careful care of every event detail. He takes care of the athletes, and he also has a nuanced, sensitive compassion for those families that are fighting and have fought and have won and have lost and are still fighting their battle against pediatric cancer. And I'll save 30 seconds and just say we collectively support Michael Epstein.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Robert Lorita, followed by Terry Brown.
Go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Robert Lorita, and I helped start the Disney Triathlon team back in 2002. I raced the Malibu Triathlon for well over 16 years and worked with Michael to help build the Entertainment Industry Challenge. We started with the Disney team, and Michael made sure that because the Disney team was such a success, we went over to the other studios and showed them how to do it. And that was Michael that brought us together. Whenever we needed anything on the beach, if we needed buoys, Michael would see me swimming out there every Saturday morning at 6:30 to place a buoy. The next year, he placed the buoys for us. He got lifeguards for us. He listened to our needs. He addressed our needs, and he built friendships and relationships that have lasted for more than 15 years. He organized trips to the hospitals so that celebrities could go and we can use their support for press and shine a spotlight on the event, bringing people together in Malibu so that we went to the restaurants of Malibu, we supported the businesses in Malibu, we paid for parking at Malibu. Sometimes Michael paid for parking for us. All this to say that I support Michael Epstein, and I hope he gets the contract, and I hope he is back running the race for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next, please?
Terry Brown, followed by Bill Sampson.
Terry?
Good evening. My name is Terry Brown. I am a 61-year-old triathlete. Didn't start doing triathlons until I was 55. And in 2017, 2018, and 2019, I did the Malibu Triathlon under Michael Epstein. And it was life-changing. I have done additional triathlons. And it is extremely important that the Malibu Triathlon continues. But where I am extremely proud is I am a great aunt to a beautiful niece who is 11 years old now, but at 3 years old was diagnosed with medulloblastoma, a brain cancer. And no child should have to go through cancer. And the funds that are raised through this triathlon honestly make a difference. As in 1 in 285 children in the U.S. will be diagnosed with cancer by the 20th birthday, and only 4% of the federal funds that are raised go to pediatric cancers. The funds that Malibu Triathlon raises are extremely important, and I encourage the council tonight to side with Michael Epstein and award him the contract for the Malibu Triathlon because he does extremely good job at what he does. He supports the athletes, and he works very hard at raising the funds for the children's pediatric cancer. I thank you for your time, and I hope you take my thoughts into consideration.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
Bill Sampson, and then Valentino.
Bill, you're on.
Thank you. I'm probably not really much of an athlete, but I've been to the highest point of 44 states. I paddled Malibu from county line to Topanga with my daughter. I've been to several a lot of 4,000 meter peaks in the Sierra Nevada. I have run over to Thousand Oaks and back. I've ridden my bicycle to the summit of Mount Wilson. All of the athletes, congratulations. Nobody yet has really spoken about the negative impacts on the residents of these events. Mr. Epstein, and I've heard it pronounced both ways, and I chatted about it. I suggested to him, if you're going to have this thing, or whoever's going to have them, when you block our roads, make everybody stop for a couple of minutes and let us out. If you really care about the community, all of these folks have been talking about how much it is for the community, but then when the community is negatively impacted, they want to just keep running. I suppose if there's a pro out there, maybe the first elite runners, the 1%, I don't know. If they're running for money, let them go and we'll wait. But for everybody else, let them wait too. They can be part of the community and deal with the community's traffic problems. I do know that the current operator of the triathlon seems to be a bunch of foreign companies. That bothers me greatly. I couldn't really find out much about them. They're in other places. As far as the half marathon, I'm always in favor of locals. But I do want you guys to tell the sheriffs, let us out of here and don't hold us for half an hour. That's your guys' job on the council, or us. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Valentina, followed by Tanvir.
How many more after that?
2.
Okay, go ahead. Are they signing up late, or have they been on?
No, they were on.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, I am Valentina Reebok, and we support Michael and Zuma Foundation to keep helping children like me fighting cancer. I am Valentina Reebok, CHLA warrior since I was 2 years old. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
That was.
Oh.
What happened? Next speaker.
Yeah. Tanvir H.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah. Hey, good evening. Yeah. So I just also want to speak on behalf of Mr. Epstein and the Zuma Foundation. He was my first race director back in 2014. I went from being a D1 college football player to going into this crazy sport, and I can say and I can attest for the people that spoke before and probably thousands of triathletes, this gentleman's changed my life. He genuinely cares about the sport, but he brings our triathlon community together with just compassion and the sake of helping and benefiting society. When you take a sport like this, which requires, as many of these triathletes wrote, serious dedication, but then you're impacting society, what he's going to do with the Zuma Foundation and local, Boys and Girls Club and communities there and so forth, and keep pressing. I mean, it's incredible. I've supported the event at Malibu. I live in Hermosa Beach. He comes and impacts and does an amazing job in my community. And even 2 years ago, I literally told him, and I competed and I've done the Super League Triathlon. They do a great job as well. I told him just really not the same. It's just genuinely, I told him I missed him. And I think it would just behoove the council to overlook the, 3 decades of what he's done to impact, athletes like myself and thousands of others while making it, insurmountable. I don't even think you can measure the impact he's made on just, LA as a whole. And he's brought an astounding amount of attention and prestige to this actual triathlon. I've done triathlon literally all over the country and the world, and this one here is just it's so, I would say, prestigious just because of what all the hard work and the vision and everything was brought to the actual sport and the track. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christian Markey, and then the last hand at the time the item was called is Rosa O'Reilly.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Christian, you should see a pop-up to unmute.
If Kristen's unavailable, we can move on to the next speaker.
We'll circle back and then go to Rosa O'Reilly.
Rosa, you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay. Hello, Rosa O'Reilly. I'm a bereaved mother, also representing Sophia's Buddies, and I wanted to call to support Michael Epstein, and that is all. Thank you.
Is it?
She said she was done.
Okay, I'll go back to the one we just missed. See if she's available.
Christian Markey.
Okay. Okay, let's wrap it up. Cool. Thank you very much. Okay. Close the public comment. Let's bring it back up to the council table. Questions? Comments?
I think it would be good if we could hear from the ad hoc committee about their deliberations.
Sure.
Hi. As you know, we put it out to proposal. People came in, they gave presentations to us. They gave us responses in writing. We asked them questions at that time when we were interviewing them. We asked for responses. We got responses from Michael. We did not get responses from Brennan's partner. And overall, I felt personally that I was in favor of Michael because he had done a good job in the past. I liked the fact that he had changed the plan, which was to have the whole thing be a nonprofit. I was also influenced by the fact that he's currently a board member of Children's Hospital LA, and I have no doubt that his intent to continue to support Children's Hospital and all those other programs he originally created as well. And when I found out who was on his board, I found to my surprise, after only 45 years in the community, that I recognized 5 out of 6 names. So that was, I have a degree of trust that they will do what they said they were going to do. The contract, by the way, says there can't be any transfer of the property without the approval of the city. That's one of the concerns that was voiced by Pamela. That's non-assignability. So that was my feeling on that. On the other one, I felt it was pretty much of a toss-up between the two groups, and I did not know that there was another corporation that was what is it, X11, Y11. Somehow that the fact that there was another corporation in Singapore that was an owner escaped my notice. So that's for me.
An owner of whom? Owner of?
Malibu Race Series.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Well, before you go on, Paul, does that in any way change your belief?
I'm confident that either of those two would put on a good show, but I think that if there's a part of me that believes strongly in a locally owned and centered nonprofit that is going to stay here and not be subject to whatever somebody decides in another country.
Marianne?
So for me, I was definitely attracted to the Zuma Foundation's presentation. I like that it was locally based here. Despite Michael Epstein selling the race, he still had another race that he was doing, so there was still a continuation of the activities. So I felt confident he'd be able to produce this race and have it be successful within our community. I like that it was a one-day race instead. And I also like the incorporation of the youth into the programming. And that they were also spreading out. Well, I think Boys and Girls Club is an absolute gem in our community. There are many other nonprofits that definitely need love and attention by some of these things. And Zuma Foundation was showing that they were incorporating others into that donations. So that was a big thing for me. With regards to Malibu Moves and Malibu Race Series, while I acknowledge that Erica has done a fabulous job through the years in building up that race, at the time of the interviews, I didn't see the support system that she's displaying now. She came in just as a single entity person and didn't expand on the amount of people or other entities that she had to lean on for that. Malibu Race Series, on the other hand, Cassidy is very much part of the community, has been a part of the community. The legacy of her husband having started the race definitely impacted my decision to lean more towards recommending that race series. They did show themselves to be a front-facing local group. And given the programs that she's already initiated within our community with the youth, the successful running programs through the school systems, the additional running programs, it showed to me that she had an intent to build a legacy of programs, and she had already started on that, regardless of whether or not they were awarded this programming. And so making sure that our youth has that foundation and are being encouraged to do things. They also proposed a more robust youth running program through the race that will take place, where it challenged the children more, and I like that it wasn't just a short race, that it actually had some build-up and it had some goals for the children to meet. They would have some meaning links. It's a longer race, things like that. So those things were important, that those had already been established, regardless of the awarding of the contract.
Paul or Doug, any other? It was your question, so.
Yeah. Just out of here, well, one thing I would mention at the previous presentation, I was wanted brought up to Kristen, maybe we needed to get additional insurance review, and I think that was improved. Red flag cancellation was in the original policy that the council approved back in 2011 or whenever this first started. We got that put in. The one question I do have, though, 5 years is a long time. And is it possible to make this like a 3-year term with a 2-year option on both sides to extend?
Doug, I was going to address that later. It says 5 years. It could say 3 years. It could say 20 years. In effect, it's a year-to-year contract because there's a 6-month cancellation policy at will for no cause.
By either one of us.
By either party for no cause on 6 months' notice. So basically, from year to year, either party can terminate the agreement. It's a 1-year agreement.
Okay. That's all the questions I had at this point.
Okay. Yeah, just one, and back to what Paul said. The original agreement we had with Michael Epstein had an assignment clause, just like we do in this one. So that's not something new. Now, apparently, the city council at that point in time, whoever was on it, agreed to let him sell it, but that assignment clause is already in the original contract we had with him. Just to be clear.
Can I deal with that too?
Sure, go right ahead.
Because that's on my list of things to deal with. A non-assignment clause is not a anti-acquisition clause. That's a separate type of provision. And I'm going to put one up that I am going to suggest that we add to the agreement. So I'll get to that. I have a lot of comments. I don't know if anyone else wants to say anything further first.
Just a quick comment. A nonprofit really can't sell for a profit.
Apparently, it's been done.
Yeah, pardon? Well, according to the state of California, you're supposed to give the excess cash back to another nonprofit. So, but
so, go ahead.
Sorry, before you start, can I just ask one clarifying question that came up? Michael Epstein or whomever you want to answer, if you could come up.
Thanks. A couple commenters made reference to CHLA losing the funding that they've been enjoying from the benefit of this race. Is that something that will continue regardless?
Yeah, as was mentioned, I'm on the Board of Trustees of Children's Hospital Los Angeles. I am also a member of the CBDI, which is the Cancer and Blood Institute. I'm on the Leadership Council. And CHLA was part of our bid and our RFP, as you know, and CHLA will 100% continue to be a benefit of the fundraising from the Zuma Foundation Triathlon.
But they will not participate in the same way going forward.
If we have other comments, we can call upon for clarification on that.
Okay. Any further questions on the CHLA element? Okay. Just again, I hit $1.5 million that I raised for them under my leadership.
Thank you, Mike.
Every program that's in place, I developed and implemented.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, so we've got a very strange dynamic going on here. We've got, on the one hand, Michael's original triathlon. Michael, was that a not-for-profit or a for-profit, your original company? Yeah, please.
Thank you. I'll stay up front, just in case. The original company was a for-profit company.
Okay.
I believe that the statement was correct, that you cannot, a nonprofit cannot sell that. That's one of the reasons we did that.
I'm going to have some other questions for you. You might want to just hang out in the front row. So we have Michael's marathon company, triathlon company was for profit. He sold it, I'm assuming, for a profit. I'm going to ask some questions about that. And he sold it to the other party who's looking to retain the contract, and he's now seeking to be the triathlon person now. He's local. The acquirer, because the city council then didn't have an anti-acquisition clause, which we're going to talk about, is a multinational company, also for profit, and they want to keep.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I did not sell to that company.
He didn't sell to that company. Okay. They're a multinational company. On the other race, we've got Run Malibu, which we're being told is a multinational. I'd like to understand that better. I'll ask about it in a few moments. Which was acquired from, which we're being told acquired the entity that Erica used to manage. And she's now got a local, I think also for-profit. Yeah, another local for-profit. But it's like, so she's like Michael was originally. She was running the local enterprise, and then it was acquired. Now she's asking to keep the franchise here. The other one is the one that was running it, sold it, and now wants it back, even though it was acquired. It's very weird. Okay. But in any event, we've got two very similar, both triathlons are very similar, at least to my non-expert eye. Both both the other races are very similar to my untrained eye. It's really much an issue of character, local versus international, and what are they going to do for our community. Michael, what did you sell your company for? Can you tell us?
I did not sell my company, and as I'm sure you know, as an attorney, there's a lot of confidentiality in the agreements.
So you're prohibited legally from saying how much you sold it, or you just don't want to?
I'm prohibited legally from saying how much I sold it for.
Okay, did you make a profit?
Yeah, I mean, I've been advised by counsel not to get into this too much, but the original relationship was more of a partnership than a sale. I retained ownership, and I retained leadership of the event.
So how did Super League get the triathlon? Did they acquire the company you used to have from someone else, or are they completely different?
Super League is a separate entity.
So how did they get the triathlon? They just came in and asked for it?
I had nothing to do with. There's confidentiality stuff, Bruce, that I can't talk about.
Okay, so there's no chain of the entity being the same, not the entity, the race that's run by Super League. Actually, Brenda, maybe you can explain it. You have to come up to the podium so people can hear you. But hang out, Michael. I've got some other questions. What? Oh. So is the race that Super League is running the race that Michael used to run?
Yeah, Michael Epstein was the race director for Malibu Triathlon. Thank you.
You can continue.
He was the race director. Super League acquired the event from Motive, which owned the event, and I'm not sure how the structure was set up when they acquired it from Michael Epstein Sports Productions.
But it's the same race, same intellectual property in a sense.
Correct. The IP is really what was sold, as well as the contract that was.
But you didn't acquire it from Michael or from Michael's entity. You acquired it from some other successor.
I do not know how the corporate structure was set up with Michael within Motive.
Okay. You said you didn't want to get into legal issues, but is there a non-compete or any other legal issue surrounding Michael's ability that you intend to contest?
There are some ongoing legal, I'd say conversations going on right now. My understanding, as I'm not an attorney, I am a race director, is that non-competes are sometimes hard to enforce, and it's more, yeah.
Is there one? Whether it's enforceable or not?
There was at one time. I have not seen it, and I have no idea what the duration is or anything. So
Okay.
I believe so is
Okay.
actually the correct term.
Michael, why did you depart the marathon, the triathlon, which is the one that's now being run by Super League?
I can say that any non-competes that were in place expired years ago.
Okay. Why did you depart that? And why did you stop running that triathlon?
Is that relevant to this decision?
It is relevant to my decision, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
I wouldn't be asking the question.
I'd like to focus on the benefits that we bring, that we're going to take the race from a two-day event that closes streets for two.
Michael, I may actually, at the end of the day, vote for your event, but I'd appreciate if you'd answer my question. You and 30 other people have already had a chance to talk about.
I understand, but my
question
personal,
is,
I'm trying to answer your question.
So the question is, why did you depart from running the triathlon, which is now being run by Super League?
I did not agree with Super League's vision, and I resigned. I actually sent a letter to City Council announcing that I resigned. I literally bought a sailboat, moved away, and went to Europe.
Okay. No, because I don't think you can tell me why Michael did what he did. Okay. Okay, Brendan, I do have a question for you, though. Super League's a for-profit enterprise. Correct. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What do they make from the marathon, the triathlon?
Say again?
What do they make from the Malibu Triathlon?
I think we lost 100,000. We provided audited financials. I'm not sure if you were ever allowed to see those.
Your belief is it's a losing
No, it is right now. So, but again, as we were looking, I think within 2 years to be profitable for us. But again, this is separate from the fundraising that we do for Children's Hospital Los Angeles.
Right. So. But you don't the fundraising is that kind of thing like where people sign up to pay the people that are to make charitable contributions, the names of the people that run?
Correct. People register, that money then pays for the event, and then we provide various activities to really help them fundraise to actually hit those targets.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm really torn on all of these. And the answers to these questions have been helpful to me. Erica, can you explain to us why you left? Was it Run Malibu?
Malibu Race Series LLC.
Yeah.
There was a shift of control of ownership, and as I explained, the way that I had built this event and made sure that it stayed relevant and responded to the community needs was knowing that I had an ownership backing my vision. I don't believe, even if today, whatever it is promised before getting a contract, is that when you're running a portfolio of sports assets that include endurance events, triathlons, football, rugby, you're in an expansion kind of mode, acquiring properties that make sense into your portfolio. That's going to be your focus.
Everyone's had a chance to speak up. So you left because you had a different vision than the people that were
Yes,
owned
I did
the
not.
enterprise.
I did not support the change of ownership.
Okay, and your entity is a for-profit enterprise?
It is.
Okay, why is it not a not-for-profit?
is it a bad thing to want to also be a profitable business?
No.
I believe in business, and I believe it can be done with the benefit of the community in mind.
Okay. Do you have projections or forecasts as to what you would profit by
I
this?
know that we have averaged between $30,000 to $45,000 in profit in a good year. It is a very unpredictable industry because obviously we respond to weather conditions and things in emergency that are outside. We had a pandemic hit us and we were, on the bench for a year. But in general, what I believe is that this business makes sense if the person that has the vision is working on it, it ends on the ground.
Okay, so
that would be my case.
who was the owner of the race prior to the shift in approach?
The majority owner was my ex-husband.
Who?
My ex-husband, David McVitie.
Okay, and he sold his ownership interest?
He did.
Okay. And this question's more for the other folks. Could somebody who represents the other 5K? Thank you. Now, what is the name of the company that owns the race?
Currently, it's Y11 Sport and Media.
Okay, and who are they?
I'm happy to answer the question because it's a lot of mud swinging that's happened tonight.
I just heard that there was a disagreement in philosophy.
I think there's a lot of things that were said tonight that were false. So happy to have the opportunity to. So who we are, we got involved back in 2016 in this race. The race had financial difficulties. They were looking to renew, restart. We were in touch with Erica's ex-husband, David. They reached out to us because we were in the sports industry. Who we are as Y11 Sport and Media is, at the time, we were two people. James, who's my business partner, he's an ex-professional athlete from the UK, and myself. We were two people. At the time, we had a third employee. He soon left, and we were two people involved. So I think a lot of this narrative that we are this large corporation is, and most of the people who are saying these things have never met us. They don't know who we are. And so we were two people, and during the first years of the event, this was the first time we ever got involved in a running event. It's why we love it so much. We learned how to do a running event here in Malibu, and what we were bringing to the table was we knew how to do commercial programming. We knew how to do
I'm going to cut
sports
you
marketing.
off too because we've heard a lot, but I just wanted to know who your enterprise was. So it's you and one other person are Y11?
So that's who we were in 2016.
Who are you today?
So today we've grown. James, who's my business partner, is still the largest ultimate beneficial owner. I'm still the second largest beneficial owner. We're not this greedy corporation that we're meant to be. As we've grown, we've taken on investment, right? So individuals have come on, they liked what we were doing, and they invested money into our company. So we've grown. That's how we acquired other races here in the region. So,
How many other properties do you own?
We own 12 in the U.S., and we've acquired 6 in the UK.
Okay, and somebody I thought said Y11/Motive. Was I confusing that with someone else, or was that yours?
No, we're going to add a whole layer of complexity. So Motive used to be a company that operated, nothing to do with us. Motive in the past has owned events. They are the company that had bought the Malibu Tri. Has nothing to do with me or anything that I've ever been involved with. So the company called Motive bought the Tri, and then they sold the Tri. This is before I even knew Motive ever existed. So as we grew our business, Y11 Sport and Media, after kind of learning the business here in Malibu, we acquired more events because we had investment that came in, and we bought some events from Motive. Those are Surf City Marathon, Long Beach Marathon, and some small events like Santa Barbara Half, 2,000 runners.
Are they part of your group now, or did someone just use that name to point out?
No, 100%. So now that we've grown, we have this portfolio of 12 events, and this is the company that now operates, the Malibu Half. So At first, when we got involved in 2016, we took, we invested like $30,000 and we got 15% of Malibu Race Series, James and I. And gradually, there's some things that shifted. Erica, who had some shares because of her husband, we were working with her every day. We worked with her for 8 years, marketing, sponsorship, everything. She didn't do everything by herself. She had a whole support team behind her. And so we were there, and she had shares, and she sold them to us. We were good enough partners for the day when 2018, 2019, she no longer wanted to be a shareholder, and she sold them to us. And so that's how we accumulated more shares. And more recently, her ex-husband sold her shares to us as well.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just, there's one other thing
it's not appropriate to let people say additional things that they want to when there's been all this opportunity.
Well,
I just had a question.
false.
You've answered my question. Doesn't matter. You've answered my question. Thank you. Right. Okay. So, listen, it's very incestuous and strange dynamic of what's before us here. My inclination is to support Michael's re-entry into the Malibu arena, and to support Erica's company. But that's just where I am right now, not having heard further from others.
I'll speak up and say that I agree with you. I think there's positives on all sides, but I lean toward the legacy operators, and I also lean toward the local operators too. I know she lives in Italy. Thank you, and also in Valley. But besides that, I think this is a business that really the city of Malibu isn't in. You know, I look back on the Malibu triathlon. The last 2 years, we've had problems with it. I sat right up here a few months ago, and we had to wind our way through a thread needle to be able to get this to happen. And I was getting phone calls about how the city of Malibu was keeping the triathlon from happening. Talk about, you know, a twist of fate. We're trying to save it. And don't have anything to do with it except to have our name attached to it and issue some permits. So, you know, this is a local race. Ought to be for local people. If everybody else wants to participate in it, that's great. But this is about local as opposed to national. This shouldn't be a money-making event. It should be something we're putting on for the locals. So that's my feeling.
Also, I forgot. I've got some technical issues, but you want to speak about the general issue?
No, I'm not unhappy. I just want to make sure that the language you want to put in that deals with the sale, we got to have that.
Okay, so here's the other things I'm interested in. And Pamela had a lot of comments that were very similar to things I had identified in advance of getting her comments, so we're of like mind on these. First of all, I don't, and this may be a little different than what Pamela was saying, I don't think either agreement should identify the Boys and Girls Club or any other specific entity at all. It should just be that the contribution, whatever it's going to be, should be as determined by the City Council on an annual basis. I've got some possible ways to, and really this dovetails with some other things that are going to come up tonight. We're going to be dealing with funding for the local schools. We're going to be dealing possibly with more safety for the community through PCH. Both of those things require money. I know this is not a large amount of money, but there's every dollar helps. But I'd like the agreements to identify either the contribution to be to a 501c3 entity determined by the City Council on an annual basis, or the city for the purpose of offsetting the city's costs of PCH safety, or possibly contribution to the general grant fund, because we then dole that out to various not-for-profits in the city. But the contracts themselves shouldn't favor any specific enterprise, even though it's a nonprofit. One thing that the ad hoc committee didn't touch on was how the contributions were determined, how they were, if they were negotiated at all, whether they were just specified by the, don't answer yet, I'm just throwing these things out, by the manager of the race, because obviously we would want to see the contributions to be as large as can be afforded. Pamela raised the question of whether the city was able to be a participant in the profit, and she said she was told the city couldn't in the past, and asked us to make history and say we can. I'd like to know from Trevor whether there's a definitive rule in the law that prohibits that, not whether there's arguments and not whether it's unusual, but whether there's actually a statute or a decisional law that says explicitly we can't do that. As far as the termination provision, as I said, even though it's a 5-year agreement, it is terminable on 6 months' notice for no cause. But let's put up on section 6.9, which is the non-assignability provision. I provided the city with a lengthier provision, which is fairly standard in a lot of agreements. There is a difference, everyone understands, between non-assignability and a change of control. In fact, and that's what happened here. The city ended up with a new owner because it wasn't the contract wasn't assigned. The owner of the contract was acquired by another owner. So I believe that the 6.9 should be substantially expanded upon. First of all, in addition to it not being assigned without the express written consent of the city, we should be adding, where's my language? Without which consent may be withheld by the city for any reason the city council should determine in its sole and absolute discretion. I don't want there to be any argument that we need to approve a change of control, need to approve an assignment in good faith. We have the right for any reason not to. But the further language that I've put in here, and I pulled this from another contract I drafted years ago, but it's relatively standard language, is that this agreement and all rights and obligations pursuant to this agreement are, and shall be binding on. I had Summa Foundation in there because that was what the contract that was presented as a sample said. And any of its successors or assigns, including any successor by way of merger, consolidation, or otherwise, and including any purchaser or acquirer of all or substantially all of the assets of whatever that entity will be, or any of its respective successors or assigns in any manner identified above, provided, however. I'm not going to continue to read the words, but basically, if you get acquired by someone else, if a majority interest, or actually more than 25% of you gets acquired, all bets are off. You got to go back to the city council and say, can this new enterprise continue with this agreement? I think we should put that in. I think, and I've said this before, I've never presented the language. I think all of our city contracts should have the standard language in it, and I would hope that in the future they would. And the other provision I drafted, you can put that one up, please, was 6.6, I think. Yeah, and again, that's the thought there was neither agreement should specify who the recipient of the contribution would be, and I identified 2 possible alternatives, and a third could be the general grant fund. And with that, those are my comments. I'll ask Trevor to let us know whether we're prohibited from sharing in the profits by some specified percentage or not. And then I'd like to understand from Marianne and Paul what, if any, negotiations occurred for the size of the contribution.
Trevor first, then me, I guess.
Councilmember Sosa, I would have to take a closer look to give a definitive answer on that issue. So if that's something the council's interested in, we'd probably be bringing this back. I can bring an answer at that time as well.
Okay, and I would imagine we could form a 501c3 entity that the city controls, whose purpose is to make contributions to other enterprises within the city.
Potentially, but why would you want to create a separate 501c3?
Well, if the city can't be the recipient of a profit sharing,
you mean have it put into an entity the city controls?
Correct.
Got it.
Okay, Paul and Marianne, were any negotiations, or were these just the numbers that were presented?
There were a lot of negotiations. One of the things you should know about, you talk about us giving us some money for the safety personnel and stuff like that. They're directly paying for that. Their contract requires that they pay for all the safety personnel.
No, that wasn't my point. My point
And the
was
sheriffs and all the rest of
No,
it.
that wasn't my point. That's a given. My point was that whatever money they're making as a contribution, the 100,000 or whatever it is, and or any profit sharing that we might be allowed to have, could go to, among other things, enhancing protection generally throughout the year on PCH.
Can I just pursue that just a little bit more? One of the things that I don't think is totally obvious about the way this works, the team concept that Michael created from all the various studios, they compete to see who can raise the most money for Children's Hospital. The money is going to go, that money goes direct to Children's Hospital. The other entry funds and things like that, they're going to share it with the local organizations, but you want control of who they control the money to, who they raise the money for?
No. It's a given that whatever contributions people throughout the community and abroad, whoever, are making towards the Children's Hospital or whatever other charity they might be supporting through their endeavors, that's a direct relationship that I'm not seeking to interfere in any way with. I'm talking about the monies that are paid to the enterprise to participate in the race, for sponsorship, whatever, where that money goes.
I believe and maybe Michael will like to comment on this, but my understanding was that the nonprofit board would decide and distribute the money to things within the community. Is that correct?
Yeah, in our proposal, we put some examples of how so one of the things that would help us, because we're a nonprofit, we have to stay within our own mission. Our mission is to serve youth-based organizations. There's a long personal reason that I won't go into right now why we serve youth-based. That's how we ended up with Children's Hospital. And quite honestly, my first charity was the Pediatric AIDS Foundation with the triathlon here in Malibu. Long story, personal reasons. But what we said, and this was again with Kristen's input and the input of the ad hoc committee, is we want to stay within our mission. So specifically the way it's worded in there, I don't have it in front of me, but it's something like Malibu's youth serving nonprofits. So we used the Boys and Girls Club as an example. We used the Shark Fund as an example. We actually even identified potential youth programs at the urgent care. But if possible, we would like to retain control within those parameters that it has to go to Malibu youth serving organizations. We even put the caveat that we will take the input. I watched the entire video of the grant commission last year and how you guys determined where the money was going to go, and that it was very specific that you wanted Malibu-based organizations, not just people that worked in Malibu. So we put in a caveat in the agreement that says we'll take input from the grant commission, but we would like final determination so we can stay within our own mission.
Michael, maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but I think we're talking a little cross purposes here. You're referring to the $100,000 contribution or donation that's made pursuant to Section 6.6 of the agreement.
Correct. Yeah.
I'm talking that's one thing, and that's what I do think that, notwithstanding what you just said, the recipient should be determined by the city.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
But
that's respectfully disagreeing with you.
That's fine. We can respectfully disagree. We'll see where it goes. But I was referring, what you were answering, I thought, was where the other money that comes into the enterprise goes.
I don't think so. I think we're all on the same page.
No, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm asking about. Where does the money that comes into the not-for-profit that's not being made as a contribution, where does that go?
Oh, you're talking about any excess proceeds that the nonprofit may have?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're right. I didn't understand you. I apologize.
That's fine. My question probably wasn't clear.
Any excess proceeds will either, there's all kinds of regulations. They'll either be redistributed or just build the event itself and the programs that so there's a possibility. So we put in there that we'll start with $100,000. If we're doing incredible, right, we will donate more than $100,000. we're not going to zero out the account and have no money every year. So I mean, we'll run under all the normal governance of a nonprofit.
Okay.
So we will retain some cash for the next year's event.
Okay. Also, Erica, if you're
okay.
That's fine. If your company were to get the contract, would you be willing to step into the contract that's been presented to us?
So if I understand correctly, we are committing to a minimum amount, and you would like that not to be specifically assigned to a charity of choice, but for the city to be able to give input on that, because separately from Michael, mine is a for-profit. So I do wish to set a good
I was going to go there next, but no, my question was, first of all, since you're not on the contract that's in the agenda packet, would you be willing to sign the same contract?
Absolutely.
That's already there.
Yes.
That was the only question I was asking. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Then the next question is, are you willing to agree to some kind of profit sharing participation if the city has the legal capacity to do that?
I'm absolutely. I mean, if it's reasonable, we still want to be a flourishing business, but yes, this is the type of relationship I wish to have with the city. So.
Okay, so I'm going to move that the two agreements be amended to at minimum include the provision 6.9 that I had put up. 2, that 6.6 be amended to provide that the contributions be made to a 501c3 to be determined by the City Council. I'll leave the profit participation off the table for now because we can always come back to that 6 months or a year from now as a condition of renewing of not terminating the agreement. But I think that the contract should be with Michael's entity, Zuma Foundation, Inc., and with Erica's entity, Run Malibu. That's my motion. So Malibu Moves, I'm sorry. So my motion is Michael Epstein's entity, Erica's entity, with the 2 changes that I put up on the screen. One being the non-assignability provision and the other being the delegation of who gets the charitable contribution to the City Council. Can I get a second for that?
Let me just make a couple of quick comments here. First off, I got some familiarity with nonprofits. There are no shareholders in a nonprofit, so your sale transfer clause, while very valid for a profit-making corporation, doesn't apply to a nonprofit. So
it's superfluous with respect to the nonprofit.
Okay, but I think you may need to have a change of language on it. The old language that's in there probably applies more to a nonprofit.
Good point. Thank you.
Okay. Secondly, I don't think we want to have the right of refusal on this 501c3. I don't want us in the deciding who gets the benefit of it. I would prefer that it just be a 501c3 that is tied to Malibu, something along, and Michael, I think, had the right words for it. If you could repeat that, that's what I would suggest we put in there. We don't need to be in the approval business. It was a youth-serving nonprofit, I believe.
Yeah, it's actually out of our mission statement, but it's just, and Casey advised me and helped us write this together. So I appreciate that. She's got great experience, but our mission is to serve Malibu youth, I probably have it written down, Malibu youth-based 501c3 organizations.
If we could, I would suggest that be the language in it, and we not.
I think it's already in there.
All right, well, you're going to second my motion with that change?
I have seconded a motion with that change and the modification of the sale clause.
Trevor, can you check it?
Nonprofit or profit.
Okay, I'll accept that.
I think it's 6.6, right?
It's 6.6, yeah, but
agrees to donate at least $100,000 each year for the term of the agreement to Malibu youth-based, community-oriented charitable organizations such as the Boys and Girls Club of Malibu, parent-teacher associations for Malibu public schools. There are a few more examples that it goes on.
Right, but I like the way Michael or Doug, I forget which it was, just described it much shorter, which is just don't identify specific potential recipients. Just say a Malibu-based 501c3 youth-oriented enterprise.
It already it does say that. Do you want to just delete? Are you saying you want to delete the examples?
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't say 501c3.
It should say nonprofits.
Yeah. Michael can only donate to nonprofits.
Does this allow you guys to approve it tonight, or does this bring it back again?
I think this allows us to approve it.
I think it's an approval.
Well, are we separating? Are we separating the two?
I would use that same language for the other contract as well. But the other contract has an actual schedule, but in terms of who the recipient would be, I would use the same language. Does that make sense to you?
I'm in agreement with that, consistent for both of them. Let's try and get it signed.
Just to be technical, a charitable organization, I mean, Erica's for-profit can still be charitable, even though it's not a not-for-profit. That's why I'm saying I think the 501c3 designation should be part of the description in the contract.
That's perfectly acceptable to me. Michael can only donate as a nonprofit to another nonprofit.
Right. Okay.
But his salary can be whatever you want.
Yeah, that's going to be looked at next year. That was the point of my profit issue.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Go ahead.
So if I'm understanding, no disrespect to you, Erica, you're voting to go with someone who's not a Malibu resident because she's an independent contracting out with everybody instead of a director who's based in Malibu and already started Malibu programs because they're part of a larger corporation?
My motion, my thought process is based on the totality of everything I heard tonight from the community, and that's just my gut judgment.
Can you rephrase what you just said?
Well, Cassidy lives here and has school kids and has started programs already functioning in Malibu for Malibu youth and adults. Erica hasn't, to my knowledge, started any programs that are operating in Malibu at this time, and other than the Chamber of Commerce, is not a resident of Malibu.
Okay, but the only employee that lives in Malibu for the other company is Cassidy, right?
Right, but she's a part of the community beyond our Chamber of Commerce. So I'm just asking the clarifying. And Cassidy, I want to recognize you to be able to make a clarifying.
You have to ask me if you can bring her up.
May I have Cassidy please come up and answer?
You got a question?
Sure.
Come on up.
Cassidy, could you please clarify the structure of the company?
Yes. So I'm the director of Malibu Race Series, which means I have full financial control of the race and the event, which I think I actually negotiated, but I felt was incredibly important to ensure that this event was respectful of the community and honored what the community's priorities are. When I stepped into this event 6-7 months ago, it was May. Erica, the previous race manager, had left very abruptly and dropped everything. There was no transfer of anything. Now, is that someone who operates with integrity? Is that what we want leading events in our city?
Well,
let's
stay and clarifying about your involvement in the company.
I'm the director of
not
Malibu
making
Race
disparaging
Series.
comments.
Yeah, so outside of developing the kids programs over the last few months, I also navigated a new parking situation, which I think was better for everybody, better than it's ever been. And I participated in the event the last 2 years, and it was a nightmare. It was the best this year by far. Not only did we buy out as much as we possibly could, which is a lot of negotiation with beaches and harbors and the Board of Supervisors to allow for free parking for participants and anyone who chose to park in Zuma, took a ton of pressure off of PCH, which I know as someone who lives here. But I also noticed the entire course length, which had never been done before. So when I came into this event, it was an event that happened in Malibu, but it was not a Malibu event. And the differences have been shown this year already, with very little notice, very little support from previous management, and just with the backing of a team.
Keep it to the question, okay?
Thank you. Yeah. So, Marion, just to follow up on the answer, first of all, I think these are all tough choices. And I think Paul, someone's described it as practically a toss-up. Just my inclination is the one that's been proposed. Yes, we have a local manager, but it's not a local business. Erica doesn't live in Malibu, but she is local. She's bi-country, I guess. I used to be bi-coastal. But I view myself as living here. But I just see overall, I get more of a Malibu vibe from that, and that's just my impression. So that's the basis for my motion.
Bruce, can I request that you bifurcate the motion and we handle the two dates separately?
Yes.
Thank you.
I concur.
Just one quick, originally you made a comment, there was a comment about if the race is sold, can the city participate? Did we ever get an answer to that?
Well, no, that wasn't my suggestion. Was that we should have some profit participation on the annual proceeds. They're going to have to, if Erica, for example, if either of the for-profits were to get the contract, they cannot sell control without our consent, and we can negotiate that at that time.
Then. Cool, thank you. Okay, so we're going to change. We got a motion and a second.
And we're bifurcating it, so we're going to handle
your microphone.
So why don't we handle the Zuma Foundation first?
All right.
So it seems like that's probably the easier one. Yeah.
You guys, that's a friendly amendment to your.
Yeah, I concur.
Okay.
Great.
So just to clarify, when we're not going to have the city be involved in choosing the charities that the donations are to. That's going to be done by the Zuma Foundation and their contact out in the city. It just has to be a Malibu-based charity.
It's going to say Zuma Foundation, Inc. agrees to donate not less than $100,000 each year for the term of the agreement to a 501c3 Malibu youth-based community-oriented organization.
But there's no involvement by the city in influencing who that is.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Is there public comment on that motion?
No.
And there'll be the other language will still be there too, that they'll seek input, blah, blah, blah. It's just, they're going to
eliminate. You're deleting the where it says such as, you delete the examples, but the rest remains, correct?
And add 501c3.
Yeah, yep, that's already, I got that change.
Okay. And the other change was to put in the longer 6.9, but Doug said actually we need to make some kind of word change. I can do that on the fly, actually. Just change stock to owners. It is owned, even though it's a 501c3, is it not?
No.
No,
it's not.
So what are they called? Members?
No, it's neither of those. It's a mutual benefit corporation. There's no ownership to it.
All right, let's leave that one out of the nonprofit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the motion is to approve the agreement as presented for the Zuma Foundation with the changes that were just specified. Correct?
Just to 6.6, yes.
Okay.
Okay, Kelsey?
That was the motion, was there?
I think I got to say he agreed to second it, so.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, you're seconding that motion.
Yes, I am.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Euring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, second item.
Okay, so the motion's the same with respect to Malibu Moves, except that the longer non-assignability provision would be in that one.
And this, Councilor Silverstein, this one was not drafted for this organization, so I would recommend that you also direct that if there are any further changes to form recommended by the city attorney and approved by the city manager, that those be made.
That's fine.
Does that have to come back to us?
It's okay if you don't?
No, I would delegate to.
You guys can just get it done.
So we're going to change the name of who it's going to be made to, and then make any other consistency changes that are needed in the document. But it's going to mirror the document that was just approved with the different section 6.9.
We have a motion. We have a second.
I'll second.
Kelsey.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Got to vote, guys.
I can go either way. I said that before. So I would love for this to happen. I would love for everybody to be happy. That's not going to happen.
Councilmember, is that a vote or an abstention?
That was a vote. I'll vote yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
No.
Mayor Euring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. I think we've solved the race issue. Thank you all very, very much. I appreciate. No, we're done. It's done. Thank you.
Should it not go back to the ad hoc committee, the recommendation?
No, it's been solved. Okay. Do you want to take a break? Or we want to keep?
Let's take a break.
Let's take a 10-minute. Okay, 9:26. Yeah, we're going to be a long time. All right, 10 minutes, guys. Be back.
9:35.
Yeah, 9:35, someplace in there. All right, we're back in session. Keep it quiet, guys. We got folks know we got showtime. It is now for oral and written communications from the public. I thought we just had those, but deja vu all over again. Deja vu all over again. Merrill May, you're up first. Scott Dietrich and Joe Drummond. All right, go ahead, Merrill.
Hello, Council, City staff. Well, I'll make this quick because I know we're all in a hurry tonight. A few things. I want to say thank you very much for the increased presence, sheriffs, volunteers and patrols, and the CHP on PCH. It's the most effective and easiest thing to do to try to get this speed thing under control. Caltrans is supposed to start a bunch of work in January, so I'd like to maybe take out ads in the paper, do something to try to get people to watch for Caltrans worker, because it's dangerous when these guys are out there working. So they're going to be out there doing some things to try to improve the highway to reduce safety. So we should make an extra effort to try to watch out for the safety of the Caltrans workers. Speed cameras. I know you all are working on speed cameras. I know that they're working on a bill, Jackie Irwin and Ben Allen, but because of the staffing problem the sheriff department's having, speed cameras, I think, are the next most important step. I had a friend who spoke earlier tonight who you all know, very a good person in the community. He was sort of surrounded last weekend coming home by a whole group of these fast and furious cars racing up the highway. And so the speed cameras, I think, might help the effort in that to try to identify some of those vehicles. It's a very dangerous situation. There's some palm trees across from HRL that I've been told by some of the city fire liaisons that are very dangerous if they ignite. The sparks and the embers will come down in Harbor Vista and down into the city. So there's a bunch of dead palm fronds back up there. I don't know how we can get that fire hazard addressed. I don't know what happened with the white Tesla crash a few weeks ago, December 21st, down by Bush, where a car went screaming, hitting other cars, and T-boned somebody at Bush. I don't know what happened with that, but somebody at one point said reckless driving, like that killed the Pepperdine students and this kind of thing. I don't know if we can take the cars and crush them. Public demonstration on the City Hall steps, but some severe penalty needs to be done to reckless, hazardous driving that endangers our citizens and the visitors' life of the city. I know that Councilmember Silverstein's working on some things, and regarding number 6 and number 12, I'm in favor of those things, the radar guns and whatever else you can do to emergency declarations to try to put some more teeth into these measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Merrill.
And slow down. Everybody needs to slow down and be an example.
Good. Scott Dietrich. Scott, you're up. And then Joe, you're right after him.
And Happy New Year, Council, and thanks for all you are doing about safety. But when we listen to 45 minutes of Edison rearranging the chairs on the Titanic at the beginning of this meeting, I think we've got to go to the bigger question. They knocked out our power 5 times in a couple week period back in November. And, you know, you mentioned, like, didn't we have Santa Ana winds before PSPS? I think we did. I remember that. And let's face it, you were asking, okay, what's the plan? The plan for Edison is very clear. Hold off on undergrounding as long as they can, do everything possible so they don't have to. Well, they need to. And I urge you guys to use your considerable power and influence, because I think it's at the California Public Utilities Commission where we have the problem. If they do more than 2, 3 PSPS shutdowns, they should be required to underground that circuit. We all know it's going to happen, but instead we've got 100-year-old technology, and I don't like living in the third world. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Joe, you're up.
Again, Happy New Year. I just want to remind you to, this year, it should be about safety and the environment. And some things you guys can put on your list to get done this year is to please finish the skate park, the antenna tower to be lowered and make a more camouflage color, lowering fees and making it easier for small resident projects in planning and building and safety, and then 1-to-1 plus 10% fire rebuilds to get priority above anything else. Using our land that we own, the city owns, for recreation facilities for residents, such as community pool, which we greatly need, possibly a true historical Shumash museum, pickleball courts, etc. for seniors, and of course, more open space purchases are always welcome. Also, let's clean up the fire hazards that Merrill just mentioned, and Rob Dubois in Public Works is making undergrounding power poles a priority, and that's what we can all work on with new infrastructure, with the new infrastructure federal and state bill. And then in my personal opinion, just because it's always nice to have a reception area with snacks, possibly you could have a potluck before and after during breaks for city council meetings, not only to attract more residents to meetings, but bring more community spirit. I mean, I can't be the only one who didn't eat dinner tonight, so I don't know. If anyone wants to be in charge of the hospitality committee, I'm sure there's a resident who'd love that. And we have drinks and snacks at most of our monthly meetings, whatever we have. So it's just nice to have. So thanks for listening, and thanks for all you can do for Malibu this 2024.
I agree. When this meeting ends at midnight, a couple drinks will be well. Okay. Steve, city manager.
Mayor, we do have some Zoom speakers here to speak on items not on the agenda as well.
Do the Zoom hands. Sure. Who's on there?
There's 6 hands. First is Andy Lyon, followed by Ryan.
Okay, Andy, go ahead.
Okay, you got me?
Yeah.
Hey, good night. No, not good night. I'm just getting here. I feel like I've gone through a marathon myself. Hey, I'm zooming in about the skate park and you know, the appeal that Scott Gillen filed. I hope that the city council would go ahead and deny his appeal as fast as possible and get that skate park going. Instead of, I believe maybe Paul, you were supposed to be meeting with him or something to try and accommodate him or cater to him to try and make changes to that. I don't think there needs to be any changes to that skate park. Any change is going to delay it further. I think what we need to do is accommodate and cater to the community and get that thing done ASAP. It's been far too long. So I hope that you guys can bring that forward as fast as possible. And, you know, whatever threat of lawsuit that Scott is doing, you know, whatever, you know, sue him back if you have to or whatever, you know. We need to get the skate park going. It's just been, it's ridiculous that it hasn't gone. And, you know, they made a deal and, you know, they need to stick to that. They can't just wait to the last minute and make changes again. And, you know, I think also one thing is, since he is trying to delay the skate park, is to try and enforce his parking that he's using where the skate park is going. He's benefiting by that delay, using that parking for his contractors and construction workers and everything going on there. So it seems a little deliberate in what he's doing so that he can keep his offsite parking for his project there. So I would just hope that the city council would unanimously deny his appeal and just get forward with building that skate park. Kids need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. Ryan, you're up next.
Ryan, followed by Colin Drummond.
Ryan?
Ryan, you're unmuted.
Go to Colin.
We'll start go back to Ryan. Colin Drummond.
Okay.
Hi there. Thank you. I'm not sure if this is the right time to be speaking. I wanted to speak about the sort of safety, the PCH safety. If this is an appropriate time, I can just go ahead now, or I can wait.
You're talking about the items on the agenda, the 7A?
Yes.
You gotta wait till 7A. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
Thanks. No problem. Who's next?
Tamiko Fuote.
Okay. Tamiko, you out there?
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I just want to impress upon you the importance of, again, controlling the speeds on PCH in Malibu, especially around the residential and commercial areas. My husband died on September 27th, 2019. He was hit by a speeding car. Across the street, we were going to a soft opening of a restaurant next to the old Malibu City Hall. And as we were leaving the event, he had to park across the street because there was no more parking left in the parking lots on the land side of PCH. And when I stood with him at the curb, we looked both ways. We couldn't see any cars, both ways. And then I still didn't feel safe crossing, and I wanted to search for a safer way to cross. And before I knew it, he was already on his way across because there were no cars coming. And then when I looked again, I saw in the distance, coming from Carbon Canyon, I saw headlights coming. And this was just when it was starting to get dark. And I thought, he has plenty of time to get across. Well, this car must have been going so fast, because that's 0.4 miles from where you could see the bend and where the straightaway was. And I looked at it on Google Maps, and it would take 60 minutes to get from where I first saw the headlights to where my husband was. 60 seconds. And to cross the street, you don't need 60 seconds. So he must have been going so fast. And I just want to say that whatever you can do to get Caltrans to put slower speed signs along the stretches of PCH where there are residents, because on the other side of the street, on the ocean side, it was all residential. And on my side, on the land side, was all commercial. This is not a highway. This part shouldn't be a highway.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
Craig Hill, followed by Brad Meisner.
Craig, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Council. I have PCH safety comments too. I'll save them till item 7 if you promise you'll take it tonight. Otherwise, this is urgent, so I should go ahead. What do you say?
We're going to try and get that. We're going to get to that item, but I'm not promising you anything.
Okay, well, I just hope you get to it. I'll save my comments for when I have a full 3 minutes. Thanks.
Cool, thank you. All right, who's next?
Brad lowered his hand, so we'll circle back to Ryan.
Ryan, you out there? Okay, guess not. All right, so City Manager, back to you. Your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'll try to keep my comments fairly brief due to the lateness of the hour. First, I think most are aware, but right before the holiday break, we did have a very important visit on December 18th from the Secretary of Transportation, who came down to the city of Malibu along with rather large entourage of state officials, and we gave them a tour of the, as the city officials are well known, we gave them a tour of PCH, and we looked at the crash site and some of the other key areas along PCH. At that meeting, we did hear from the secretary that they indicated they were committing $4.25 million to Malibu for improvements on PCH. So I think it was really a good visit, and I think we were happy to have that direct attention from the Secretary of Transportation. Also, just following up in terms of issues with PCH, the city has created an information page on our website, which we are updating constantly with new information regarding any activities that the city's taking, any updated information from Caltrans, from CHP, from our Sheriff's Department, including any of the law enforcement operations that have been going on. So if folks have not had a chance to take a look at that, please go to the city's website and check out that PCH safety page. Also want to give an update to the council and the community regarding the long-term contract that we're working with to get the CHP here on an ongoing basis. As I believe you were aware, the city had some concerns with the liability language in the contract that was proposed by CHP. We've been working with them to get some modifications to that. We have not received an answer back on our request as of yet. Right now that contract is up in Sacramento and is being reviewed by legal teams up there, and we expect to have an answer back either this week or very early next week on that. So I'll keep you tuned as soon as we hear anything more on that. And of course, I just wanted to note for the record that while there's been a lot of great efforts here, we appreciate the efforts of CHP and Sheriff's Department definitely, and also the outreach that we've received from the Secretary of Transportation. As the council knows, we're continuing to have serious issues on PCH. As was reported, we had the fatality, which unfortunately occurred in the city limits on PCH on Christmas Eve. And then just last week, we had the other significant crash where the suspect was traveling in excess of 100 miles per hour and then struck 4 vehicles as part of a hit-and-run collision. So obviously the urgency remains. Also wanted to announce that the city, in partnership with the Malibu Arts Commission, Santa Monica College, and Shane Gang Pictures, will host a screening of the documentary 21 Miles in Malibu on Thursday, January 18th. The screening will begin at 6 p.m. at the Santa Monica College Malibu campus. Following the screening will be a panel discussion on PCH safety with the producer of the film, Mr. Michelle Shane, Captain C2 of our Malibu Lost Hills Sheriff Station, and your city manager. This complimentary event is open to the public, but unfortunately is currently at full capacity. Also wanted to report on a couple of things coming up. We do have a virtual meeting on homelessness set for January 17th at 11 a.m. Please check out the city manager's update for information on how to participate in that. Also wanted to note that we do have the homeless count coming up in Malibu on January 24th, and they are still looking for some volunteers. So if anybody would like to help out with that, you can contact City Hall for that. Also wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that we have a study session on the city's draft housing element set for January 17th at 6 p.m. The meeting will be held at City Hall, and persons may also participate virtually via Zoom. And also just wanted to note that we do have a public hearing on potential changes to the city's temporary use permit, or TUPs, currently scheduled for the February 12th City Council meeting. And that's it for my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I just also want to note that we have Captain C2 here to give a report from the Lost Hills Station.
Any questions? Captain C2, come on up. And she just got back from vacation. This will teach her to stay on vacation.
Yeah, I know. Yes, less than 24 hours ago, I was going through customs. So great to be here. Thank you so much for having me here. I will make this quick and open up to any questions you may have. But as the city manager mentioned, that we did have the fatality in Malibu. The detectives are currently looking into it, and we do not believe that it was caused by speed. Currently, right now, we believe that it was an unfortunate collision.
And then on December 28th, we had a person going in excess of 100 miles an hour. Our investigators are working on this day and night. Yes, the person did run, but I am confident that we were going to apprehend that person. So I will have more information on that. We did 2 operations with CHP. One was more of like a meet and greet with CHP. And we had, so it was really more the deputies that were out there are 4 motor deputies. And in about 6 hours amount of time, they did 61 citations, with 52 of them being for speed. You know, it's, you know, and I think Muriel said it best too, is, you know, with, you know, you see the amount of law enforcement across the nation is decreasing. But then you have increase of speeders, right? You have increase of crime, and there's that gap, and we just got to figure out how to fill that gap. And really, that's why, you know, I keep banging the table and banging the table. I need those speed cameras, and I need the speed cameras with teeth. We need something out here. We need better engineering, and I'm thankful for Michelle Shane really focusing on the education. And so if we can really, the only time to keep our foot on the pedal is on this topic, is really, it has to be putting pressure on Caltrans to really get that engineering, and I need those speed cameras. And then we did another operation on Friday. And that amount of time, I think it was like 3 hours, 27 speeders. It's just nonstop. They were just catching them left and right. As we talk about speeding, another topic that's near and dear to my heart that, you know, I kind of want to partner with you on, that we have done before, is school safety. You know, we talk about the school shooting in Iowa, and every time there's a school shooting, we all come back to the table and we talk about this. But, you know, we've got to really start making that a big focus. And I know my school safety sergeant will be returning in January, so we will have him back. I will be meeting with a mom whose son was an actual school shooter. I will be meeting with her. She goes all around the United States talking about this. And so I would love to partner with the council and making sure that our schools are safe. We're getting ready to roll out our real-time crime center, where we're partnering with the Las Virgenes School District on the other side of the hill to put their public-facing cameras into the system. And so that is something that I do want to partner with Malibu and the school district as well. So looking forward to your partnership, and I'm open to any questions you may have.
Questions, comments? Good news for you. We had a meeting this morning with our Cal Strategy folks up in Sacramento. We've got a draft of the legislation to put speed cameras in, which we're going to get to Ben Allen by the 18th of this month, so we can get that submitted. So we think we're making progress there. The other thing that was suggested, and I don't know if you do it, the city should, well, I'm with you, we need those. As you keep these records of how many tickets we're giving, somehow I'd like to get those things up to the folks up in Sacramento so they see that this problem is not going to go away unless they do something. So I will maybe get Matt Meyerhoff to somehow connect with you guys so we can gather that information. I mean, the good news was when they had the accident with the guy that split his car in two, I mean, the news media was on that very quickly. So we're getting a lot more exposure on that, and that'll hopefully send the message up to Sacramento also. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Scott Dietrich, I think you're next. Public Works.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. For the last year, I've had the privilege of being chair of the Public Works Commission, and I just wanted to let you guys know that since the 4 girls were killed, our emphasis has really shifted to try to focus on any aspect of public works within the city that we might be able to enhance safety. Now, you all know that a lot of the problems is Caltrans, and Rob DeBow chairman of director of public works in the city, has a very difficult time dealing with Caltrans, but he has developed a rapport with some of the people there and is able to get certain things. It's like walking on eggs, kind of. But our focus has definitely shifted. And we're not trying to take over from Public Safety Committee, but anything within our purview, we're always, I mean, this is something we've done, of course, all the times, back when Paul was on that commission. But since the accidents, we're really focused on safety. And one thing that I think I'll mention now is I know Doug has been a big proponent of the broken glass theory that came out of New York, that you stop little things and then big things don't happen. You guys have done so much in terms of safety for PCH, and I won't bring my comments on 7A now, but I think that we need to consider what are the little things that we could do, and one of them is we've talked about is giving tickets out for people that have excessive noise. And that might just be sort of the key that unlocks the safety aspects that we're all looking for, is we start cracking down on the motorcycles, blah, 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 and maybe that will jumpstart what everything else we're trying to do. So thank you, and you know, I don't know if the public knows how much you guys have been doing in terms of safety, but congratulations.
Thanks, Scott. That's the end of public comment. Up to this council table, anybody want to tell us what you've been doing? Paul?
I'm going to make it real quick because I'm eager to get to what's next. I had a great time off, saw a lot of people, talked to a lot of people around Malibu, and we really ought to all make it a point of obeying the speed limit down to the actual number, and get familiar with your cruise control and use it. And every time you go through a construction zone, put your flashers on and obey the speed limit. Be obnoxious to the people behind you. They'll figure it out eventually.
Marianne?
Sure. Yeah, I enjoyed my time off. I want to say I got some really positive feedback from the employees, that they were thankful and they really had a chance to recharge and have a clear focus after their time off. So I think that was an incredibly successful thing that we did. So keep that in mind for futures. I attended a League of California Cities dinner last week where we heard about zero bail from the Superior Court and the Chief of Police of Southgate, and they had some interesting perspectives on it. And then I wanted to remind everybody that this Wednesday from 9 to 12, Joe, help me out on this one, Point Dume Headlands, they're doing another weed pulling event. And so if you're interested in participating in that, be at Cliffside and Birdview. There's parking available at Westward Beach Road, and you can just hike up the trail. And they're having a lot of success dealing with the invasive species and doing it in a weed pulling instead of using chemicals and stuff with the state of California. So everybody should come out and enjoy the headlands and see the trails and everything. And that's about it for me.
Bruce?
Okay. First of all, thank the public speakers, as well as those people who submitted written comments. Always appreciated. I spent a substantial amount of time doing legal research, working on the PCH safety item that's on the agenda that hopefully we will get to, although I'm not optimistic. I spent a lot of time working on investigating and understanding better the situation with the farmers market, including speaking with Supervisor Horvath about both of those issues, about PCH safety and farmers market. Just to follow up on Paul's point about driving the speed limit, I've been actively, conscientiously setting my cruise control, and it amazes me how much faster I think I used to drive, because I feel like I'm crawling a lot of times going the speed limit. But there's one spot where there's construction going on now. The speed's been lowered to 40 and then very quickly to 30. Nobody is going 30. I mean, I'm going 30, and I fear that somebody's going to come crash into my bumper. And tonight, coming here, one of those cars that I feared was going to crash into my bumper, I wish the captain were still here, was actually a sheriff's car, which after it approached me going about 40 or 45 in the 30-mile-an-hour zone without its lights on, swerved around me and then kept going. So we really need to do a better job of going the speed limit, everybody. And those are my comments.
Okay, first off, as I look at my notes here, I feel like all I've done is public safety for the last 2 weeks. But let me just reiterate what's been said so far. I started this a few weeks ago. I'll say it again. Set the pace on PCH. People have asked us, what can we do to make PCH safer? And I'm looking over at Samantha. I guess it's her over there. I can't see for sure. That's the message that's got to be out there. Malibu Times, everywhere else. Set the pace on PCH. You can control how fast traffic is by that little thing in front of your steering wheel called the speedometer. And as we said, put your speed control on it. And here's the other thing. One of the things that came out of the PCH meeting that we had with the Secretary of Transportation was a slip of the tongue by the safety officer when he said, we did preliminary study on speeds on PCH. And the average speed for 85% of the cars was faster than the posted speed limit. Now, in California, that means that you're supposed to raise the speed limit, because that's the way we set speed limits here in California. It's not about how safe it is. It's the speed of drivers. You anticipate that the drivers know how fast they're supposed to go. We're not going to be able to lower speed limits in California on PCH because of the California law until we start slowing everybody down. So everybody in this room, you got a responsibility. You got your friends to talk about it. Make sure everybody knows. Slow the pace on PCH. And that's how we're going to make this place safer. Now, a couple other things. By the way, Scott, I think the right thing to do is get Public Safety and Public Works to have some more joint meetings. When I was on it, we used to do that, and it's a good chance to sort of vent the overlap. In the last few weeks, I had the PCH task force on Zoom. We toured with the Secretary of Transportation on the 19th. By the way, the CHP commissioner was here. The director of Caltrans was here. I mean, it was a very robust group at the direction of the governor's office. I want you to know how kind of pressure we're getting out of this. And the directors of Caltrans put $4.2 million, as the city manager said, directly into improvements. It's a list of 30 items. Some of those cure the 2015 public safety recommendations. We still have more to do, but we've been on top of this, and they've been very responsive from Sacramento. Also, did the CalStrat meeting this morning. I want to talk just a moment about the legislation for speed cameras. I'm sorry that Captain C2 has left, but we'll talk. I know where she is. And we've got the notes and comments on this, a draft that Senator Allen is going to submit very shortly, and it's going to be backed by Assemblymember Irwin. There are others that we're working with to try and get this passed. It is an uphill battle. It is hard to imagine that something as critical as this is an uphill battle in the legislature. But there are people who do not want speed cameras in California. It took 4 years to get this watered-down bill, and that's what this is, a draft we're marking up as a watered-down bill that got passed last year. And I'll tell you just one quick comment that I made this morning. When you read this letter for letter, basically what it says is you've got 18 months when you put a camera in to either show that you slowed speeds down or you weren't effective to the speed control. 18 months. And at the end of that 18 months, take it out. So it's not even permitted on state highways either. It's ridiculous what we're going to have to go through with this. And there are people that are fighting it all the way from the ACLU to the unions and others. And it has an organized agenda of people who do not want these speed cameras. We are going to have to fight this tooth and nail. It's an uphill grind. And as the city manager and the mayor and I are on this call, we don't even have a 50-50 odds yet this is going to pass. So it's going to take everybody pushing on it. So that's the message I want to have out of this. That is a critical item. It's the state legislature. We got to get it through. All right. With that, that's all my comments.
Okay, thank you. I agree with everybody's comments regarding trying to control speeding on PCH. I had a good Christmas and New Year's holiday, so thank you very much for that. And with that, let's move it on.
I got one more thing.
You got one more thing?
I got one more thing. Just a quick shout out. I brought these papers because I want you to see how much of a partner the Malibu Times has been. Look at this. These are front page, above the fold articles about public safety on Malibu PCH. I want to thank Haley, who's the editor. She is pushing this. I've talked to the writers from the Malibu Times about this, and the paper has decided they're going to make this a key issue. They are reporting it every week. We need to keep this in front of everybody, and thanks to Malibu Times for doing their part. And by the way, there's other media like the newspapers in town and the TV stations follow up on this. This is their lead, this and Hans. So thank both of them. That's it.
Hey, thank you very much. Question, guys. I've got some folks here from Pepperdine who joined us because they wanted to talk about item 7A. Do we think we're going to get to that tonight? Because I don't want to have them sit here till midnight.
We've still got the consent
Any
calendar.
thoughts?
Consent calendar should take no time. It's so good. Let's just do it.
Well, we still got to go through, there's items after that.
Yeah.
Bruce?
Well, I'm going to move that we continue to speak until we get our agenda finished tonight. I know we require 4 out of 5 votes to do that after 10:30, and we'll have to see where it goes.
Everybody got an appetite for that?
I ate dinner, so I'm good.
Okay. All right, let's keep moving. Consent calendar.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion, we approve the consent calendar.
Well, just give us a second. Anybody pull anything?
Unfortunately, I am.
Yeah, I got one
A
comment.
member
Be
of the
brief,
public
Bruce.
is pulling item 3A1, and then let us check on Zoom to see if anyone on Zoom would like to pull an item.
Norm pulled 3A1.
And we don't have any raised hands on Zoom. So
Okay.
those are the only items pulled by the public.
Anybody else besides 3A1? Bruce?
Yeah, and I'll be quick with them, but I'm going to pull 3B6 and 3B12.
B6 and B12?
Yes.
3B6, 3B12. Okay. Norm?
Mayor, did you want a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Well, you're here, Kelsey. You're very guest. We need a motion to approve everything except 3A1, 3B6, and 3B12.
I'll make a motion to approve all of those.
Okay?
I'll second.
Roll call, Kelsey.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Euring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Norm, you're up.
I listened to all of you, and I'm happy that you had good holidays. I'm also very impressed with what I've seen with regard to the outflow of people being concerned about dangers on PCH. I have seen a significant change. With regard to the item, I had a concern about some wording. I talked about it to Adrian Fernandez, and he resolved the problem. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Norm. Back to the council table, 3A1.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve 3A1.
I'll second it.
We got some comment first, guys.
Yeah, I have a comment. I've been thinking more and more about this after the last meeting. I'd like to understand one thing. Under the current code, we have a guest house, is that correct? That's correct. Okay, and other than the process for approving it, the ADU is going to be the same thing as the guest house. We're eliminating that term, right?
We're eliminating the second unit term. The guest house and ADU terms will be the new terms, but the terms before were guest houses and second units.
Okay. So here's my issue, because I feel like we've been misled, and I don't mean that in an intentional way, but one of the reasons, maybe not the only reason, but one of the reasons that we had reluctance to approve, for purposes of the ADU law, the 2 entrances to a highway requirement, was a concern that that would mean that we're eliminating the current right under the law to build a second unit and or a guest house where you don't have two entrances. And I don't understand, I don't believe that's correct, the more I've thought about it. Don't we have the legal authority to adopt a new ordinance that deals exclusively with this animal that we're going to call an ADU and sets forth this better process that the state's requiring us to for getting it approved, but only with respect to an ADU that has two entrances to a highway? And then leave the other code provisions intact so that you still have the ability to get your second unit or guest house, even though you only have one entrance, but you have to go through the more cumbersome process. I think so.
I'm not sure I understand the question, but I will try to answer. So we have, like I said before, we have a code ordinance that addresses second units currently, and then in that same ordinance we have guest houses, and we have restrictions that are very similar for both. We are replacing the section for second units with a new section that is called ADUs. And so I think what was brought up before is that currently the code does allow for second units to be built on residential zones without the secondary access. If we were to eliminate that section and then replace it with ADUs, then restrict ADUs to only be allowed with two means of access, then we would be more restrictive than the code that existed before.
Yes, I understand that. But my question is, why do we need to eliminate and replace that? Why can't we just adopt a standalone ADU law that complies with state law that only has a two entrance requirement, and leave our existing statute that deals with guest houses and second units, which have only one entrance, but which has a more cumbersome process for approval?
The reason is second units is just being relabeled to ADUs. They're the same. They're the same. There is no way to leave the existing ordinance as is and then add a new ordinance that allows for ADUs to be more restrictive, because there's going to be a conflict between the existing code that allows second units. So we are relabeling second units, but they're essentially the same.
I don't believe that's accurate. I don't believe that's correct. I don't fault you for. I don't think you're trying to say something that you don't believe is correct. I believe you do believe that, but I believe as a legal matter, we're being told incorrectly that we're required to repeal and replace the existing statute and repeal it and replace it with an ADU statute. I believe we have every right and ability to adopt a standalone ADU law that complies with state law and which requires, if we can do it, two entrances, which means this better process, quicker process, easier process for getting the ADU could be done, but only if you've got a property with two ways of access to the highway. And that we wouldn't be taking away in any way, shape, or form the existing rights that everybody in Malibu currently has with only one entrance to the highway to get a second unit or a guest house, but under the existing structure of the law. I don't see why we can't do that. I understand that it seems superfluous, but it's actually not, because the ADU statute is a different item that's mandated by state law, which we have to do, I understand, but we only have to do it for what we're going to call an ADU, and we can call an ADU something which has two entrances to the highway, and then we can just leave our existing law alone. That won't violate state law because it doesn't deal with the ADUs, which we're complying with state law, and it will only have the one entrance requirement, just like it does currently. but it'll require a more complex process that gives the city more discretion whether to approve it or disapprove it. And I think we were misled, as I said, I'm not saying intentionally misled, but by the exact reasoning you just gave, Adrian, that we're not allowed to do that, so we never gave any consideration to whether to do that. And if I had understood what I now believe to be the case, that we can do what I just described, I would never have voted to go forward with that.
Doug?
We ground this very finely.
I'll come down the line.
Yeah. Oh.
No, go ahead.
Oh, you want to go next? We went through this very intensely the last time we had this ordinance up here. And I think the key measure is that, as I think it was Joyce said, it was 85% of the locations in Malibu would not be permitted to have an ADU. And that violates the intention of the state law, and it's been turned down everywhere else. So it's superfluous to bring this up again right now. Let's pass it on the second reading and get this over to Coastal Commission and get their comments back. And let's get this this out of the way.
Mary Ann?
That's fine what Doug said.
Okay. I'm going to vote no on this, and I'll tell you why. Everyone who's been paying attention acknowledges that climate change is having some dramatic and devastating side effects. One of the most pressing and obvious concerns for Malibu residents is the increased risk of wildfires. As our habitats dry out, it allows the wildfires to become more frequent and rage like never before. Malibu employs 3 fire safety liaisons. These are ex-firefighters, and they've forgotten more about dealing with fire and fire safety than everyone on this dais combined. When the conversation on ADUs came up, they cautioned us that there were neighborhoods in Malibu that were already challenged to evacuate in a fire, neighborhoods like Big Rock and Trancas, and we should factor the safety of those neighborhoods into our decision on ADUs. So with that background, your city council, who professes that public safety is the #1 priority, ignored the advice from our fire liaisons and instead voted to give their friend Mike Bowdy what he wanted, which was unrestricted ability to build an ADU. See, votes are easy when you don't confuse yourself with any of the facts. To add injury to insult, the proponents of this ADU legislation acknowledges it was flawed, missing important safety precautions, and it needed to be brought back at some future time for revision. If we knew it was flawed, why didn't we just require the changes to be made now and get the thing done right the first time? Now, other organizations have made the same type of decision, put off doing the right thing now and trying to do it in the future. And we heard from one of them earlier in the meeting, Southern California Edison. Instead of putting the undergrounding and doing right the first case, they said, well, do it sometime in the future, and what you got is what you got, which is a mess. Now, item 3B7, which I think we're going to approve.
We're on 3A.
I understand. 3B7 is part of the consent calendar, and that's a request from CAL FIRE to get some money to do fire mitigation and other things in 5 major neighborhoods in Malibu.
We just approved it.
And I agree we should approve it, Paul. Paul, I don't interrupt you when you're talking, so please just be kind. All right, so that 3B7, which we approved to get some money to do fire mitigation, was for the residents of Big Rock, Rambla, Corral Canyon, Principe, and Trancas. So there were 5 other areas that everybody agrees is a dangerous area to live in if you got to have a fire, and we've ignored all of those. I think that's wrong. So I'm voting no, and I'm sorry I'm presiding over a council that places the money that can be made from ADUs over the safety of our residents. Thank you very much.
May I speak?
Please do.
This continuing attack on certain members of the council that because we want to adhere to the laws on our general plan, our municipal code, and our local coastal program as being pro-development and being anti-safety has really got to stop. It's causing divisions within this council, and I personally find it offensive to think that just because I wanted to follow the rules and laws of our community, that by some means that I'm pro-development. Our current local coastal program allows for second residential units in our community, and it doesn't have the restrictions on it that you guys are seeking. If we were to change the ADUs to having a requirement of having 2 entrances and exits, it would eliminate the ability for people to have this item as part of their development on their property. People are allowed a certain amount of square footage based upon the calculations of the specific property that they have. You have an acre of land, you get X amount of square footage, whether it's divided between a single family home and an ADU, or a single family home and a pool house, or some other configuration, you're allowed to develop or request to develop up to that square footage based upon you meeting all the other criteria within our local coastal program. This is not going to change the ability of people to develop their property. So they can either have one structure that is the maximum allowed of square footage, or they can have 2 structures where they have a main residence and they have an accessory dwelling unit. All this is going to do is benefit that property owner from the enjoyment of their property. And that is not being pro-development. That's allowing people to use their private property as our local coastal program outlines. And I would just really, really appreciate it if we could have a little bit more cooperation and a little bit more balance on how we're identifying people and their particular stances on subjects. I am absolutely 100% for public safety and for the safety of our community, and that's why adhering to our local laws and the requirements of the building code and the fire code are paramount within our approval process.
Anybody else?
Can I request that we vote on this?
I still have another comment.
Yeah, it's just, Mary Ann, I'm not saying that I want the 2 exits for all of Malibu. I'm saying there are 5 neighborhoods that the fire people, the people who know fire, have said these are dangerous. Seems to me if we're going to do an ordinance, putting some controls around that to make sure that we're taking care of those people seems to be what we're supposed to be taking care of public safety. And I believe that's what that issue's about.
So are we going to restrict those property owners from being able to propose the maximum square footage that property is allowed?
I go back to Bruce's suggestion. It says, if they want to build a guest house more under the current rules, let them do that. The ADUs are a different program.
How? What makes them different?
And get done faster.
Yeah.
No, they can't. They all require a coastal development permit.
That is correct.
So same time frame to get them both built.
They're identical, and I don't know if Trevor would like to chime in on this, but they are, as far as plan's concerned, there's no different between an 80. Again, we're just relabeling, repackaging it, but they're no different. Second unit is an ADU.
A guest house, by the way, I think is a ADU without a kitchen, and it's a little smaller. That's all it is.
That's exactly right.
Bruce?
So I just want to be clear. Maybe Marianne was referring to Steve, I don't know, but I did not label anyone who was in favor of supporting this in any way, shape, or form. I didn't suggest and don't believe that anybody's approving this for venal reasons, for monetary reasons, because they favor people who have money, because they are not safe, they are anti-safety. I understand we just have a difference of opinion. But I do believe that the council is not being provided with and is not appreciating the nuanced distinction that I am raising. And I don't believe it's superfluous or meaningless. I understand the ADU law to provide some kind of streamlining, if that's the right word, that doesn't exist under the existing law. Moreover, it can be changed by the state going forward in other ways. And what I'm saying is we don't have to change our existing law. We just have to add a new provision that complies with the state law. And we can make that as narrow as possible without taking away any existing rights. And I think anyone that doesn't understand that is not diving into it deep enough to get the subtle legal distinction. And we're not being provided the assistance and guidance on this that we're entitled to from the expert counsel we have. And I'm not talking about Trevor. And I would encourage the planning staff to think about this more deeply, because it seems on the surface that it's just swapping out the name of an entity, of a structure, but it's not. And we can define things however we want. So this happens in the law all the time. And I think we're not getting adequate advice, and I think we're not digging into the law deeply enough and making sufficiently informed decisions. And it's not because people are venal, it's not because they're seeking to aid developers, it's because they're just not devoting sufficient attention to detail.
Explain to me how a resident decides that they want to make an improvement to their property, and they're coming in and they say the words ADU. But because of where they're located, they may not get an ADU. But then they come back the next day and they say, I want a second residential unit, and they can get that because now they've changed the label of which they're going to propose development?
They may or may not be able to get it, depending on whether they go through all the provisions of the code that exists now. But as I understand it, the new law is streamlined in some way, shape, or form, and can become even further streamlined if the state legislature changes the law further. And that doesn't exist under our existing law, and we don't need to provide that streamlining for second units or guest houses. We only have to provide it for ADUs, however we define them. And one of the ways in which we can define them is being on a property that has two entrances to a highway.
But if they ask for a second residential unit and they meet all the criteria, then they can.
If they ask
because
for,
they're not asking for an ADU.
If they apply for a second unit or a guest house and they meet all the criteria and they go through all the hoops, and including whatever public hearings are required, and they get approval, then they can go forward.
Even if their property wouldn't qualify for an ADU.
Correct, because they're not getting an ADU. They're getting a second unit or a guest house.
Then they can bootleg the kitchen.
The only streamlining I understand at this particular point is if you're converting existing legal square footage within an existing single-family residence.
That's correct for the LCP amendment. There are provisions in the municipal code, but we don't have flexibility about the municipal code that needs to comply with state law. We do have more flexibility for creating different categories and names for what we put into the local coastal program, but that flexibility does not extend to the municipal code changes.
Okay. I believe I made a motion and it was second. Are we ready for a vote, Mr. Mayor?
Don't give me.
I'm ready for a vote.
Kelsey?
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Uring?
No.
Motion carries.
Okay, 3B6. Bruce, I think you pulled that.
Yeah, I asked that be pulled. I just want to say that it seems clear to me that we need to we ought to and need to whatever the word is, reconfirm the existence of the local emergency. As I see it, it's going to remain unless and until Caltrans takes effective action to lower the speed limit and provide a slower roadway, however that's going to be done, or we take those actions. Even since the 4 Pepperdine students were killed, there have been more fatal collisions, there have been more near fatal collisions, despite efforts of Senator Allen, Assemblymember Irwin, and Supervisor Horvath. Nothing material has improved. And I don't mean because they have not tried, they are trying, but Caltrans is a stumbling block. And unless they've only made cosmetic changes, they're only agreeing to make cosmetic changes, this emergency is going to remain until real change occurs. And we are going to need to continue to confirm this local emergency 60 days after 60 days after 60 days for however long it takes to actually bring about real change, because until something's changed, nothing has changed.
I'll second that if that was a motion to go ahead with this.
Sure. That was a motion to go ahead.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Need a second?
I seconded.
No, second. Kelsey?
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Uring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
3B12.
Yeah, I pulled that. I just have a couple questions. Why do we need to be paying for equipment that the Sheriff's Department and Highway Patrol ought to have? I'm not suggesting we shouldn't do it. We need to do whatever we need to do. But why are they not supplying this?
They do have a supply, but they don't have a supply for all the officers. So it's like a pool of equipment. So in order to guarantee that our officers and the CHP officers that are coming into Malo have one of these LiDAR guns when they're on duty, we're buying them to guarantee it.
Okay, are they going to be used exclusively in Malibu by?
Yes, we are tagging them, like to the point of like locating devices. We're very serious about it because they're not cheap, and we're going to keep real close reins on them.
Okay, and the other thing I ask is that we look into ways to secure repayment or funding pursuant to our emergency declaration or otherwise, because again, we have to do it. I'm in favor of spending the money and getting this done. If we needed to buy more, we should buy more, but we really shouldn't have to be expending the money to do this. The state should be providing that, or the county should.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Kelsey, roll call.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Euring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item 4A.
Okay, it's after 10:30, so we need to start voting on whether to proceed. I'd like to.
Vote in favor.
I'll second.
I'll make a motion to approve it, item 4A.
Well, hold on. That was moved to hear item 4A. Is that?
We're going to do them one at a time? Okay. Motion to hear 4A.
Actually, can I would like to move that we hear 4A on the condition that we finish the agenda. That's the motion that I'd like to make.
I would vote for it under those circumstances, Bruce.
Okay.
I'll give you a second. Go ahead. Roll call, Kelsey.
We can't bind the council to have to hear hear the rest of the.
Let's just do 4. Let's just do 4A.
I disagree.
Go ahead, Kelsey.
Mayor or Councilmember Silverstein, is that your motion, or do we need a new motion?
Well, I believe that you can lawfully move to complete the agenda on the to go to the next item on the condition that we complete the agenda. But if I'm being overruled by the city council, by the city's council, I guess I'm being overruled. But I disagree.
Okay, so we got a motion to move 4A. Go forward with 4A.
Motion to hear 4A from
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein and seconded by Mayor Euring.
No, that's not my motion.
I'll make the motion. Somebody want a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Go ahead, Kelsey. Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve 4A.
We need to do public comment and.
Do we have any public comment?
I got public comment on 4A, yes.
All right.
Do we need a staff report? I don't think so. No? Second reading, yes, we don't.
Yes, correct. We don't have a staff report, but
Joe
we're here to
Jones,
answer questions.
you've got a comment. Do we have any hands raised, Kelsey?
There's one hand.
Who might that be? Who? Who might that be?
Georgia Goldfarb.
Gotcha, go ahead.
So obviously you have to pass this for the non-conforming 10, like for like plus 10%. I just want to make a comment that I've heard that it's taken years for insurance settlement claims and all of this to have some of these rebuild projects not be completed, and it's been taking like almost 3 years, and they're still in planning, and that's why we need this passed. But I think with Alexis and Steve McClary and Richard Mullica and Adrian, that they should really put an emphasis on approving these like for like plus 10% fire rebuilds, like no matter what, just put it above everything else in there. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Do we need a motion to approve this?
Georgia's on Zoom.
Oh, Georgia, I'm sorry. Forgot about her. Georgia?
Yes, I'm sorry. This isn't regarding this. It's just that you went through the numbers so quickly that I had a comment on a previous one, the CAL FIRE grant, and I don't know whether at some point it would be possible for me to do that, but it is not regarding this issue.
Yeah, that's been approved already, so I think we got that one wired. So I'm sorry, Georgia. Okay, 4A, do we need a motion on that?
I'll make a motion to approve 4A.
Second.
Roll call, Kelsey.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Euring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, 6B.
Move that we defer 6B to another meeting.
Oh, we're doing 6C.
Oh, right.
I'll make a motion to hear item 6C.
I'll second it.
Roll call.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Euring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, staff report. We're going to get one of those?
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, before you is a funding request from the Malibu Schools Leadership Council, or MSLC, for $353,000 from the general fund. And the MSLC will provide a presentation shortly, but before the presentation, I wanted to touch on a few things. And our comments, staff's comments in no way is a commentary on the merits of MSLC's goals and efforts. These are simple considerations on the process and policy for your consideration. So the sequence of this request, as mentioned in the staff report, is out of sequence with the general fund grant program, which is part of our typical budget process. Also, typically what happens in these types of funding scenarios for cities is that an entity looks to the city for funding and then becomes dependent on that funding with minimal established fundraising history. So it can make it difficult to turn down these funding requests in the future. Also, considering that this is one entity in front of you out of sequence with the budget and the grant program, that also makes your decision somewhat complicated or difficult to consider on its own instead of totality with the rest of the general fund grant program, where you would consider all the nonprofits. Furthermore, this is creating a precedent that an entity can request funding from the city throughout the year at any point. While it's a fallacy in logic to touch on slippery slope, potentially this could be a slippery slope where other entities could come before the council. Also, the funding available could change. This request would be one-time in nature, as the city's fiscal outlook could change rapidly depending on economic conditions, but of course we're in a very healthy position right now. So the current funding, the city is currently funding school-related programming at about $230,000 per year. Approving this request would increase the amount to about $580,000. The Administration and Finance Committee did recommend the request be approved for one-time funding. And so with that, some alternatives that you could consider as you go through this. We could do a match of what the school district did, which was $200,000. We could consider increasing the general fund grant program for the upcoming fiscal year and allow all nonprofits to compete for that funding. We could also allow the MLSC to pilot an initiative this year, see what the success of that is before committing funds. We could also deny the request, or the council could consider an alternative that you deem appropriate. But we did want to at least give you that consideration from an administrative perspective before turning it over to the group to give their presentation. And so with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Alharden.
Good evening.
Now, is this part of public comment? How is this, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Public comment after or before?
This is public comment. This is public comment.
Look to the mayor. It's the presentation that was attached. I was under the impression that council wanted the presentation from that group. If not, it's your opinion, your call.
I think it's fair to let them have their presentation.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you. So this presentation was put together following the Finance and Administration Subcommittee meeting with input and guidance out of that meeting. And this was provided to you in advance, so presumably you've reviewed it. And so in the interest of time, I'll give some top-line comments and key takeaways from each slide. But for the benefit of all, this is the culmination of discussions with Malibu City Council and the Santa Monica Malibu School District Board of Education, which began last May and was led by the Malibu School Leadership Council. And we met with the Finance and Administration Subcommittee on November 6th. So the next slide. Oh, is there? Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. So since the discussions last summer and the meeting in November, we have assembled an advisory board and launch team for this effort. And this group, as you will see, is going to provide strong representation from all of our schools, along with known and respected members of our community, with a plan to move this effort forward and continue to expand the board as we progress. There are two key things to note here. Firstly, that the goal here is parity for Malibu public school education to those in surrounding cities. Because of our location and the economies and size, the economies of scale simply don't exist like they do in Santa Monica. And it simply costs more to find that parity in basic staff, arts and athletics. And the majority of school districts in California do have education foundations, including half of our school district. Second, establishing this entity now is going to be critical in the separation efforts, which are being led by the City of Malibu, since the first 2 years are going to present some challenges in funding. And there is a clear off-ramp for the funding request. There are challenges. The challenge that prompted this discussion last summer is that it takes quite a bit of annual funding to strive for parity in education, and we're still not there. You can read through the bullets, but the bottom line is that the current approach is not only inefficient, it's not sustainable, and it does not adequately support program expansions or enhancements within our Malibu schools. And we're not at parity with surrounding cities or even our own school district, primarily because of enrollment size and location, as mentioned earlier. It's just more expensive to achieve that parity in Malibu. The challenges are real, but the solution is clear, and a centralized fundraising entity can really help to address these challenges and be a consistent partner to our school sites to improve public education in Malibu. The recommendation being put forward today is funding for phase 1 of this plan, which will take us through June and put the foundation in place for launch this fall. Specifically, the funds would be allocated to establishing the foundation. So launching the fundraising entity for the next school year, and some of that work with the board and with some efforts that we're putting into place are already underway. It would launch an athletics pathway, so in the vein of parity, it's similar to what Santa Monica launched for their middle school students this past school year. And while there's questions about the ability for Malibu to support middle school athletics given our current enrollment and existing community recreational programs, the benefits are clear, and the interest in students and families has been confirmed through polling, and we have strong support and engagement. And it'll also create a pathway to high school sports. So this funding would support the hire of a dedicated athletics coordinator and a test for the spring. And it would fund instructional aids in arts to close the gap on the current school year for these staff members at our elementary schools, so we can shift those volunteer resources to establishing this entity. And the funding, of course, needs to have some clear goals and some clear KPIs. And so we established those out of the finance and administration discussion. And I just wanted to call out a few things here. So we had identified the Shark Fund as the recipient for the funding, but again, to the point of progress in this effort, the advisory board has taken the steps to set up a new 501c3 for this entity. as it's been clear that a Malibu Education Foundation is the path forward, and it creates a clean and unencumbered entity from the outset. And we've committed to providing monthly updates on the progress and budget reports, along with quarterly presentations of progress. We've estimated a plan of expenditures over the first year, the first couple of years, and timing for the City Council's review. And this will be updated monthly with actuals and presented quarterly with context. And a key thing to note is that the proposal isn't simply to shift the current fundraising effort to a professional. It's to fundamentally change the way fundraising is done for education in Malibu. And a primary goal is to lighten the pressure on Malibu parents, which are really the ones who are funding that $1 million each year as the primary source, and using a longer term and higher value approach to fundraising. Centralizing the efforts will reduce the individual cost. It's not consolidated at the moment. And central leadership and broad oversight will ensure transparent and efficient operations of the entity. And to demonstrate that the parent community is committed to make this work and to make this a success, there's efforts already underway. With the Shark Fund, we have secured district approval to name the high school theater for Dick and Arlene Van Dyke, and they have offered their time, their talent, and their name to help us establish an endowment for the visual and performing arts for all the schools, which would be transferred over to this new entity. And that's the model that we want to follow and establish with this new professional entity. A 3-year plan was established for self-funding, again, to make it abundantly clear that there is an off-ramp for the city, and the plan is to make this a self-sustaining entity. And with past results, we believe that this is definitely achievable. And with our transparent reporting, you'll be aware of the progress along the way. We have looked at the risks to our plan and have identified some initial solves to this. We're sure to run into hurdles as we go, but we have established strong relationships not only across the school community, but the broader community and with the district to help us overcome these as we encounter them. And the benefits are, these are some of the primary benefits that we've highlighted, but there are so many more that will unlock, that'll be unlocked for public education in Malibu. And it's key to note that this effort is going to directly benefit students and their families, which represent roughly 50% of Malibu residents, but it also, by default, supports local businesses, local real estate, and the broader community. Strong schools make a strong community. And maintaining that strong community connection is really fundamental to the success of this entity and will be key in the success. And we, of course, have family support and support across all of the schools. We are working on the community support individually, but we'll combine that. And that is the overview for the recommended action.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have some public speakers. Are they online? I've got, oh, maybe they're back here, okay. Cyan Roy. And then Kevin Keegan and Joe Drummond.
Thank you in advance for considering support for this important entity. My name is Shai Roy. I'm the Webster PTA president. I can tell you that the majority of my time in the last 6 months during my Webster presidency has been trying to get people to raise money. And it hasn't been on focusing on how can we demonstrably improve the quality of the education in the classroom, hasn't been, you know, back and forth with teachers and administration. It's really been chasing down people to get money. And that has been, and that's unnecessary if we are able to support this all-important centralized fundraising effort. And so I thank the city for considering helping launch this over the next few months. It'll help. It'll help hundreds of Malibu families here. And again, as Karen said, the real message is strong schools, strong public schools are important for our community. I want to also read a quote from Barbara Brutterlin, from the CEO of the Malibu Pacific Palisades Chamber of Commerce, who the Chamber has been very supportive of our efforts. And so her quote is, the Chamber of Commerce is dedicated to the future of our businesses and the success of our teachers and children in schools. And the success of teachers and children in schools is in direct proportion to their financial well-being. As a community and city, we have voted for our schools to be autonomous, and with that decision came the fiscal responsibility to let them do that. The Chamber and other organizations can only help fundraise and supplement partial amounts needed to help move children into college and the workforce. Naturally, the more financially stable our school system is, the more the teachers and administrators can keep their eye on the ball and focus on education and the well-being of our children. In that light, this has the full support of the Malibu Pacific Palisades Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much for your consideration of this, and Malibu families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kevin?
Good evening. Thank you to the mayor and to the council members for this time. Thanks also to the Finance and Administration Subcommittee for advancing the Malibu Schools centralized funding and athletics pathways issue for our community. My name is Kevin Keegan. I have been a parent of a Webster Elementary student. I have been a parent of a Malibu Middle School student. I am a parent of a Malibu High School student. Also, I serve as the president of the Parent Teacher Student Association for the middle school and the high school. I believe the City Council's support of a centralized fundraising entity can have a positive impact on families in our community. I agree with the belief that the volunteer model of fundraising by parents for our public schools is unsustainable. And lastly, establishing the athletics pathways for our middle school will integrate the public schools for families by improving the physical education link between elementary schools, middle school, and the high school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Joe?
Hello again. As many of you know, I'm president of Arts Angels, which is the fundraising entity of all the arts at Malibu High and Middle School. I have had a kid at Webster and 3 kids going through middle school and high school, 2 graduates, one's a senior, so I'm almost done. So as I see firsthand how difficult it is to fundraise in this climate right now with the greater costs and reduced enrollment, even with very committed parent volunteers. And then, of course, the amazing benefits to bring the arts programs for our children at our schools. Now, you know, we are paying 30% of the school district of the school district's budget, but we are getting very little for our inferior facilities, arts, science, and athletic programs. With Woolsey and the pandemic, we have lost fundraising power. When and if we ever have our own school district, hopefully we will be full of abundant funds from our property taxes to fund all these needs for our kids and students. If you, City Council, can make this happen, then all these requests won't be necessary. Arts Angels requests over $100,000 per year from our central fundraising nonprofit, the Shark Fund, to fund the coaches, special events, musicals, play productions, regular assistants such as our incredibly and talented accompanist, Cha-Cha, and the supplies, teachers' needs, and wish lists. Now we recently just secured an honorary naming for our school auditorium for Dick and Arlene Van Dyke, with potential future endowment from their contacts that should help fund these items in the future. But right now, we need great help for our families, Malibu families. So this will not be a regular request. As stated in the school's presentation, supporting the launch of a centralized fundraising entity for our schools is the most important thing Malibu City Council can do for Malibu families. And fundraising is the biggest pain point for volunteer parents across Malibu, and it is, as Sean and Keegan said, unsustainable as it currently exists. The city has a great abundance of funds, as Mr. Tony mentioned, that can increase safety as well as help our Malibu families and our schools. Please grant this request to make a huge difference for our kids' education. Strong schools make strong community. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. All right, back up to anybody online.
There are 3 raised hands. First from Georgia Goldfarb, followed by Wade Major.
Georgia?
Yeah, hi. I'm sorry. I really am interested in 6D, and you guys are going so quickly through these for people who are not experienced with it that I don't know whether you're going to hear 6D or that's going to be postponed.
No, we're going to do 6D.
Will I respond quickly enough?
We're going to do 6D right after we finish this one, Georgia.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll wait.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, next.
Wade Major, followed by Ryan.
Wade?
Good evening. Wade Major, president of AMPS. I just want to say, disenrollment, especially since the pandemic, but over the relatively recent past, has been a real problem. And it's been one of the things that we've talked about to being able to stand up our own district, that we need to reverse disenrollment. A lot of the key issues where disenrollment is concerned, people who leave after elementary school because we don't offer middle school sports, they go to surrounding districts. People from other districts, permit families, don't come here because we aren't offering consistency in funding for teachers' aides and arts and so forth. All of these problems are addressed by this. And this is a long-standing issue of fragmented fundraising and redundancy that this addresses. And it's extraordinary. It shows the kind of creative problem solving that this community is really good at. Years and years of inattention from the district. We took matters into our own hands. We have stood up an unbelievably well thought out solution. And I think it shows what a Malibu Unified School District can and will be. This actually is really good government in the sense that it's money spent to save money. All the waste that has been so common in the district over the long term, by not doing something like this addresses. So this is wonderful problem solving at the local level. I think it's an essential step to get us into our own districts, and it shows just what kind of efficient problem solving our own district will be able to confront locally. So thank you.
Thanks, Wade. Brian? Anybody after Ryan?
No, he's the last hand.
Ryan, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to ask you to have the city's law firm, BBK, explain how the proposed action is not a violation of the state constitution of a gift of public funds. I've kind of been over this before. I'm not speaking to the merits of the entity. The proposed 501c3 can exist standalone without any nexus to the city's tax revenue. But there's always going to be a continual need for additional funding for all sorts of things, including Malibu schools. I think it's a bit premature and maybe counterproductive to be moving forward with funding when you just had an hour-long closed-door meeting before this meeting tonight on trying to separate from the Santa Monica School District. And, of course, the fight is about money. So we've had various foundations, including Laura Rosenthal's foundation with the county to try and take our library funds out of Malibu. And, again, this is what appears to be another violation of the state constitution by gifting public tax monies from Malibu city government to another entity, which is strictly prohibited. And there's details I could speak to as to why the the 6-month contract for a fundraising consultant is $22,000 when it's really, I guess, $44,000 a year. And the next bullet point showed $156,000 a year to hire an athletics coach or coordinator. And these are functions that the school district should be providing anyway, athletic activities. I think we're going in a roundabout way of trying to fund things separately that should be coming through the school's funding mechanism, not from the city. So I'm interested to know legally the risk that the city council members are getting into by gifting public funds, if it's criminal. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Anybody else?
Those are all the raised
Okay,
hands.
back to the council table. Comments, questions, motions?
I'd like to lead this very quickly. I think every council member here has had a personal session last summer with the people in the school leadership, the parent leadership, about exactly this program. It is evolving. I think that's one of the best ways to put it. I've had conversations with several of the members that are on this board, and I know that everybody's trying to make this happen, and what they envisioned, say, 6 months ago has already changed a little bit, but the end result is still there. It's a centralized funding operation, and I want to emphasize a few things. First off, this is seed money, and believe me, Assistant City Manager Tony is exactly right. You talk about experience. These two right here have made very good comments about don't set precedent, don't cause this to be an example for other people to come in here and do this. This is a special case. This is our school that we're trying to set up a separated district. This is one of the things that you want to have in place when we make the change, not if we make the change. So I think it's incumbent upon us to set this up. They've come to us with a plan that has a self-funding program by the end of 3 years, hopefully before that. And I will promise you that we will, from my point of view, if we pass this, we'll support you. But this is all the money that's coming in. This is seed money. It's not to take the replacement and be the funding source for you going forward. It's to get you started. And I would ask that, and Councilman Silverstein and I are on the A&F committee, I'd ask for quarterly updates just to come to us so we can see what's going on. And the statement that I've made to Karen and some of the other people, we're not here about the results where you've spent the money. We're here to see the results of what you're accomplishing. Number of kids that are in the programs, the money that's been raised, the teachers' aides that have been brought on board and what's taking place with them. We want to have positive actual results, not just have structure and getting ready to get ready. So I think this is a great step for us to undertake, and I'm really behind it. And I think Councilman Silverstein wants to talk next if he can, or whoever wants to take it next.
Bruce?
Yeah, so I echo Doug's thoughts. The A&F subcommittee meeting is available online for anyone that wishes to see it. We asked a lot of questions and pared down the request and made MSLC a little more accountable than they would have otherwise had been without our work, I believe. The budget that they've submitted does show declining need and increased contributions. That's the hope and expectation. So that was a basis for why we've done what we proposed. I'm going to move that I want to change what the recommendation is here. Here's my motion, is that we authorize the mayor or the city manager to enter into an MOU. That's not discussed in here, and I want to talk about that a little bit, but to enter into an MOU approving a one-time appropriation of $353,100 to the Malibu School Leadership Council. Full stop. There's no need, as I see it, to increase the general fund grant program. This is not required to be a general fund grant. We're allowed to authorize grants however we see fit. I don't believe it's a gift to respond to Ryan's comments. It's for the public benefit. It benefits our school students. It benefits their parents. It benefits the community at large. We're not just giving money away like we would be if Ryan wanted $25,000 to go on a vacation. We're not doing that. So that's my motion. And I'm glad that they have changed, that they've actually caused this to become a 501c3, because that was the one thing I had in my notes that was still troubling me. But I think we need an MOU. We discussed that at the A&F committee meeting. We were told by member of staff that there would need to be an MOU that would be more fully vetted with the council, but there is no proposal for an MOU. So I think there should be one. I think it can be as approved by the city attorney. And then it ought to be approved after that by the city manager or the mayor, one or the other.
Councilmember Silverstein.
And one other comment, which is to echo Doug again, and I'm going to quote Doug. I mean, this point about we're setting a precedent, and anybody who wants to can come in and ask us for money. First of all, anyone that wants to can come ask us for money. There's nothing we do to stop anybody from making a request. As Doug said at the A&F committee, and I'm quoting him, I guarantee you that if it wasn't associated with the schools, which we're spending so much time and effort to try and support right now, close quote, we wouldn't be approving this. So that was the basis for our recommendation at the committee. And I'm sure that if somebody comes to us with a lesser significant cause and wants money, even lesser money, we will not be willy-nilly approving funding here and there.
Councilmember Silverstein, to clarify the MOU, this is basically a grant agreement that's going to have provisions that require disclosure and reporting, similar to what we have for other people that receive grants in the city?
Yeah, and specifies how the money's to be spent.
Okay. And you don't want that returned to the council, you just want it in a form approved by the city attorney and then approved by the city manager or the mayor?
Council's choice whether it needs to come back by consent or not, but I'm content to leave it to the discretion of the city attorney. So the motion is to authorize the city manager to enter into an MOU to make a one-time appropriation of $353,100 to the Malibu School Leadership Council.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have just one comment. Doug, you mentioned the reporting requirements you were looking for, which says not only are we hitting our targets in terms of fundraising through the course of the year, but what kind of activity we're getting from the student. Are those identified someplace, all those things?
I believe there's some metrics in the presentation.
But I didn't see any of that stuff.
We've seen part of it before, but I candidly would tell you, I think right now they don't have enough time, enough information as to how the numbers will be. I'm expecting to see that every quarter.
Okay, and I don't have a problem with any of that. I don't have a problem approving this. I'm just saying you mentioned some reporting that I think gives us a better picture of how successful this thing is. What kind of students are involved? Okay, so is that's part?
That's to me is part of it, and I think the key line that was on there, which is they're taking it from one of the things I said. If you don't measure it, you can't manage it, and that's what we want to do is measure the results that are actually on the ground.
All I'm saying, we're going to do an MOU.
Yeah,
the MOU should reflect that.
Yes.
I'm just wondering, how do we get that information into the MOU? Because I can't find it in here.
I think they'll work with them on it.
Why don't we have the MOU come back for consent approval? That way the mayor will be satisfied when he has a chance to read it.
Yeah, okay.
Do you accept that as a
That's fine.
friendly
It's
amendment?
not me, it's Paul.
Paul? Yeah.
I'll accept that.
Joe?
Mayor, I just wanted to jump in real quick. The group said that they've been forming a different fund, so we had provided direction to a specific fund. We weren't aware of the change and what they were hoping to do. I don't know if you wanted to receive that input real quick or not.
Oh, actually, I identified the wrong name, right? It's Malibu Education Foundation. That's the name that we should be putting there.
Okay.
That's
Any other
accepted by the
comments?
second, the change in name.
Mary Ann?
I'm accepting that.
I just want to say I'm very excited to see this come forward. I think this is a long time overdue. Having been a president of the Athletic Booster Club at Malibu High in years past, I understand firsthand how difficult it is to raise funds and how important those funds are for the schools in general. And I appreciate every parent that has done everything that they have through the decades that we've had the schools out here. I have expressed concerns about the athletics, and where I'm concerned is for those students, those residents of Malibu that aren't students at the Malibu Public Schools, and where the city has been providing those athletic opportunities. I'm not quite sure how we can just ensure that those children still have access to some athletic programs. I know they're not enrolled in the public schools, so they can't necessarily participate that way. So that's just my only concern going forward is hopefully our community services district will be able to still provide some types. We just have limited amount of children in this area, and so there is the possibility. So if there's anything in the future that maybe the Education Foundation can find a way, if there seems to be a need for those children to have access to athletic programs, I would certainly encourage whatever legal means can be done with regards to that. Other than that, I wish you guys the best of luck. I know in my heart that this is going to be a positive program and it's going to be incredibly successful. Just having participated in some of the fundraising events that have gone on here, Malibu residents are generous when it comes to our schools, and I have every confidence that this is going to be a great, great program. So thank you for bringing it forward to us.
Paul, anything?
I'm happy to vote yes for this.
Bruce?
Just one thing, it doesn't need to be part of the motion, but can we direct the staff to bring this back at the next meeting?
Yes, let's do that.
Will they have enough time? Will staff be able to bring it back at the next meeting?
I think Trevor's going to be drafting this. So.
Depends on how much information we have. I mean, we can bring it back if possible. If we can't, we'll bring it to the next one after that.
Trevor's going to have to sleep faster.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so we got the motion, the MOU. The only thing I want to make sure, Trevor, you talked to Doug to make sure the conditions that he mentioned are in there someplace, because I thought they were good. I think you said the right stuff, and I think measuring that would be helpful. So, okay, roll call.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Euring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, moving along.
Congratulations, everybody. Now it's in your hands.
Move to defer item 6B to another next meeting.
6D?
B.
Oh, 6B.
I'll second that.
Okay, got it. Let's do Farmers Market, 6D.
We need to vote.
Mayor,
Oh,
did
we
you want
need
to
to vote.
vote on that
Excuse me.
motion to continue item 6B as
I
in board?
apologize. Can we get a vote, please? Roll call.
We had a speaker signed up for this item, City Manager, but if the council wants to continue it, they can. So the roll call to continue this item, Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Euring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I'll
Okay,
make a
there-
motion to hear item 6D.
Second.
Need another roll call, Kelsey?
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Euring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. All right. Let me make a suggestion on this one. I think everybody on the council received an email today from Cornucopia that said they're ready to move back to the parking lot. And I think that's one of the options that's included in our packet. Go ahead, Paul.
I think we have to hear it so that we can ask them about the letter.
Which letter?
The letter that we received today.
Okay, now I'm just saying that may allow us to shorten up. I've got.
Yes, Steve. Also, I'm going to be supportive of this proposal, but there could be members of the public who have opposition. We have to let them speak.
I'm just saying, just keep that, because we got another half an hour of comments on this one. So,
Can we? Would it be better to defer this to the next meeting and let this? We got to go through it.
I think we've got to make a decision of what they're going to do. So I think.
Okay.
Alexis, you want to give us a quick staff report?
Absolutely. Mayor and members of the council, I will be very brief in light of all the information that was provided. Before you this evening, at your direction per the November 27th meeting, staff has collaborated and brought together several options for council's consideration in regards to the Malibu Farmers Market. Point of just clarification on this is that the options that we want to present to you this evening, they're in no particular order, and I would say that they're not necessarily recommendations. This is just to be the catalyst for you all to have the discussion and dialogue amongst yourselves. So I'm going to briefly go through those. I do have the legislative history on hand, but in the essence of time, I'll go ahead and move through that, but I am prepared to answer any questions that you may have in regards to that. During your public.
Deborah, let them finish.
Give me 1 second. Thanks, Deborah. That's okay.
May I ask a question?
Alexis,
if you want to hand your
staff
stuff to the city clerk, absolutely. So just very quickly, again, we have a few options. We do have the history here. Just a couple of things of note. Obviously, in 2009, the Malibu Planning Commission did approve the resolution that adopted the conditional use permit that is still active on the county Santa Monica College lot. So you'll hear some of that referenced in the options. Just additional context is that in 2019, the council did adopt an ordinance that allowed for the off-site parking at what we know as the Chili Cook-Off Ioki lot. That ordinance was extended by council action in December of 21. That did also extend that through January 1 of 24. An additional action was adopted in November of 22 that was for Ordinance 505U. That established the process by which the farmers market could temporarily relocate to where they've been operating at Legacy Park. Both of those established the process in which the farmers market could obtain a temporary use permit to do so. And it's just important to note that those ordinances have both sunset as of the 1st of this year. Option A, just a quick overview. We are using the existing map that's attached to the 2009 CUP. That's what you see here. We would be proposing a reconfiguration of what the existing site map is. There's a few factors that are into this, which is the new operating hours. Following the pandemic, the library is now open on Sundays. That's to be taken into consideration, as well as the construction of Santa Monica College. That's the acronym SMC that you see. The parking lot needs to be accessible for that as well. And then there's some public safety concerns as far as booth placement in the existing map. Should this be the option that council gives direction on, we would need to reconfigure with a delta of about 55 booths that the county has agreed could move into the lower lot. That would address some of these concerns. A subsequent action, should we proceed with this, would be to amend the existing CUP. So you would see that brought back before, or through the process rather. Option B was a consideration to relocate on to Civic Center Way. This option would relocate the market to the actual roadway that would be established. Logistically, in addition to some no parking signage and whatnot, we would have to account for hard road closures. This is a public safety concern. We did work with our public safety partners, both the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department. That did make it clear in terms of wanting to do those hard closures and only allow for pedestrian access into the market itself. This does have a fiscal impact. The breakdown is available for this if you'd like to see that further, but the item that, or the amounts that you would be looking at is about $7,800 per event. So just a little bit over $400K per year. Also, subsequent actions would be to eliminate the current CUP, which is on the county lot, and issue a new CUP for the location so the market could operate. Option C would be the relocation to the city-owned vacant lot, which is currently where the previous off-site parking was allowed. because there's some regulations with the county public health department that does not allow the market to operate on dirt, we would have to put down an approved surface material such as asphalt. We've put some preliminary numbers there. Potential fiscal impact would be about $150,000. That does account for labor, material, and permits, not necessarily staff time, but there are some subsequent actions to that as well, as far as a potential rezone, or if you would like to amend the Malibu's municipal code for the farmers market to operate there without the full rezone. So just all of that for council's consideration. And those are the three options before you. I will stand for any questions. Happy to explain further any of the information you see in the staff report.
Questions, comments?
May I?
Yes.
Earlier today, we got a letter from Cornucopia and gave the impression they had all the approvals they needed except the fire department approval. Have you confirmed that with anyone?
The city manager's office has been in contact with the county offices that we're collaborating with in order to ensure the farmers market moves forward. We were advised that the status is still the same as it was in terms of any agreements have yet to be reached. They have received a new site map layout that is currently under review, but as to any agreement or signing of the license or any of those things, it's still in its current status and that is not complete.
So they have a completed application, but they don't have an approval of the application. Is that correct?
My understanding is that the real estate office and Supervisor Horvath's office is still pending some of the required documents that were listed in the motion that was approved by the County Board of Supervisors on September 26th. And until those items are provided by the current organizer, unfortunately, they do not have day use permits and they would be unable to operate in the county lot. And that's in addition to the outstanding site map that was recently submitted as of last week.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to request, can we get somebody from Cornucopia who can answer the question of are they prepared to go? Is everything signed, ready to move? I need a real crisp, tight answer on that.
As far as
Up here.
Please come up to the podium.
Yes, we can go back next week if soon as the sheriff's department signs the site map. Okay. Yes, the fire department has to sign that site map. Roger from the LA County already submitted it. They're ready to go week by week with us. They have been for the month of January, week to week, while it goes to, oh my God, the next level where they would give us our 2-year permit, a 2-year.
So you've got acquiescence from the county to move to that parking lot, and they will address the additional stuff as you go through. Is that correct?
Correct. Once the fire department signs off.
All right. Does that answer your question, Paul?
Actually, it doesn't. I thought I just heard that there are documents that you need to still supply to the County of Los Angeles. Is
It's
that
incorrect.
So whoever staff is talking to at the county is lying to us.
I don't think people lie, Paul. I think sometimes there's confusion, misunderstanding, and miscommunication. My assistant is here tonight, and he speaks to the county.
Is he available to come to the podium?
Yes. John, come up here. Oh, he doesn't like speaking on camera. Could he stand there and speak?
No.
Well, I was in
No.
the witness protection program for a while, too, so go ahead.
Thank you, darling. You're so sweet. Oh, and I want to thank all of you, really. While I'm up here, I want to thank Alexis. You really helped me out. I mean that, because I only have 3, oh, may I just say that to her?
Make it quick, I want to make
Focus.
sure before we go from there, yeah.
Yeah, as far as I know, and I have a witness, okay, they told me I can go back as soon as the sheriff's department signs the map. And then, yes, and once that map is approved, I could have went back last week. Once the map is approved, they started that in January. And by the way, I've always, while I've been on Legacy Park, we've always held our insurance, liability insurance for both places.
Okay.
Okay?
So John has been the one speaking to the county?
Yeah, but he won't come up here.
No, John, raise your hand. Is that correct that we can move back there next week?
You've got to speak at the microphone. They can't hear on Zoom.
This is
Mr.
not
Mayor,
this is
Mr.
not
Mayor,
appropriate.
we can't.
Okay, if he doesn't want to talk, he doesn't want to talk.
He doesn't like speaking on camera.
Okay. What is the council's pleasure? We can go through, we've got, I think, an agreement that you're ready to move back there.
I signed off.
I think we've got an agreement, that's one of the options we can deal with. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mayor, you do have several speaker slips in your hand, and then we also have some raised hands in Zoom.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Do we have, I'm asking Alexis a question. Do we have a list of the documents that need to be supplied to the county?
The list of documents are those that were identified in the motion that was approved by the Board of Supervisors. I can make sure that the council has that distributed to them.
Okay.
May I have it too?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have a question for Trevor. If the council agrees to it, can we take, before public comment, can we take a straw vote on a proposal that I think will be something the Cornucopia Foundation and probably all of the speakers are going to be happy with, and then ask if, before we take a formal vote and have discussion, there's anybody that feels the need to speak? Because I suspect that if we are allowed to do that, there won't be a need for any public comment.
We can't have deliberation before it, but if you have a question that may enlighten, the other council members could weigh in on the good.
Well, what I'm asking is, can we take a straw vote?
I wouldn't say we could do a straw vote because that's deliberation before the public has had a chance to speak. That may affect the decision.
Can we each declare what our inclination is, subject to hearing from the public?
Do you want to just share what you're thinking?
Yeah, what I'm thinking is that I would like to move when we get a chance to do it, unless I hear something to the contrary, that we approve the farmers market returning to the county pursuant to whatever arrangements they have with the county, and that we defer consideration of any of the other options for a future date. And I suspect that that's something that we're going to all agree on, but I could be wrong, or at least 3 of us. And if that's the case, I also suspect the farmers market and all of the public comments are not going to have anything that they need to say.
Marianne?
Their operations is going to conform to the CUP issued by the city in size and mix of vendors?
I think so, yes.
So,
I mean, I didn't even think about it, but I'm assuming it would.
well, because the proposals that I've seen in some of the maps are quite a bit larger than what the city's conditional use permit outlines.
I can't put vendors if there's no property, so I will fill up that parking lot to the max.
Well, that's not what the
what's
CUP
ever allowed.
allows.
Oh, whatever the CUP allows, I'll do.
We're going to need a new conditional use permit if they go over there. Is that correct, or is that not?
Well, they could go there right now and they could operate under the existing CUP. If there was realignment in terms of the circulation pattern and where the booths are located, that would need a CUP amendment.
Okay.
Okay. Did that answer your question? Yeah. Paul, any other questions? No. Can I comment on what Bruce recommended? Let me just say, I think Bruce's recommendation is an excellent one, okay? And if it helps the speakers to not have to speak, to try and get us to change our opinion. I think that would be good. And let's talk to the people on Zoom and see what they have to say.
Mayor, did you want to hear the Zoom public comments before the in-person public comments?
Yeah, I'd like to see what they have to say. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, and feel free, Mr. Attorney, City Attorney, if you disagree with this, I actually don't believe that the council needs to take any action for the market to return to the county property. They could do that on their own.
We don't have to do anything.
I don't believe that the city needs to take any action tonight. The cornucopia can move across, work with the county, get all that worked out. I like the city attorney's suggestion. Perhaps if that could not be worked out, we could have direction to staff to come back and present these options at a later date, but more than likely that probably would not be necessary.
Trevor, you got a problem with that?
We don't need to, he's correct, you don't need to have any approval. You can continue this to another date. You can make the motion to continue. If somebody wanted to continue to comment just about the continuance, since we have started to talk about the item, I would suggest allowing them to speak about that if you want to make a motion to continue.
I'll move that we continue this item to the second meeting from now. And at that point, either this will have been resolved or we'll have further things to discuss.
That would be the first meeting in February?
Yep.
Yes.
Doug?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Before you vote, you should ask if anybody wants to comment just
would
about the
anybody like to,
continuance.
from the speakers here, like to comment on this?
You could if you want.
So if the continuance is approved, that means you get to go back to the county lot.
Providing all the county approves everything.
Well, they got to get all that done. Okay? No?
We're happy and yet disappointed because they waited so long to speak. I'm just
How about the speakers on Zoom?
And Mayor, to clarify, we're asking the Zoom speakers if they'd like to comment on the motion to continue the item, to keep their hands raised, and if they would not like to comment, they can lower their hands.
One raised hand from Georgia Goldfarb.
Let's hear Georgia. Yeah, Georgia wanted to speak on this. Go ahead, Georgia.
Should I go ahead with what I was going to say
Please.
or comment about the continuance?
Go ahead, Georgia.
All right. I support the use of the Ioki property. There are important things to consider here. First of all, there is no asphalt cost. Dirt is fine except for the processed food stands. They can bring a tarp to put down underneath their stand. Dirt is okay for things that grow in the dirt. They have a little dirt on them already. It is just the prepared foods that need something under them. In addition, you may want to consider that if the market is on county property, there is no competitive bidding for manager required. However, if it is on Malibu property, competitive bidding is required and could result in another manager. Costs. Actual costs involve moving the fence back 20 to 30 feet. Add 2 to 3 gates in addition to the current one for access for vendors and public. Cover the surface of this area with a native grass, perhaps like the grass in Legacy. Add a vine for the fence, a few small shrubs, perhaps a few trees, a few tables and benches perhaps, but really just moving the fence and adding perhaps grass is all that is required. Pedestrians walk on the sidewalk, a more secure access for all, but especially for people with disabilities. Vendors park next to the sidewalk on the street, although some could park on the Ioki property if needed. Patrons park in the Ioki or next to Legacy. It is safe and attractive for everyone and does not impede traffic. Could be used for people on a break, lunch break, or visiting the park at other times. Vendors like it. They've told me that if they move, there's going to be a dramatic decline. This is per their comments from their customers of people who attend the market because it is unappealing over there. I'm just relating what I've been told. And of the 2 remaining choices, the street or the parking lot, customers will as well. It will not interfere with library activities and won't block off the street or most of Sunday, which I think brings considerable hazards and lack of access for the college, the park, and the Whole Foods shopping center, as well as emergency vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia.
May
Okay.
I say something?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just overwhelmed and happy, and I want to thank you. But I forgot to ask. I would like the council to consider letting us continue using the parking lot for parking, because now that we're fine with the county, this is what I was, when they moved us around, we lost parking. And that's fine if we can continue to use, what is that, the chili cook-off lot for parking? This way, the library has enough parking, the farmer's market has.
Guys, let me ask City Manager, what do you think?
Well, our understanding in our conversations with the folks at the county real estate office, and based on what the most recent map that had been submitted by Cornucopia, we believe that there is, or we're trying to work with the county to identify if there's sufficient site on the property itself to accommodate what we believe is that delta of the 55 spaces that have been displaced as a result of the library now being operating. As Alexis said, some of that we believe we could move down to the first row of parking that is currently dedicated for. We could move some of the booths into the area that's dedicated for parking. We also believe we could pick up some of that other space, some of the other parking space on the Santa Monica lot. But we haven't been able to work that out completely yet, but we believe that we should be able to get there. Alexis, do you have anything to add to that?
The only item I would add is that the ordinance that allowed for the offsite parking at Aoki has sunset, so council would need to take an action to establish a new ordinance allowing for the offsite parking.
Let me suggest this. Right now, move over to the county parking lot. We're back here in two meetings. Let's see how it works out. If we got to make some changes, we can make them then.
Okay. And we already signed off, just so you know, we signed off on the map at the county. All right. I think you have a copy of it as well. There is no space, but I'll do it.
See what we can do. Okay.
Let's do it.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Do we?
Go ahead. Marianne?
I just wanted to say, do we need to address the issue of having inspections by city staff to verify that everything's?
When they come back, we can do that. Let them get over there first and get set up. I mean, I think it's going to take them.
All that's before us right now is a vote on an adjournment.
Were you waiving
Not adjournment,
fees, the
continuance.
fines?
Huh?
I believe there was a fines.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, if we're doing anything taking any action besides the continuance, we need to just open the public hearing and hear everybody.
We're not doing anything but the continuance. You got to go.
Go?
That's it.
Fines,
Thank you.
everything gone. Okay.
Come back in a month.
We need to vote on this.
All right, we need roll call.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
This is for the continuance?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Mayor Uring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, excellent. 7A?
I seriously hesitate to do this. We have a lot of people here that have, we have a number of people that have come here and sat all night to talk about this. And by the same token, unfortunately, I suspect we've got 2 or 3 times that amount of people who would otherwise be participating if we were doing this earlier. And I think, as much as I would like to do this item now and feel we need to be doing this, I think it would be more valuable to the entire community if we do it first thing at the next meeting. So
Can we listen to them now?
I would love to be able to do that.
If you call the item,
and then continue the item?
Yeah, can we do that, Trevor?
No, you have to hear everyone if we're going to open it.
Well, no, but can we open it to public discussion and then continue the item to the next meeting, first thing?
And then what about public comment?
We'll have to start over public comment again.
What I'm saying is if you're going to open it, you have to let everyone speak. So
Yeah.
If you
Okay. But we can then,
yes, you can
I'll
take
make-
public
I'll make a
comment
motion.
and then you can continue the item
I
to
like
another
that.
meeting.
So I'll make a motion that we move forward with this because we need a 4/5 vote to be able to do that. That we only hear public comment, that we then we then continue the item to the next meeting as the first item and reopen public comment.
Let me make an amendment to that. At the December 11th meeting, we said we would have the emergency ordinance up for renewal tonight, which we did.
We did that.
And then we also said that on January 22nd, we'd have a full review of all the safety measures that were underway and so forth. Let's combine this with that, because some of this overlaps and there's serious questions in some of this. So let's listen to the people tonight, then do a continuation and merge those two together.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
May I ask a clarifying question of council?
Oh, we're not going to take a motion yet. We're going to take public comment, right? And then.
Well, we need a motion to hear the matter, and I conditioned it on us not going beyond public comment and thereafter continuing it.
Mary Ann?
I just have a question about discussion between now and then. I know we are counseled when we take public comment and then we continue an item or take a break that we don't have discussion. So what does that mean for council being able to talk about
this? This is not a public hearing on an entitlement. If that was the case, I would strongly recommend you do not do that, because that would create a problem. But there's no notice required for this. You know, these are both just council items. I would say we can't make the motion to hear this contingent upon taking a certain action afterwards. So it's just whether you want to hear this item, but I think everyone understands that after you hear public comment, then the motion would be to continue the item. But there is not a concern with opening the item, hearing public comment, and then moving to continue it to the next meeting to be heard simultaneously with the other item.
So you're saying as a technical matter, we should just move to hear the item, and then we all understand we're going to move to continue it after we hear from the public?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so I'll move that we hear this item.
I'll second it.
Roll call, Kelsey.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Euring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, public comment. And I think our public comment is sitting pretty much in the front row here. Let me see who I got here. Michael, you're up first. And you've got time granted to two other speakers, right? Ava?
There's just two. There's only two speakers, right? Oh, yes.
Okay, you got 4 minutes. Go ahead.
Mayor Irwin, Mayor Stewart, council members Silverstein, Riggins, Gristani, City Attorney Rusin, and City Manager McClary. My name is Michael Sugimoto, and I stand before you humbly as the student body president at Pepperdine University. First off, I want to thank you for your service and continued work to make PCH safer thus far. I come to you this evening with a shared concern that echoes throughout the hearts of Malibu residents, our beloved Pepperdine students, and all those who share the iconic Pacific Malibu Highway. Today, my words are not just an appeal from a university student leader, but a heartful plea from a community member deeply invested in the well-being of our shared home. Mr. Mayor and council members, the allure of Malibu's breathtaking coastline is undeniable, and the Pacific Coast Highway, stretching 21 miles, is an integral part in our collective experience. However, our shared connection with PCH has been marred by unimaginable tragedies that have shaken the very foundations of our tight-knit community. Tonight, we remember the lost lives on the fateful evening of October 17th, 2023. Peyton Stewart, Neve Rolston, Asha Wire, and Deslin Williams. Their laughters, dreams, and potential were abruptly silenced. We mourn not just statistics, but friends, classmates, daughters, sisters, children, cherished lives cut short. The profound impact of these losses propels us forward to advocate for change, to ensure that no more loved ones are taken prematurely on this iconic stretch of road. Their absences reverberates throughout our campus and our entire Malibu community, underscoring the urge for decisive action. In pursuit of progress, let us acknowledge that safety is not a luxury. It is a fundamental right. Let us acknowledge that safety is not a mere checkbox on an administrative agenda. It is the essence of shared humanity. Council members, your leadership has navigated Malibu through various storms, and we beseech you to lead us through this one. The weight of responsibility lies on your collective shoulders to transform PCH from a perilous stretch to a sanctuary of safety. As you know, 58 lives have been tragically lost since 2010 on Pacific Coast Highway. Each of these lives represents an irreplaceable story, a cherished individual. This is clearly a state of emergency. If the implementation of small changes through this proposal could have saved even one of these lives, then its significance becomes immeasurable. Our collective pursuit for a safer Pacific Coast Highway is fueled by the profound understanding that every life preserved through these measures is a victory for our community. We strongly advocate for the approval of this proposal, and as students, our dedication is driving progress through policy and legislation is unwavering. We will persistently pursue these changes until concrete advancements are realized, securing the safety and welfare of our community on Pacific Coast Highway. Let us work together tirelessly, leaving no room for negotiation when it comes to the safety of those who call Malibu home. Let our decisions be guided not just by policy, but by the faces that we have lost and those we endeavor to protect. Let us collectively wipe away the tears that stain our community's spirit and declare the unwavering motion that PCH safety is unequivocally non-negotiable. To the esteemed council members of Malibu, on behalf of Pepperdine University student body, we refuse to stand idly by as more lives are lost. The urgency for change is now, and we implore you to join us in ensuring the safety of our community on Pacific Coast Highway. Let this be more than words on paper, let it be a call to action. We implore you to pass this proposal, demonstrating your commitment to our safety is not mere rhetoric. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and more importantly, for listening to the heartbeat of our community. Thank you.
Michael, thank you very much. Bridget Thompson?
Hello, my name is Bridget Thompson, and the 4 Pepperdine students, Neve Rolston, Asha Weir, Peyton Stewart, and Deslyn Williams, who lost their lives on October 17th, 2023, to a car driving at the speed of over 100 miles per hour, were my best friends, 3 of them being my roommates. I'll start by saying that I'm here because, of course, they could not be here. And I'm here because they would be here if it was me. And quite frankly, they would be here if it was any of us. And I'm lucky to be here to speak for them because I was supposed to be there with them that night, but I was running late, so I decided to meet them there last minute. Neve, Peyton, Asha, and Deslyn had so many goals, so many aspirations, and so much good planned for their futures. This loss broke me and the whole entire Pepperdine community. I watched the hearts of their mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers break right in front of me. Change on PCH is so important, but not change in the matter of months or years. Change now. My friends didn't need to die. The 54 lives before them should have been enough. It's been 3 months and there's already been another fatality. We cannot work at the speed of Caltrans. We need to work faster than them. They are not working fast enough. If the loss of so many lives isn't enough, then what is? We cannot wait. We cannot wait for it to be your daughters, your sisters, and your best friends. Thank you.
Bridget, thank you very much. Joe. And Jefferson, you're up next.
Honorable Mayor Euring and City Council, my husband was supposed to be here, but he's sleeping now. We strongly support an emergency ordinance to make PCH safer, especially in the areas on, oh, is that heat map coming up? Oh, I just realized. Yeah, I had that map with the crashes along PCH 2012-2023, which shows the most dangerous sections in the darkest red, where immediate traffic calming measures should be placed. Malibu's entire 21 miles should qualify as a safety corridor. How can we fail to do something major now after the untimely and tragic deaths of these 4 young and vibrant Pepperdine women? Engineering, education, and enforcement are the keys to traffic safety. Thank you, Doug and Marianne, for responding to this. Apparently, Caltrans has ruled out road narrowing measures to make it more difficult for cars to speed along the highway, such as wider medians, shoulders, and protected bike lanes. We know they can do this, as they have most recently at Coral Canyon for the fish ladder that they're doing over there. And also Riva apparently somehow managed to get them to narrow the lanes at Cross Creek and PCH, which Jefferson will mention further for commercial reasons. So please consider pushing them to do these safety measures, as they have proven effective in many other studies. We favor immediate implementation of any feasible measures to increase road safety, such as a petition to provide CHP without funding from Malibu, but the state, because of the thoroughfare to access public beaches for 50 million visitors per year. This means amending current code section 2400.6 to stop future funding of contracts by the city of Malibu and ensuring there's 24/7 patrol on eastern and western areas of the city. Many residents have reported not observing CHP in these areas. There's been 2 huge accidents just last week within days of one another at Big Rock and PCH. So engineering, I just spoke to Rob Dubois earlier, and apparently the signal synchronization, they might need to close a lane all day and all night. So that could be, until that happens, that might be the solution for that areas which are the highest there on the map, from Topanga all the way to Civic Center. And then also Bruce's suggestion of the median delineators and the strategically placed in these areas as well. Education, my husband's going to speak on that next meeting. He has a campaign idea, and the whole thing of residents driving 45 miles per hour might be the idea, and obviously enforcement and the speed cameras. So thanks very much.
Joe, thank you very much. Jefferson?
Good evening, Lake Council. Thank you for your efforts on the behalf of your community. Much appreciated. I had mentioned to Joe on several occasions, and she mentioned just a moment ago, that when you have discussions with Caltrans, you're going to have some resistance. And that resistance will come about through the practices that they fail to realize that you are an administrator and you do have an essential part of their demand to perform. When the commercial interest were at stake for the La Paz project, I'll remind each council member, I was on the council at the time, the proponent of that project was supposed to give us the right turn lane at the Shell station. That was part of the project approval. Caltrans does not narrow lanes. That's their mantra. We don't narrow lanes. However, for a commercial interest, they narrowed those lanes. If you remember the tree that saved Malibu, you can Google that and look at it in the Malibu Times. The city stuck by it. We're not cutting down trees to give you a right turn lane to a shopping mall. So Caltrans capitulated. They narrowed the lanes at Cross Creek. The traffic slows down now. There's a right turn lane that was supposed to be paid for by the La Paz project. However, Caltrans did narrow the lanes, and that does calm traffic. It slows it down. They know the numbers. Now you can instigate that within yourselves and say to them, when you narrow lanes, do you slow down the traffic? Yes, it does. It works, and that's up to you to implement that. And you can do that because they did it for a commercial interest. How about doing it for human safety interests? Thank you very much for your time, and good luck with this one.
Thank you, Jefferson. Okay, we're going to adjourn.
Mayor, we do have virtual public speakers for this item.
Okay.
There are 6 raised hands. First is David Rolston.
David, please.
Hi, thank you. My daughter, Neve Ralston, along with Peyton Stewart, Asha Weir, and Desalyn Williams, was killed on Tuesday, October 17 at 8:30 at night. Once again, I am speaking to you about the dangers of PCH Malibu. Several weeks after my daughter was killed, there was a 3-car accident when a car crossed PCH and struck cars going the opposite direction at almost the exact location where my daughter was killed. And at the time, Captain C2 was interviewed and reported that motorists had been caught going 112 miles per hour, 109 miles per hour, and another motorist driving 107 miles per hour. I know I'm just reiterating what other people have already said. A 30-year-old motorcyclist was killed on Christmas Eve on PCH near Decker Canyon. Most recently, on January 4th, there was another multi-car crash, also mentioned, allegedly with a vehicle going close to or over 100 miles per hour, where the driver ran from the crash. Miraculously, no one was killed, even though the engine of the driver's car was ejected, and there's videos of this that are available on, online. Near where I live, Mulholland Drive also has an infamous reputation for speeding, drag racing, and reckless driving, and the number of incidents following COVID restrictions were quite numerous. And I can recall a couple incidents in particular. One, a motorist went over an embankment, had to be airlifted by helicopter, and another incident, a car struck a utility pole, knocked out power to the surrounding neighborhoods for over 5 days, and started a brush fire. And Mulholland was closed for much of that period. Speed was a factor in both these incidents. Over Christmas, I was driving along this eastern stretch of Mulholland and found that traffic calming measures had been installed. In this case, a series of speed humps installed by LA DOT in December to curb racing and speeding. This installation of 9 bumps was done because, and I'm going to quote, safety concerns from residents due to racing, speeding, and unsafe driving on Mulholland Drive can be dealt with most effectively through physical speed mitigation, according to the LA Department of Transportation. I once again urge the City Council to take control of the PCH situation, do what is needed to address making the roads safer. You've averted yet another speed-related tragedy by luck, I guess. Engineering is needed. Traffic calming measures work 24 hours a day. If I was a Malibu resident, I would be wondering why people who live in LA County can have traffic calming measures installed, but incorporated Malibu cannot. Thank you. I appreciate all you do for your city.
Thank you, Mr. Alston. Who's next?
Colin Drummond, followed by Craig Hill.
Colin?
Hi there. I was not asleep. I'm still awake and listening. I couldn't help stay awake for this important thing. So I just wanted, I've got a marketing and advertising background, and I've been really impressed with all the ideas on the table to make PCH safer. Some are going to take a long time and some could go more quickly. So this idea actually sprang from a couple of things we've been hearing in the last few weeks. One was from Doug Stewart and what you guys have been referencing about if everyone just drove the posted speed limit, it would not solve everything. But the idea would be something along the lines of I drive 45. It doesn't literally have to be worded that way, but the idea would be that if we could create like an ownership of non-speeding in amongst all of our residents and really internalized it, that everybody drove the speed limit and not 1 mile per hour more, and it could have a interesting effect. The real interesting inspiration could be that it could inspire visitors and commuters to start doing the same thing as well. And we could have bumper stickers, signage, maybe there's gets added to the city PCH safety website. We could have a pledging activation. Maybe we could even persuade Paige McCoskey from Aviator Nation to create some cool merch like they do already with the chili cook-off, with proceeds going to an appropriate fund. I just think it could be something that we could do that we could all participate in. I know for myself, I watched Michelle Shane's incredible documentary at Bluffs Park, and it literally turned me from being like a regular speeder into I am now driving like I do what you guys mentioned. I set the speedometer and I don't go over it, and it's actually quite enjoyable. It's not the only answer, but maybe it can contribute. So that's basically it. I just think it's something we could do for the community, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Colin. Craig Hill's next.
Craig Hill, followed by Damian Kevitt.
Craig.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, staff. Great comments, everybody. I sent you a letter. Here's a broad summary and a few other ideas. First, effecting change will require both immediate measures and longer-term measures requiring state legislation. You mentioned a draft for Ben Allen, et cetera. That's great. Second, the problem is foremost about psychology. We have to address the thought processes of the knuckleheads among us, those who are reckless, distracted, entitled, egocentric, hormonal, dopey, or psychopathic. Changing the speed signs alone won't touch many of them at all. Narrower lanes won't affect them. We've got to be changing mindsets, sending messages that spell out the consequences. The threat of enforcement beats physical changes, though we'll need both. Third, we need measures that set the tone at city gateways, something near Tuna, near Encinal, and near Hughes Labs, something that signals to drivers that they're entering a different world in which paying attention is a matter of life and death. It could be signage such as, speeding or reckless driving in Malibu could subject your vehicle to impoundment, or whatever is legally permissible to say. Or a digital counter that says, PCH in Malibu has gone X days without a serious injury accident. Something that spells out the stakes in a way that's polite and friendly but firm. Welcome to Malibu. This is not a freeway. This is a neighborhood. Fourth, pedestrians need educating too, especially that the center lane is not a safety island. A sign, pedestrians do not cross halfway. The median lane is for turning vehicles only. That also implies more flashing crosswalks and stoplights. Fifth, for the solutions that require state legislation, you've got elected leaders on side. Everybody wants to save lives if they can. Even the ACLU and police unions should respond to solid data. In particular, the Australian and European models of tracking the time it takes a license plate to travel a certain distance, that prevents speeding between radar devices. Set the readers far enough apart to cover a long stretch, but close enough that most drivers don't turn off somewhere in between. So for example, one from Tuna to Carbon, one from Carbon to Civic Center, and so on, 3 or 4 more zones for the rest of Malibu. Finally, how about a scaled back version of a checkpoint, a few nights per week? I think the usual ones require about 10 deputies. Maybe there's a more nimble option with half as many deputies, call it a registration check, not sobriety. Maybe you'd stop every 50th car, preserving due process, and waving all the others on through. Again, put it near a gateway as tone setting, near Tuna, for example. Success would be measured just by slowing the flow and imposing a presence. Most knuckleheads will avoid having to look a deputy in the eye, and if the racers know there's a chance of a bottleneck on any given midnight, many of them will seek a more reliable race course.
Thanks, Craig. Who's next?
Damian Kevitt, followed by Georgia Goldfarb.
Damian.
Hello, everyone. This is Damian Kevitt with Streets Are For Everyone. Thank you so much, first of all, for the amount of care and work you're putting into addressing issues with Caltrans. I know that it is a problem. It's been a problem for a long time. I thought about giving you a sort of emotional type statement, but honestly, I could not do any better than what Bridget had just communicated. So I'm going to just keep this very simple and to the point. One, Streets Are For Everyone is very much in support of any measures that you can take to implement changes on PCH as soon as possible. You have been working with Caltrans SAFE has also been meeting with senior Caltrans officials and independent because we are advocates about PCH. And the last meeting that we had with some senior officials from District 7, this is not an official statement from Caltrans, but basically they said they were having trouble finding legal justification to be able to slow down PCH. They were having trouble with the laws as they were written and couldn't see how they could do it, and were trying to figure this out. Essentially what came from that was I'm going to have to run some legislation to literally give them the legal precedence, which will be another year at best before Caltrans could justify slowing down PCH. This is a reason why we need to take some effective action now and not wait for the speed of Caltrans. The last thing I do want to say is that traffic calming measures do work. And I've seen them used on many other roads. We've worked with many other government agencies. They work. There can be some quick fixes done on PCH. The last thing I do want to say specifically is on speed cameras, AB 645. There was a comment made earlier about some of the mechanics of AB 645. I do agree that AB 645 was a watered down bill. I worked on it for 4 years. Personally, much blood, sweat, and tears on AB 645. Some of the understanding of it and the mechanisms in there are a little bit trickier, but are actually not as bad off as you think. And I'm very happy if anyone wants to reach out to me. I can go through all of those. I was involved intimately in a lot of all of how that was crafted and why that was crafted, including everything from when those cameras have to be taken out in those conditions, which are, believe it or not, actually not as bad off as you might perceive them to be when you explain some of the nuances of that there. So just letting you know, again, reach out to me via the website, Streets Are Forever One, and happy to explain any of that. But please, take unilateral action to make PCH safer. We can't wait for the speed of Caltrans.
Thank you, Damien.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Georgia Goldfarb, and the last speaker is Ryan.
Georgia.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be rushed. I'm very glad that Malibu is dealing with these problems, but of course deeply sorrowed because of the cause of this need. I will say Malibu traffic problems are complex, and quick decisions may not prove to be effective measures and could actually increase the risk of accidents. I'm not saying all of them at all. I would say the first requirement, and I think this can be done quickly, is to define the problem as specifically as problem. The data on the accident, where did they occur? When did they occur? Who was involved in the accident? Was there a pedestrian or crossing the road, a car making a U-turn at a stoplight, speed on a curve, residents or non-residents even, and identification also of possible interactions of several of these factors. I really think this will help us craft the best solutions to these really terrible problems. I know the government agencies have this data, but most people, including me, do not. Can you please post this information, whatever you have that's scientifically valid in terms of existing state and city regulations, and any data, as I said, that is scientifically valid on these accidents. I really think this will help us form decisions and answers to these problems. And I would suggest possibly, gathering the information, as I just mentioned. It would be so helpful if you could post it now so that we could read it and understand it. And then having a forum where everybody can talk about it, city council, agencies, experts, scientists, and residents. So we can really understand what the best solutions are, where the biggest problems are, and what the factors are. And then, of course, there would have to be, I would say another meeting to review the best solutions and to come up with some decisions. Yes, and then I have a few things that I've thought of, but I don't actually know if these things will help. I thought Craig had a lot of good solutions that I would support. I would say cameras at frequent accident sites with ticketing for risky offenses. Passageways for pedestrians and bicycles, maybe widening the shoulder, maybe restricting parking, constructing elevated passageways for pedestrians and bicycles, which would help if used. I mean, that's a factor. Impounding vehicles.
Thank you, Georgia. Time's up, Georgia. Thank you.
The last speaker is Ryan.
Ryan.
Okay, I wanted to say that the city's on the right path because immediate enforcement is about the only thing you can do immediately, and you don't need any approval from Caltrans, you don't need any approval from the district attorney or the governor or anybody else. So getting the reckless drivers, the impaired drivers, and the speeders pulled over, arrested, their cars impounded, and their licenses revoked. That's the way you control this type of behavior. And until that starts to happen, PCH will continue to be the magnet for all of the racing entities and the reckless drivers. Now, there's a vehicle code section, 22349A, and that is driving a vehicle over 65 mile per hour speed. That needs to be a very severe penalty. I'd like you to assign the city attorney firm the task to evaluate the possibility of adding an administrative penalty of the city to all convictions of that vehicle code section within the city. It's important that you realize that it's not the average driver who may be driving 48 or 49 or 53 miles per hour on the highway, because frankly that's the speed that everybody's been driving for the last 30 years. It is these abhorrent speeders driving at 80, 90, 100 miles an hour that are causing fatal accidents. And I wouldn't call them accidents, I misspoke. These are crashes or homicides or murders, as occurred with Emily Shane. This is not something that requires a redesign of the highway, which would literally take forever to do 21 miles of construction. So I implore you to continue to work to have the vehicle code section 2400.6 amended to remove the penalty provision sentence number 2, so that the CHP will return to Pacific Coast Highway in the city of Malibu at the expense of the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, that it? Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to thank everybody who, Michael, and your fellow Pepperdine students for hanging in here as long as you have. We do take your comments very seriously, and I can assure you there will be continued effort to do whatever we can to try and make PCH safer. So that will not go away. And like I said, you're going to be hooked up with Lindsay Horvath's office now, so working with her should help us out a little bit also. Bruce?
First of all, I want to thank Paul for suggesting that we at least hear from the people that were here tonight. I think that was a great idea, and I'm glad we did that. And I want to thank everyone who hung through this entire meeting and stayed up so late to give us their comments. I hope that you'll all come back and expand on those comments when you have more time at the next meeting when we take this up again. We need to do more to improve the situation. It's imperative, and we need to overcome the obstacles. We can't just identify problems, and we need to find solutions. So sorry that we can't hear this tonight. I'm going to move that we that we continue this item to the next meeting, that we combine it with the other item that Doug mentioned before that is supposed to be on the agenda for the next meeting, which is a review of improvements to the extent there have been any that have occurred, and that we make that the first item like we did with the race item tonight. Can I get a second for that?
I'll second that. Kelsey, roll call.
Mayor, before we call the vote, I do just want to clarify procedurally exactly what the council expects to see. So we're continuing this item for the council to consider everything discussed in the staff report. It will be combined with another staff report staff is developing regarding ongoing PCH projects, and you would like to see that on your agenda after the presentation and ceremonial items.
That is correct.
Okay, and it may not come back then as a council member item since we're combining it with the staff report, so it may appear under a different section header, but I understand what you're looking for.
Okay, cool. Roll call.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
In the names of Coach Ray Humphrey and of Lion Heron.
Very good. All right, thank you very much, folks. We're done. Thank you.